Hey there to all you wonderful people today. Are you ready for another edition of Man? They got caught lying on the stand, featuring none other than a lot of witnesses that I'm sometimes wonder if she had a choice, would she can these witnesses and go with a few other credible people? Here's a She got caught doing a few things like Andy Signore had a good clip. Let me show you this real fast. So there were a few things yesterday. Two witnesses actually came out yesterday and told the wrong story, let's just say. Here's Elizabeth Martz, for example, when she was on the stand. Check this out. So here she is talking about her injuries, right? And we don't need to hear her, but look, she's saying where the injuries are. Did you catch that? Look, you see a problem? She had swelling on that side, and look, Heard's like, uh-oh, oh no, oh no, oh no, what do I do? They pointed to the wrong side of her face. Her witnesses, two of them did that yesterday. Two of them. Oh my gosh, yesterday was really funny. But she had two witnesses that identified injuries on the wrong side of her body. Oh, you can't it can't get any funnier than that, in my opinion. Oh, it's good stuff. That's good stuff. Oh Lord, there was more too, actually. So there was also I'm just gonna pull this actually came up in the media, but again, Andy, I like giving him a shout out anyway because well, he's done that for me. So I mean, he doesn't need my shout out right now. He's doing great on his own, but still, it doesn't matter. People who've been doing this for a while want to give him a shout out anyway. There was a part of Josh Drew's witness statement that was cut yesterday, and it was a fascinating part that I kept thinking, cutting that doesn't really look good, you know? So let me play this for you here, you know? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull this up. So this is part of Josh Drew's witness statement that was not included. All right, listen to this.
Did Rocky tell you that Amber Heard was having an affair with Cara Delevingne while she was still married to Johnny Depp?
Yes.
You caught that? Did Rocky tell you that Amber was having an affair? You know, I always mess her name up. That's the actress that I was talking about the other day. And then,
did she ever tell you that?
Hearsay or not, man, they cut out all the juice and all the fun, and
the three of them, Elon Musk, Cara Delevingne.
I want to hear them. I would have at least liked to hear an objection, you know. So they're just going to cut out all the questions here anyway.
Spent the night with Amber in November of 2016.
To the specific date, I can't say.
Did she?
So, two statements about three ways. Statements about, oh my God, good stuff. Kim Gamble, thanks for the thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Thugs, by the way. There's a yeah, her pronunciation, it doesn't even matter to me. I don't even, I won't care after this. I appreciate people telling me how to pronounce her name, but honestly, I just won't care. I mean, I hate to say that. Dingo, thanks for the Dingo Gal, thanks for the 8. Tug Fartlow's tweeting right now. She needs to be sued next. Yeah, she has definitely been a co-conspirator. By the way, you know, I'm really disturbed by something that I saw, and I want to show it to you because all you monster wrong thinkers out there, I'm so disturbed. I can barely keep a straight face saying this. Okay. All you monster wrong thinkers out there saying that Amber Heard can't cry. Well, I have evidence of her crying, you bunch of monsters. Here it is. Look. Check it out. Look at that. Look. It's not even an ocean. She cried a freaking ocean on there. You monsters. You monsters. Stewart, thanks for the 5. Check the pictures of AH and Bruce, hair pulled. Pictures look like her sister. AH has more rounded jaw than their sister. The pictures don't have a rounded jawline. I'll have to look at that. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's a whole ocean, though. How dare you people mock that? I mean, man, it's even snow. Actually, it's snow. I put this together this morning. I didn't even notice it was snow. This is what the media does. I'll be like, Amber Heard can't cry. And you'll be you'll be like, yeah, that's true. And then her own acting coach comes out and says, well, you know what? Amber can't cry when acting. And then the media is like, oh yeah, well, look at this. City the cringing. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. I mean, she's tearing it up. I don't know what you all are talking about. Thanks for the 5. When they lose, will AH's lawyers simply say, well, you can't polish a turd? That would be funny. Oh, no, you know what they'll say for real. They'll be like, this just proves the war against women is real. That'll be their kind of statement. That's what they'll do. Caution. Hey, what's up, Ben? How you doing, brother? Thanks for the 10. This is crazy. From OG Tug Thug. Watch the caution zone. And the video. Why? It's all Johnny's fault. Here, let me give you a wrench, Ben. Ben's been around since I started this channel, man. What's up, Ben Henderson? Check out his channel there. He has the caution zone. Ben Henderson. He has a video. Why it's all Johnny's fault. So you can check him out. 2012. Thanks for the 2. Tug, have you read the article? I DM'd you to pull up. I don't know. The reason I say that is because, I mean, I think I've been sent, I don't know how many articles I've been sent today. I looked through about 7 or 8 articles this morning, and this morning alone, that doesn't even count the videos last night. So I can't even remember. I do think it's funny that the media here, let me show you something. I want to expose something real quick. I want to expose the media just because, it's fun. So the media, I started to talk about this yesterday, and I think the judge came back is what happened. But give me 1 second. I'm looking for a document to go with it. Oh, having a new computer, boy. I mean, I like having a new computer. It works. But so here's an article. The media, first of all, is getting very desperate in their defense. But Vogue themselves, I think, deserve an extra call out. See, Vogue, I'll pull this up through the Daily Mail, actually. Daily Mail, ACLU Amber Heard letters. I'll just show you on them. I'm porting everything back over again, and it's taken a hot minute. But okay, the outlet itself. Forget the article for just a second. The outlet itself is what's important. Why? Because if you look, all right, when Amber Heard wrote her ACLU article, she named certain outlets, and one of those outlets that would be they said they had targeted outlets is what they noted. Okay, well, here's that letter, and I want you to notice one of the outlets here. Check it out right there. Target publications could include digital outlets like Teen Vogue. Vogue is part of that. So when Vogue is going to bat for Amber Heard, you have to question, is this really Vogue going to bat because somebody believes that there? Or is this another byline that's been bought? Because just like with the publication of the ACLU article, same thing. Well, thanks for the 5. Hey, from Saudi Arabia. Hey, props to you. I appreciate you, brother. Props back from Tennessee. Channel. Keep them mad by facts, indeed. Guess I appreciate you, man. BGB, thanks for 3. Who will do rebuttal? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I hope I can tell you who I hope does rebuttal. I hope it's Camille. She's good at it. Kathy Shepard, thanks for the buck. No statement. Plenty of statement backing. Thank you. 2012. Thanks for the 5. I bet $5 to Tug that if he reads police search by poopatrator. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I just saw that. He'll bust a gut laughing at the police. It's in his DMs now. I'll look at it in a minute. Just to see what's in there. The poopatrator. I did see that come through though. 50% of Twitter are bots. Well, that's what they keep telling. They've been on this warpath lately, complaining about bots again. It's the new go-to. Well, it's the old go-to, but also the new go-to. You also, I love like anybody that defends her. They have no idea about this case. They really don't understand the dynamic, nor do they care to, just to be honest. Like I saw this today, for example, talking about the most credible, talking about Josh Drew. All right. Check this. So this is what the I stand with sound like. Seeing Depp stands repeatedly say Josh was the most credible today. I want to know, after 3 extremely credible and sincere women, where were they at? Did I miss them between Wait, are you calling Io a woman? I'm confused. Are you saying, because you said after videos of, let's see, Elizabeth Mars? Are you talking about, you're not talking about the acting coach, are you? Because that was the fraudulentest crap I've ever seen. But what they don't understand, anyway, regardless of that, the judge called them credible. And that's a kind of a joke that people tell. The most credible witness, A-bomb, thanks for the 5. Hello from your neighbor in Kentucky. But hey, appreciate you there. Wonderful coverage. Thank you. Listen, I'm gonna get out my banjo. We can play it together. Down, 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 down. Where are you going, city boy? We're good to go. Justice for Johnny Depp, indeed. Barbara, thanks for the 5. Hypothesis: she's auditioning for Aquaman spin to Medusa. There you go. There you go. Sylvia, thanks for the super chat. Here's 5, but I pledge 100 indeed. Also, if she's indeed involved in witness intimidation, it's super bad. Well, there's investigation. So I just dropped a video this morning, and if you have not watched it, you need to. Why? Because it involves open FBI investigation into witness intimidation. Jennifer Howell yesterday posted videos of someone where they had broken into her home, but this isn't the first time that people have gone after Jennifer Howell in real life. In real life, not talking about mean words on the internet. We're talking about in real life. So I posted a video this morning about that because there's an open FBI investigation. Who would they be investigating? Like, when you think about that, who exactly? And it's not, listen to my words here. Open FBI investigation into witnesses being intimidated. There's a group of so the weirdos that work behind the scenes, Andy Signora, Popcorn Planet, he talked about this. I was on there with him, and I've talked about it separately too. There was a group of people that are in contact. They claim contact with Amber Heard's team. They're followed by her. She only follows 200 people online, on Twitter, but yet she follows this group of crazies. The behind the scenes, they dox, they do all kinds of stuff. One of the things that they did around UK 2020 that you can confirm is they started a campaign taking aim at Stephen Deuters. Prove it, factual. Well, leak screenshots of them doing it. So they've gone after witnesses in this case before. Damn straight. So it is a proven fact that, people that are associated with her, the little team herders, they're definitely involved. That's weird. Thanks for the 5. Saw today a feminist lawyer, Dr. Proud. Oh, she's so terrible. Wrote an article saying that JD is not only a domestic abuser, but an animal abuser as well. Eve Barlow tweeted this. Of course, she's just nasty. She's just nasty, man. That's all what you have to have. You have to have people out there that they protect their own interests. And their own interest is saying that males can't be abused. And it's disgusting. And people need to just destroy that because or more often than not, males, more often than not. You know why? You know why the stats are like they are? Because when a male comes out, they get treated like this. You know, we as a society have finally figured out that a woman, what she wears at night when she goes out, that doesn't give people license to do horrible things to a female. So if that's the case, then maybe on the other side of that, there would be issue as well. Just saying, just saying. There's a lot of people out there, though, that can't seem to get that through their brains, right? What time is it? All right. JoJo, thanks for the 10. Great coverage, Tuck. Hi from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Hey, appreciate you. Greetings from Tennessee. Zombie, thanks for the 5. Time to boycott media groups that protect and defend domestic abusers. Time to boycott the media, period. You know what? There's like a handful of media sources that are decent, but other than that, you might as well, like, we just need a reset button. If we could all agree on a giant reset button for companies like Warner Brothers, companies that do this kind of stuff. I mean, if we agreed on that and we actually went out and did that, then yeah, I mean, we would be powerful together with it, We would be absolutely powerful. It'd be beautiful. It would be beautiful. We could get so much done there. One second. I'm looking for so I noticed a few sources of that are covering the case. I noticed a few of them have screwed up and have set their case thing for the wrong time. So I'm looking for ones that have today. It's hilarious. Yep, Sky News set the wrong hour, for example. They set it for 9 o'clock. Whoopsie. Wrong time. You're off by an hour, my friends. They're going to be in for a rude awakening, Oh, well. I'm just making sure. I always pull up, like, multiple outlets to make sure that, like, if we have a problem or something, we can switch coverage on the drop of a dime, basically, And it's the only way we make sure we don't have problems, And even then, you can see you still get problems. It feels like there's always something, there's always some kind of weird issue that seems to pop up. Let's see. Here we are. I tell you, like, there we go. All right, let me get back to you. I'm sorry about that. Like I said, I try to make sure before we go. I try to eliminate as many problems as I can, but I can only do that. I can only do that while we're sitting here live, so it takes me a minute. Hey, Cyber Nation, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for that membership too, and welcome to Tug's Thugs. Rachel. Raquel, I'm sorry. Thanks for 10. Hey, Tug, I revoked my spanner. It caused me an issue yesterday. I didn't mean to deny anyone the chat. Speaking, I did. It happens every now and then. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry to the person it happened to. It happens every now and then. You just you can go back in and fix it. You can like if you mute somebody or something, it happens. It really does. Like it ain't a big deal. Like the mod sometimes a mod will accidentally they'll try to approve someone and they'll deny it or something. It's not a big deal. Just don't worry about it. You just fix it and go on. I mean, I do it as the show host, so just don't worry. Like, it's not a big deal at all. Thanks for the 10 there. AH is a liar for sure, but JD is guilty of anything besides substance abuse. I don't know if you watch this show. What do you think? Like when you've been watching it live, that's the kicker to it. You've seen it live. Do you think he's guilty of anything else? Because I mean, you're looking at it. I think that when you have these people saying that, the bruises are on the wrong side of the face, they identify the wrong things, their stories, they don't match up. You have to be like, yo, this seems very questionable, right? So Tim, thanks for the 449. Why has nobody mentioned the Hicksfield testimony? Rocky never mentioned the wrist incident with Kelly. Surely that cast doubt on AH's entire story. Yeah, that's a good point. I wonder how much impact the video has at all, because people that are in the courtroom are saying things like the jury are bored. They're bored from watching these people. That doesn't bode well for them at all. I mean, if the jury gets bored when they're watching you, they don't believe you. A bored jury, a laughing or a bored jury is not a hanging jury. So if they're aiming at the other people, if they're laughing with you, they're not a hanging jury. If they're bored with the other person, they're not a hanging jury. So that bodes decently well for you. Kathy, thanks for the 5. Snow tears for the Ice Queen. Indeed. That's why it really, that wasn't Photoshop. No way. Jack Traits, thanks for the 5. So AH's circle saw this supposed monster many times. Why isn't there any recording then? Because it never happened. And thank you for everything you do. Yeah, even more than that. So they all loved JD as long as JD would support their lifestyle, right? They all loved him. I mean, he was a great person, but when he stopped paying the bills, when he stopped taking them on vacations and he kicked them out of the clubhouse where they were living in, it's just like he isolated her. He isolated her by letting all of her friends live around her rent free while he paid for their trips and everything. Yeah. And he felt used after a while. Hey, welcome to the club. I would too. Alexis, thanks for the 2. I'm a DV survivor. My story has never changed. Exactly. You can recover certain memories out of that, certain items, sure. But the way that she does it, no way. Magnus, thanks for the 5. Unfortunately, I'm working this afternoon, so I'll have to play catch up. Hey, see you next time. Well, enjoy it. Just catch up with it. It's good. 2012, thanks for the 2. JD is starting a reset. Who's going to watch Pirate 6? Unless JD's on it, I'm sure there will be. It will be a phenomenal disaster. It will be something to watch because it'll be fun to watch the disaster. It's a girl, thanks for the 5. Tug, your deep husky voice is gone. Are you feeling all right? Yeah, my volume may be low as what. Okay. We are going live. Give me a second. The courtroom feed just went live, so I'm going to start setting it up. It is not live yet, but the courtroom feed went live. So there's a big difference in the courtroom feed going live and the trial going live, just a note. Okay. But I do like to tell you. We'll have it switched over in just a second. Ooh. Camille has become a fan favorite, like Camille. By the way, if you haven't checked, we have t-shirts. We have multiple t-shirts. We have one Camille as the Hulk. I thought that one was really funny. So if you want to back something, and again, profits to that, they go to charity. We, like JD, I'm from the Appalachians, and in the Appalachians, it is poor here. So yeah, when you get into that level of poverty, it's almost unreal, to be honest. So Ben Chu, like I said, Ben looks like he would be a nice guy. I want to kill her though. That's why I like Camille. I think Camille is vicious in a lot of ways. She knows what needs to happen. Hey, Chris Moore, thank you for Chris Moore, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. I don't think my voice sounds any different today, does it? It may be a little hoarser than normal. It may actually be deeper today in some ways, but Sarna, thanks for the 2. Anyone testify to getting or seeing ice on injury? No, we've never heard anybody ever say that they saw them put ice on it. Wendy, thanks for the 2 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Rachel Bowman, thanks for the 249 and my hero sticker. Thank you for that too. Let me kick up this volume a bit too. It's not volume. There's no volume yet, but I'm going to kick the volume up anyway before we get started. catching up. This is my voice. Thanks for the 20. I'm a man who is a victim of DV from a woman. This case has made me finally able to see it. I'm not perfect, but if I did to her what she's done to me, jail for life. Yes, there are many. That is a common experience that you see. I'd be happy to get an interview for your channel. I'm thinking about doing a get together, like to again. I'm thinking about how to do that because in my profession, that I'm not sure how I feel about profession on that because again, I don't when I talk about this stuff, I step out of a mental health practitioner background and I don't want to feel like I am manipulating survivors of something, I hope that makes sense. Caution zone. Hey, Ben, what's up? Thanks for the 5. You think AH is out 100%? Oh yeah. Well, they're talking about scrubbing her. First of all, she's out at Warner. I know that for a fact. I've been reporting that for a while. It's just the media is catching up with me. I love it. It's just like I reported a year. I reported about a year plus ago. I reported the FBI was involved in the Australia stuff when they were investigating the media. They called me a liar and all kinds of crazy stuff. And then 6 months after that, they did exclusive coverage where they covered what I told them 6 months before. Jillian, thanks for the 5 there. I super chatted this yesterday and didn't hear it. Read apologies if it was read and addressed. Your t-shirts come in fitted lady sizes or mate. I could add ladies t-shirts actually if I just add the classic tees, but I could do the ladies tee size. I could add them on if you're wanting that. So Jill, welcome. Thank you. Welcome for the thank you for the membership too, brother. And welcome to Tugs Thugs. Sorry about that. I messed it up for a minute there. Sea Dog, thanks for the buck there. No statement allowed with those kind of super chats, but plenty of statement. Look at her. She's like, she's trying to strategize. Elaine's like, but how do we work Amica cream into that strategy? I mean, how do we say that you slathered it all over your face? Zigzag, thanks for the 2. Popcorn. Sis said JD came up the stairs behind her. Yep. Sis is going to have some problems with rebuttal. The one thing, like I said yesterday, that really irritated me was no challenge whatsoever. It's not about rebuttal and challenging her story. It's about things like, again, animal abuse. You just certain fog. It surprised Elaine, the representative for Amber Heard yesterday, the way it went. So, Sea Dog, thanks for the buck. No statement, but again, plenty of statement in there. Thank you. Wally, thanks for the 5. Her injuries always on the right side. JD is right-handed. It's unlikely he hit her. That's very true. One of her friends is left-handed. Mad respect, Tug. Appreciate that. Yep. You're right. News by Nico, thanks for the 20. No statement attached to that, but plenty of statement and backing the channel. Thank you for your backing. Patricia Nolan. Hey, how's it going, Patricia? Thanks for the 50 there. And that super sticker stomping around like Godzilla. Again, there's no sound yet. We're waiting for them to get to business. They actually usually they don't usually have footage this early. So it's kind of interesting. Casey, thanks for the 2. Camille, girl crush hard. Indeed. I think they're boy crush, girl crushes, every crush. Celtic Warrior Poet, thanks for the 10. Tug, your 30-minute live coverage plus commentary of Turd, the cat lady destroyed by Camille, his new go-to video. Yeah, for it's so therapeutic to piss myself laughing. Yeah, if you want to see Camille, if you want to see Elaine like rage quit, I mean that was beautiful. Like that 20 to 30 minutes of video is amazing. I love that video, so I put it up there. Star Teller, thanks for the 5. AH's black eye injuries come from Botox injection for sure. They just need to pull her medical records. I would have hoped they would pull something like that, but they didn't talk about medical records. Actually, you know why? I'm sure because that might have cleared the way for her to bring in those ENT records that she was trying to talk about. Where she got destroyed on redirect. So that may be why they didn't bring that in, because they didn't bring in any medical records that way. Mighty Mouse, thanks for the 5. Great job, Tug. Also, I worked 17 years in EMS. I have seen what one good punch can do, never mind multiple rings. They need multiple medical experts. Yeah, I wear rings, and I've gotten in fights, when I was younger. Man, you talk about, like, you punch a person right in the face, like not even just the soft tissue damage, never mind the bones and anything else that you damage to. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. My mic is at 3. My mic is at 3 volume. Like if I go to 2, you can't hear me. So there's just I can't cut it anymore. I'll push it out away from me with there, but I can't cut it anymore. Like it doesn't. What the problem is we're having to magnify the sound of our broadcasts. So our broadcasts are coming up at 600%. It's the only way that we can actually cover any of this. The courtroom sound, like if you listen to people that don't magnify it, have you ever noticed, like on Twitter, you can't hear what's being said a lot of times? That's because the courtroom is so low. 2012, thanks for the 5. Want to know how a case is going? Watch timeline of AH entering the court. Yeah. She's now by herself alone. Indeed. Damn it. Give me a second. The court feed. I saw the court feed cut for a second. So I was like, wait a minute. It wasn't a court feed cut. The person that's controlling the all of our stuff comes through live feed, and they were probably wondering if the judge was there. Everyone stood up for a minute, so I thought the judge was on the bench. So I guess they're just checking their feed. Chris Moore, thanks for 10. AH is the only one who had in this relationship. That's all I need. The evidence I need. Indeed. Anybody who does that, that's gross and crazy. That is gross and crazy. They need to quit playing with the feeds. Oh, don't do this today. I wish we could, I hate it when they do this at the courtroom. What they're doing is they're turning on the arrival stuff from before, and that's fine, but it's so loud and it's one channel. This is my face. Thanks for the 2. Just keep it anonymous. No names for interviews. Yeah, it's not even that. I'll talk about that later on. Yeah, you can see her arriving, her terrible arriving. What's bad is they keep playing the same one. Like I said, this is the courthouse itself is footage, and it's ridiculous because I would be more entertained if they would play footage that was new. Carrie, thanks for the 149 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Annie, thanks for the 2. TMZ outside court asked Camille if she's dating Johnny. Of course they would. You know it. Of course they would. Jillian, thanks for the 2. Please add lady sizes. I want a Camille shirt. All right. I'll do that today sometime. Okay. And thanks for 10. Yes, please. T-shirts for women. All right. Yeah. I just put in classics, and I never think about adding the different types. I didn't really realize I could add so many different types. They have kid types and everything else. So. Fonz, thanks for the 5. Morning, Tug. Hope you're doing well, buddy. How do you think yesterday went for Depp? I think it went okay. I think there were a lot of missed opportunities, personally, though. I think letting Josh Drew do a 2009 interview that doesn't ask him about any of the brand new stuff, I think is absolute garbage. It's terrible. See, they're waiting on the reason that came on, by the way, is they're waiting for the judge to get there. The judge is still not on the stand, so nothing's been missed, just to say. Carol May White, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. I wish I could write the person that controls the interior, because they control live view. They switch around and be like, quit switching to the exterior thing with JD arriving, because that's old footage. That's from a week ago. Quit doing that. And it one channels the speakers. So if you have headphones on, it wrecks you as a headphone user. Nathan Jasper, thanks for the 5. Camille is setting up front today. Does that mean she's leading? That's a good question. Well, they've got a lot of videos again, I think. But on top of that, yeah, that may well mean that. I said I like Camille's style. I like out of JD's lawyers. What's happening? What just happened? Why is his lawyer team leaving? Hey, what's happening? Can somebody tell me what just happened? For real? Like, seriously, they just left. What does that mean? That was very bizarre. Now I'm glued to my screen because I'm wondering what the hell just happened there. Team meeting, I guess. They got a text. It was probably like, oh my God, you know what's happening today? Let's find out. Photographer taking pics of computer in front of Johnny. I don't know. Chamber meeting, maybe. I'm not sure. Something's happened though, for sure. I mean, they've got. There's a bunch of people moving out of the court too. Like, this is bizarre. Something's definitely going on. I wonder if they got a threat or something. No, I mean, you know, they got a threat, but everybody was like, Amber can stay. Lord. You know, they didn't take Amber though. So, I mean, again, they SWAT team go for her. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when you drop your poo, bad boys? Oh no. I mean, for real. It's strange. I mean, like I said, something's come up. There's a meeting or some sidebar. I'm not sure what's going on, but we'll find out. We'll find out soon enough. You know, we'll find out soon enough. I'm gonna do something real quick while we're sitting here talking. I just noticed I always leave the conversation up until I notice Count Botula start rolling around, and I noticed a couple of the wee bots rolling up. You know, the ones that put in the prawn codes and stuff. You know, and so I'm going to set it. All you got to do is be a subscriber for 1 minute to comment. So that shouldn't even slow us down, okay? But it's just something I've got to do there. Like I said, you know something's different because Heard hasn't left or moved. So it does make me wonder. Do you know why they left? No, nobody does. Everybody got up and walked out. That was really strange. And again, it was only one side. So JD's team, I was like, what is that? Organized boycott? I wonder if it's some kind of chicanery from her team again. You know, the last time we saw some craziness before, that was them trying to get a witness kicked out. So I wonder what they're trying to do here, because you know what? Like, this is the only way that she can try to make a dent in this case anymore is by trying to do damages. So it makes you wonder. Jury's running late. Is that what it is? Apparently a missing juror? Is that all right? In your best opinion, why did they cut Josh speaking about Amber's affair? Because it's hearsay. I mean, honestly, it's hearsay. That's why. Let me catch a few more super chats. Let's talk. Yeah. I know I'll miss a few. I'm gonna have to pick up right around. Let me pick up here. Okay. Biker's wife, thanks. Day 19. Thanks, Tug, for your continued hard work on this. Men can be victims too. Yes, Me Too is supposed to be about everyone. You know, it's me too, not it's me as a woman too, or me as a man too. It's supposed to be about everyone. Gloria Lewis, thanks for the 10 there. Addicted to channel in the trial. I know it's addictive. It is addictive. Justice for Johnny. I'm a DV survivor. A woman fearful for her life would not taunt her abuser. Exactly. I got another new audio that I'm going to drop about 6. It's going to be like a 20-minute audio clip if YouTube will actually approve the damn thing and let me get it through. But yeah. Yeah, jurors running late. So we got a new start time at, did you say at 8:30? Heck, okay. So is that okay? So they're gonna delay by 20 minutes for a new start time. That's good. We can talk for a few minutes and goof off, do what we want. And I actually don't mind that, because there's a lot to talk about from yesterday while we wait. And again, if the juror shows up, so we had a late juror. I was just like, why the hell are they evacuating? And why did Johnny's team leave? It was kind of, maybe they went somewhere where they could talk without people all over them too. Cop Jep, thanks for the, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the 449 there. Maybe AH had somebody kidnap the jury and cover them in amica cream. That's what she did. She was like, I don't know about buttering your biscuit, but I'm going to butter you with, what's the deal with the bee? So when Amber Heard was on the stand, she said, she was going through Hicksville, where she supposedly had him lead her, do a cavity check, let's just say, right? But her next day she was like, and my dog stepped on a bee, so people thought that was really funny, because I mean, of all things, yeah, you mean to tell me some dude like did a cavity check on you, and yet you were worried about a dog? You were worried about the dog stepping on the bee. I got you. Man, look, Satan has left the building. The bailiff looked like, ugh. He was like, I'm glad I got my amica on, so her breath didn't stick to me. Christian J, thanks for the super chat there. Amber looks like Marvel's Red Skull with his cheek implants. Who wore it better, the Red Skull or her? Let's find out. Let's see, Red Skull. Let me pull up a picture there. So I'm going to leave that to you as a chat. That's actually a very good question about who wore their cheek implants better. So you have to think. I want you to picture her for a second, and I want you to tell me who wore their cheek implants better. Was it her, or was it the Red Skull? Go on 1 second. I mean, really. Oh, he's got the same kind. Look at that. Oh, look, they got the same barber too. That's pretty funny. The Red Skull who wore it better. So they've kicked it. If you get in here, like they kicked the trial back for there's a juror not accounted for yet, so we got a 15-minute delay. They're starting. The judge wanted to start early, an hour early, and then a juror's missing. So, it's a Lincoln. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome, Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that. Also, Little Red, the fam. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. And welcome to Tugs Thugs. That poor Red Skull, man. He never did anything wrong. Yeah. A little genocide, whatever. Yeah, as far as the let's go ahead and lock in on the clock. I mean, what they're doing is they're showing the clock here, but let's lock it in anyway. So let's talk a little bit about yesterday too. Hey, Matt, what's up? Matt Rainwater, thanks for that 50 as well. Howdy, my brother. Good morning, everyone. Hit that like button, share, and let everyone know we are live. That is true. Let everyone know that we're live. YouTube does bury this channel. They love to do it. And despite that, all you wonderful people still find us. So thank you. But let everyone know we're out here. YouTube buries us. Was yesterday a strategic move since people didn't really witness anything? I think they could have went way harder on Whitney. Well, what they'll do is they'll probably, I'm going to say, yes, they're going to. Okay. I'm not going to go with probably. I know a lot of people are speculating about that. The plan, as far as I understand it, is to have Jennifer Howell as a rebuttal witness. The thing is, though, even with Jennifer Howell as a rebuttal witness, they left things up for grabs, if you know what I mean. Like they didn't answer, again, dog abuse, for example. Like that, to me, animal abuse, people care more about their animals these days than they care about most humans, I mean, let's just be honest. Hey, Humblebee, thanks for the 10. Appreciate your content. Any word if she fired her PR team? I think they fired the new PR guy. We haven't seen him anymore. I think he's fired. I think he's gone, As I am. Thanks for the 2. Did you see the email I sent? Jury being discussed. What do you mean the jury being discussed? What does that mean? Let me say that. That's messed up. So here's something wonderful and new. So somebody has approached someone around me and offered them a significant amount of money for my address. I wonder, are they trying to pull the old swatty swat? Are they trying something else? They want to serve yours truly? Huh, you got to wonder, right? That's interesting. There's always something crazy, though. People trying to find my address again. I swear. Vicky Sharp, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Is that clock wrong? Yeah, it's at a courtroom, so they can't afford batteries. That's the problem. Justice, they can't even afford AA batteries. What's up? Stephanie, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that. AS, thanks for the 5 there. Today, jury questions, objections, etc. were due for the judge to review at 8 to 9. I thought they already have your address. Yeah, but you know what? That makes you wonder who exactly is doing it, doesn't it? It's not like you can't look up everybody and their mother and find their address. I mean, it's not that hard. Come on. Miranda Ford, thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs, too. Patrick, I will personally arm your house with motion sensor fireworks. That's funny. They just need your real name to go. I was doxxed in 2019. It's not like my name's not out there. You know, there are pictures of me floating around, everything else. I don't like, I like covering stuff like this, but, you know. Has Amber lost juror 1? Little Red the Fam, thanks for the 2 there. The clock is correct. It's 9:18 here. I'm showing 9:18 right now. Karen, thanks for the 10 there. Can we all hold signs saying I'm not a bot? And I believe JD. I am not a bot. John True, thanks for the 10. Did you already cover that Rocky said in her picture was taken right after the December 15th incident, but the calendar on the fridge says January? Yeah. I brought that up. And not only that, but you also you have changing outfits in there. I mean, you have so many problems. The metadata too. The metadata is so jacked up, you know. Valerie, thanks for the 5 there. This reminds me of Jodi Arias' case. Thankfully, Johnny survived the ordeal, unlike poor Travis, R.I.P. Great job, Tug. Thank you. Ted Butler, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. And then, thanks for the 5. One jury member removed his hearing aid yesterday. Most, if not all. Yeah, I heard that. I read that. I can't remember what his name is on Twitter, but he was talking about it. I mean, you know, when a person removes their hearing aid, whoo, that's not good at all. Everson, thanks for the 10. Let's not forget Rihanna's face after Chris Brown. That's very true. AH claims so much worse, but look. It looks nothing like Rihanna did after all. I mean, that's very true. Like when you look at that, it's like, oh my God, what the heck? Just subbed. Has Amber learned to cry yet? Yes, actually. Do you want me to show you proof? So since there are so many of them out there, y'all are a bunch of monsters. I'm gonna show you some real proof here. I'm gonna show you. You brace yourself for it, okay? because I'm going to show you some proof, and you all are just going to feel shameful, very, very shameful. Give me 1 second. So I want to tell you all, look, here is undeniable proof that Amber cried. Look at that. I mean, she cried an ocean on the stand. Like, don't you feel bad now? You feel like a monster, don't you? God. That's why you need an umbrella. That's why you need to watch it on this channel, because the only way you're safe from that many tears is to actually use an umbrella, you know? Yep. I don't want any of you drowning. That's why you need to stand under the umbrella with me. Lady Libra, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. And welcome to Tugs Thugs. Oh, my Lord. Thanks for the 5 there. That's what she looked like while dropping that dirt on the bed. She's like, I'm baking brownies. You're like, you ain't baking brownies. That's what she meant by she actually knows how to cook. She was like, I used to cook for Johnny all the time. Johnny was like, you never cook for me. And she was like, what do you mean? I baked you brownies on my birthday. I left you a big helping of them in the bed. It's like, oh, gross. Oh, my God. Help us all. Yeah, I love your show. How do you come up with your channel name? My channel name? Okay, this is funny. So I had another name, and I don't remember what it was back when, right? And I used to just, I would put product reviews on Amazon, and I noticed people were using them fraudulently, right? They would take them and they would use them to relink them to fraudulent stuff. So I added those to YouTube as well. So if somebody came in and they made 100% fraudulent thing using my video, I could make them remove it, because I don't want people using my stuff for fraud. That's one of the reasons I don't review products anymore. I used to enjoy it, but it became so ridiculous. But anyway, so I have a tattoo on my hand, a little umbrella, right? And somebody, you get trolls all the time. Well, there's one troll that would be like, oh my God, I can't stand this. That's that umbrella guy again. So I was like, so I named the channel. I was like, yeah, I'll show you. That umbrella guy will always be on here. So that's how it didn't have some cool. It was just you trolling somebody. It stuck. I like the name, and bam, we're here. I'd like to tell you there was some thought into it, but it was about trolling somebody. Miss Cookie, welcome. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Jacob, thanks for the 20. I love how yesterday, if I missed your super chat when it came in, it's just I hit them as they come in where they're moving, and I will get them in the broadcast, obviously, like I always do, but I just I hit them as I can. I love yesterday how it was put out there that AH never went on without makeup, some form of makeup. All the pictures out there of her with no makeup. How do they explain those pictures with no makeup? Well, they don't explain proof, they're like, proof. What's that? Actually, what was interesting, they also said that she never let anyone see her, without makeup on while getting ready and stuff. And yet, so they're coming back in here. And yet we hear from her stylist that she regularly would get dressed in front of people while without makeup, and obviously while nude. So I thought that was funny. Adam Nukes too. Thanks for the 20. No statement attached, but plenty of statement in back. And thank you. Johnny looks happy. Johnny, what's up, Johnny? What's that? Miller's Dream. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Beat Style. Thank you for the 5. An ocean of tears. Good thing I love the ocean, right? Exactly. Be careful. Amy, thanks for the 10. Maybe this should start a He Too movement. I saw that. You know what though? You've had those nasty people that want to do damage. They've been using this this term a lot. You know, sympathy. They've been using this term called himpathy. Oh, it's sympathy for him. It's so gross. So gross. Lexus Smith, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. And welcome to Tugs Thugs as well. Appreciate you there. I mean, really, you would hope that, hey, is that Doug Academy? Thank you for the $5 super chat. No statement attached, but plenty of statement in the backing. Thank you. Who is Debbie that Whitney mentioned was with her when JD ran up the stairs? That would have been Debbie Lloyd. They were talking about one of the nurses. You know, that was a statement about one of the nurses because we know a nurse was there. They have to mix. Oh, come on, give us sound. What are they saying? What's he saying? Hey, somebody look on YouTube and or not YouTube, Twitter for one of the people that's around. I bet they're telling you that they're getting ready to convene in a minute. There was a delay. Tamara, thanks for the 20. Thank you for all your work you have done and continue to do. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Kyle, thanks for the buck. No statement attached to that, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Nick, thanks for the 5. Your honest opinion on AH losing the case. It's an uphill battle. It always is. It just depends on how the jury sees it. I think they've met their burden, their standard. But again, it's not me. That's my honest opinion. I'm not. I was saying this yesterday. I was asked by somebody about whether or not I'm a half glass empty or a half glass full kind of person. Me, there's water in the glass, maybe I need a drink. It is what it is, so I don't want to sound pessimistic or optimistic in that. I mean, it's all up to them. Jury has to be the same opinion. And are there still more witnesses for even though will it matter? I'm hoping that there's enough there. I mean, the video depots and stuff, they don't do a lot of impact, I don't think. ACS, thanks for the 5. When she said the island manager interrupted them as Johnny was bashing her face in, not saved her life. Yeah, Tara Roberts, she threw her under the bus saying that she wouldn't help. That's interesting, isn't it? Ragnus son, thanks for the buck and the drooling face. Oh, love it. Hey, said, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Brooke, thanks for the 5. Love your channel. I wish I found you sooner. Watching Amica Turd try not to crack and reveal the actual monster is fascinating. It is, isn't it? It is. We've been covering this stuff too I'm glad people have found it. We've been covering this for about, since before the UK trial. I find it like, again, this is probably the biggest case that you're going to see involving this type of thing. And everyone needs to know. But when the more material kept coming out, it was like, this is bombshell revelation. D. Higgins, thanks for the 10 there. Thank you for your coverage. Hey, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Chicken Permission. I like that name, like I say. Thanks for the 10. Amber has definitely lost the public, and she will use it to further victimize herself, regardless if she wins the case. That is true. That is true. The public are monsters. Remember, everything that we do, we're monsters. That we just don't appreciate the fact that the plight of people dealing with unfortunate circumstances like DV. Even though many of you have been in those circumstances, like that's one of the more profound things about this too. And the media never asks. They want to ask things like, I get hit up by the media asking me, why do I want to cover this? And my answer is, imagine what finger I'm holding up. I'm not drinking fancy tea, so I'm not holding that finger up. I'm not pointing at you. I'm not giving you the thumbs up, and we're not getting married. So can you know that that's my answer? The birdies have flown, but they don't.
Good morning, Judy.
They don't ask survivors though.
Apologize. We had a delayed juror, but now we have all the jury, so we're good to go. All right. Do we have preliminary matters?
All right.
Sure.
Let me kick up their volume a little bit more. They have preliminary matters, of course, so they had a delayed juror, so that's no big deal. He said, thank you for the 20. Love your channel. Keep doing what your thing. You rock. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. D. Higgins, thanks. Oh, I caught you there, but D, I still appreciate that. Even if I catch somebody again, I just want to say that again. Karen, thanks for the 5. I've been following you since 2019. Been following JD and Turd since they got together. I knew from the start there was something wrong with her. Yeah, I mean, there were people definitely there way before me. You know, like I said, Incredibly Average really put me on this. It set my, you know, it set my outlook on this correct. Because I mean, it's easy to overlook. Like these kind of cases, to me, they matter. Not just forget celebrity, forget all of that stuff. At the end of the day, if we are going to back people, we're going to say that they need help in the public, and survivors do need help. They do need empathy. But if we're going to back that, man, we can't create more victims. Like we're further victimizing Depp if we with the Listen and Believe. Listen and Believe victimized the man. I mean, think about that. It's crazy. Adam Nukes 2, thanks for the 5. The Optimist says the glass half full. The Engineer says the glass is twice the size it needs to be. Indeed. Indeed. Hey. Amber Heard just smacks you with the glass. She's like, psh. You're like, oh, don't hit me, Amber. She's crazy, man. I mean, she is crazy. Like, can you imagine, like, the level of insanity that has to go on for that kind of stuff? Mr. Binchu. I wonder what they're talking about here. You notice, like, everyone boxes out Elaine, the crazy cat lady. They box her out. Nobody likes her. Her own team. Like, she's all the way to the outside. She's probably the most knowledgeable person on this case as far as players and everything else for AH's team. But they can't stand her. I mean, they box her out. I love it. I love it. I mean, you could see it. It's a strange apathy toward her. Again, they treat her like the unwanted lawyer stepchild, you know. Stella, thanks for the 10 there. They should really look into the dates of cosmetic procedures done by face, Botox, brow lift, cheek implants, jaw procedure, rhinoplasty, etc. Definitely read or trust. Yeah, they should look into them, and I'm sure they got medical records. What I think happened is this. Honestly, this is my guess, but what I think happened. You notice they tried to put in the ear, nose, and throat information, and they just destroyed her on redirect trying to do that. I imagine that they kept that to a minimum so they wouldn't allow them to put in anything. Like they can't bring it up if if you lay certain groundworks. Like you could keep them from playing that game. And they kept the discussion to a very minimal, like for medical records. Shell S, thanks for the 10. No statement. Plenty of statement with the backing. Thank you. I mean, I do. I think that's what it was. That's why you didn't get a bunch of Botox discussions, though. I think that's why they kept them out. Lauren Hill, thanks for the 20 there. Appreciate that. Someone commented that AH reminded them of Jack Nicholson in The Shining. Where's Johnny? Yeah, I could see her. Like, he hides behind doors, just like we saw when you were trying to get away from Jack Nicholson. You can see Amber Heard she's like, let me in the door. He's like, I'm just trying to sleep here. She is a devil, man. She's a devil. Fire Sky, thanks for the 5. I hope JD can find someone who can truly help him and care about him. Indeed, I hope so as well. Anita Stout, thanks for the 5. Do you think any famous people will date Amber after this? Yeah, probably. There'll always be a clout seeker. I think people will be careful though. I hope. If they do, man, you're juggling dynamite, Michelle, thanks for the 10. Tug, you can briefly see Amber's face when she enters the elevator Zoom in, no injuries. Actually, there are cleared up pictures of her face too. If you look online, you'll find where they have been digitally enhanced. Somebody needs to go in and digitally enhance that a little bit better. On the day with the James Franco stuff, digitally enhance it more. Collector Pro Gamer, thanks for 5. Hulk isn't sexy. Please make me a Captain Marvel. Camilla shirt in black. Thanks from Austria. Now the reason for the Camilla shirt as the She-Hulk is because She-Hulk is an attorney. They just dropped the She-Hulk trailer too. So she's the Hulk there. Because again, the real She-Hulk, it isn't a Marvel thing. The real She-Hulk we saw, the real hero, bam. That's the whole play on that. That's why we used She-Hulk, because like I said, she is an attorney. If you look up the new trailer or the new teaser posters, it'll be like She-Hulk attorney but the real She-Hulk, bam, we saw her destroy it. She did a Hulk smash. Regina, thanks for the 10. Hey, Tuck, have you heard anything about how AH screwed up in her testimony? I kept hitting myself. I saw that. I thought that was funny. In regards to her injury to her temple, I messaged you on Instagram. Yeah, I'm terrible at, if you message me on Instagram, I apologize. I'm so terrible at checking that stuff. So apologies. Nicole, thanks for the 5. When she tried to say she had scarred her nose tissue, I go to see if cocaine. Yes, it does. It does indeed. That's why people have nosebleeds and everything else, because it thins the lining and it causes scar tissue.
Are we ready for the jury then?
All right. Better sound today.
Okay.
Ball, yeah, I like that. Thanks for the 5. What do you think of Manson's assistant's interview about the infamous dinner? Yeah, I thought that was interesting. I watched that. I watched it again last night. I'd seen it before. This is my voice. Thanks for 2. Where do we find your email? My email is granularheaven@gmail.com. GRANULARHEAVEN@gmail.com. Why? I don't remember. But that's it. Thanks for the 5. This is reminiscent of a 60-minute episode where a man was falsely accused by his fiance and he lost his house he built. She derailed his life. Yep. You see it all too often. All too often. Gal Pal Val. What's up, Gal Pal? Thanks for the 20. Interested in the FBI story and how it'll pan out. Great coverage. Thanks.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm going to stop
Your
here.
next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Bruce Witkin, and it's by deposition designation.
All right,
Bruce
who's first?
Witkin.
I think we are.
I don't know who
asked.
Bruce
who's first?
Witkin
All right,
is.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's right.
Will counsel please?
Oh, he's a record
stipulate that
producer,
before
right?
formally swearing in the witness, the reporter will instead ask the witness to acknowledge that their testimony will be true under the penalties of perjury, that counsel will not object to the admissibility of the transcript based on proceeding this way, and that the witness has verified that he is in fact Bruce Witkin.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Chu?
So agreed.
And could you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
Bruce Witkin, California, 91607.
And how did you meet Mr. Depp?
He joined the band that I was in Florida.
And did Depp ever become family?
To me, yeah,
Who was the first person that Depp married?
my sister-in-law, Lori Ann Allison. Yes,
Okay. And was that around the time?
it's right when we moved out here in 1984.
So how long have you known Mr. Depp? How many years?
It's got to be over 40, maybe from 82 to now.
And would you consider yourself friends with Mr. Depp?
We were until about 4 years ago. Yeah,
Okay. And before 4 years ago, were you close friends?
yeah, I would consider him my best friend. Yeah,
Was he like a brother to you before 4 years ago?
I mean, yeah, we were brothers. You would call me a brother, I'd call him a brother. Yeah, we had a lot in common.
Is it fair to say that he was like family before 4 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, he was friends with my mom. My mom loved him. I mean, yeah, we were as close as you can get.
And do you agree to tell the truth today, regardless of your close past friendship with Mr. Depp?
I tell the truth either way. Yes.
From about 2011 until 2016, how often do you think that you would, how often do you estimate that you would have communicated with Mr. Depp?
A lot. We were working a lot of music together. We did a film together. Well, he did the film. I just helped record some stuff. A lot of time between that era. But him and I spent a lot of time from around 2001 till 2015. You know,
Based on your personal observations from 2011 to 2016, did Mr. Depp ever abuse illicit drugs?
yeah, I mean, I think that abuse is the wrong word, but, you know, I think that, yeah, it was going on. You know, it wasn't like crazy rock and roll house. No, it was just, yeah. But I wouldn't call it abuse.
What word would you use instead of abuse?
Getting high.
What? Oh,
Getting high.
okay. Getting high on cocaine?
Yeah, once in a while, if I saw it, you know. I mean, I've handful of times I saw it. I don't think he liked to do it in front of me.
Did you ever observe forgetfulness in Mr. Depp after he'd been drinking or using substances?
Forgetfulness, no. I think that he's got a pretty good memory, but, you know, my personal experience with him, no.
Did Mr. Depp's drugs or alcohol ever impact the band when you were bandmates or its music performances?
We were all young. No, we were kids. We all did bad stuff then.
Are you aware of Mr. Depp achieving any period of sobriety during the years that you've known him?
Yeah,
And when was that?
it's hard for me to, I mean, it was right around, we'd have to look it up, when he did Lone Ranger. He seemed really kind of focused and wasn't drinking. I went to visit him, I believe it was New Mexico. Amber was there. Everything was like different. You know, he was proud of it. He wasn't drinking. And I think he was smoking a little weed, but that was it.
And do you remember about what year that was?
Feeling it's 2013, but I'd have to look to see when Lone Ranger was.
Is there a time that you believe that Mr. Depp needed help with substance abuse?
As a friend, yeah.
And do you know who Dr. Kipper is?
Oh, yeah.
And what do you know about Dr. Kipper in relation to Mr. Depp?
I don't have a strong opinion of Dr. Kipper, but I'll be honest as I can. He was a doctor brought on, I believe, to help him get sober. He was a sober doctor. And I believe he had a nurse with Johnny and a nurse with Amber at the time. I thought it was a scam. I thought it was a complete ripoff. But that's just me.
Please bring up Exhibit 3. Okay, does this look like a true and accurate copy of this exchange?
Yeah.
And regarding the lines, I'm real worried about him and this Dr. Kipper. What did you mean by that?
Like I said, I didn't trust this guy.
And were you ever worried about Mr. Depp's health?
Yeah, I mean, I would be, you know. I love the guy. You know? I didn't know what he was taking, but they just both seemed like zombies.
And why were you concerned?
Just because I saw how he looked and know what he's going through, and so yeah, I was concerned, but couldn't get back in there to try and help.
Were you nervous for him in relation to drugs and alcohol?
Yes.
So you did have some health concerns or not?
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, we're not as young as we used to be, and there was a part during that time that he was hitting it pretty hard. You can tell, and I just didn't want anything to happen to him.
And those concerns related to Mr. Depp's health
Yeah,
and they related to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use.
yes.
Back to Kipper for a moment. Do you know if when Dr. Kipper prescribed drugs, would Mr. Depp also take anything else besides that? For example, would Mr. Depp drink alcohol or use other drugs in addition to prescription drugs during 2011 to 2016?
The answer would be yes. It just seemed odd to me that there was weed and
I turned on the captions. Sorry about that.
wine and a soberness. Didn't make sense to me.
And has Amber been nice to you since you've met her?
Amber was always very nice to me, yes.
And would you consider Mr. Depp to be a romantic person?
Yeah, I think so.
And why do you say that?
Just by the way I've seen him act,
And have you noticed a certain intensity of Mr. Depp's relationships?
Yes.
And have you ever observed Mr. Depp exhibit any jealousy when he's been in a relationship?
Yes.
And do you remember when?
I go all the way back to my sister-in-law. I mean, you can definitely have a jealous streak in him.
Can you remember any specific examples?
When he was younger, he was jealous of Nick Cage or jealous of Adam Ant because my sister-in-law knew them.
And besides that initial time period, did he ever tell you about any jealousy with any other women or any other times?
Yeah. He brought up a few with Vanessa, which were ridiculous. A lot of it was in his head and not in reality. You know what I mean?
And what about with Amber? Did you ever encounter any talk from JD of jealousy with respect to Amber?
Yeah, there were a couple mentions if she was doing a movie with some guy or stuff like that.
In terms of jealousy, would anything make Mr. Depp more bothered or less bothered?
Like I said, it would if she was on a film or doing something that he couldn't be around it to see what was going on. I think he'd work himself up.
Can we please bring up Exhibit 6? And the very top line, if you can see that, Mr. Witkin.
Hey, this is at Mac. This is at 600% boosted volume, by the way. That's why my mic gets loud. I'm at 3% volume.
And him or Mr. Depp is in the from column.
Right.
It's dated February 4th, 2014. Did Mr. Depp ever tell you that he had a big fight with Amber at any time?
He would mention when shit was rough, yeah. They were having issues, yeah, he would mention it.
Do you have any personal knowledge of observing Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson together?
Yeah, but you can't blame somebody's drug abuse on somebody else. But yeah, him and Manson would hit it pretty hard as well.
And they would, if I hit it hard, they would do.
Manson
They would
again,
drink,
huh?
Smoke weed. I don't know if I ever saw Manson do blow, but I would assume that he did. He's done everything else.
Okay, but you would see them drink together.
Yeah. I worked with them both on a few things, so.
Let's go to Exhibit 8, please.
Yeah.
We can see that it's the same date. It's February 3rd, 2014. Text exchange between you and Amber. And do you have
I have a vague memory of him hanging at Manson's house for a couple of days.
do you know what kind of professional help more specifically?
I mean, yeah, to kind of clean up. I mean, he tried to clean up a couple times, and he did. I think he needed that, and he needed therapy. You know, and I recommended that to him. He did it a little bit, but then he stopped. Because from my experience, it's deep-rooted issues that he's dealing with. It has nothing to do with that. That's my opinion.
Okay. So you were referring to two types of professional help there. One was therapy and one was cleaning up for drugs. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Could we please bring up Exhibit 9? So this is actually a continuation of that same date exchange from February 3rd, 2014. And I'll give you a minute to read it. They're text between you and Amber.
Right.
Do you think that you were going over there out of concern?
I mean, obviously, she was concerned, so I was concerned, and you know, going to Manson's would have been interesting because I don't know if he would have left. But I was trying to get there. I know it looks like I was trying to get through the Manson or find out where they were.
Okay. Can we pull up Exhibit 10, please? Do you remember this exchange as sort of part of a continuation of the last exchange?
Yeah, probably what I was doing is reaching out to the assistants to see where the fuck he was and how he was. Because obviously I didn't get any real answers.
Can I please bring up Exhibit 12? It's April 28th of 2016.
Okay.
How often were you around Mr. Depp at this time in April of 2016?
Probably a bit, depending on if we were rehearsing or recording. And my dates are a little squirrely, but
And
yeah,
do you have any?
probably a bit.
Do you have any memories of at this time of Mr. Depp getting high or drunk?
I mean, drinking while we were working, yeah, smoking weed. Yeah.
So I think your prior testimony was that you've not observed arguments between Mr. Depp and Amber. Is that correct, or is that wrong?
I've never seen them physically abuse each other. No.
And did you say this was at 3 a.m. when you called?
It was late. I can't exactly, but it was later than I imagined that I'd get a call. So I thought it was, something bad. So yeah, it went down.
So Stephen called at around 3 a.m. And then you went down, and your understanding, you went down after that call?
Yeah.
And what was your understanding of the reason you were called?
Yeah, that it was just crazy arguing and stuff going on down there, and for some reason he thought I could help.
What was crazy about it?
Right. I mean, I think what was crazy to me is that's the first time that ever happened. The first time Stephen ever called me for help like that. Usually it's just to come and record or go do this or go do that, but for some reason he wanted me to come.
And when Steve had called you, did he make any references to anything being thrown around?
That I don't remember. It was almost like shit's going crazy down here. Can you come?
Did he say that he wanted you to come urgently?
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there?
My house downtown at 3 a.m, maybe 20 minutes.
Did you ever talk to Amber when you went over that morning?
Not really. It was just a lot of walking around and people going in and out of the bedroom. I don't remember if people were crying. I don't remember any of that stuff. It was just like a blur to me. I don't remember if I talked to her. I'm sure I probably said everything's gonna be all right. By the time I got there, you can tell there was a vibe in the house, but there's nothing I could witness.
What was the vibe in the house?
Yeah, just people, a little bit of an edge. And look, I got called down there at 3 a.m, and there's the mom up. I mean, it was obviously, to me, something went down, but I didn't see anything.
And if we could pull up Exhibit 13, please. And do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yep.
Who is it?
Amber Heard.
This picture is ALH, in case you can't see the base number, 7101. It's dated March 23rd, 2013. Mr. Witkin, you mentioned previously that you had seen bruises on Amber's upper arm.
Yeah,
Is it-
one time, yes.
One time. Does this look like the bruise you saw on Amber's upper arm? Mr. Witkin, what did the bruise that you saw on Amber look like?
I mean, it looked similar to that, but it didn't look like it looked like a grab, not a punch. Like just somebody grabbed her arm.
And do you remember what year or time frame that bruise that you saw was?
I'd have to go through the dates. We were working on a Keith Richards documentary, and Johnny and her showed up to the studio, and I just had noticed it on her arm.
And
But I don't know if it's the same date or not.
did the bruise look like this bruise?
It's in the same vicinity. I don't know if that's the one.
Can you tell me more specifics about that bruise? What did it look like?
Like I said, it just looked like she was grabbed. That's all. That's what it seemed to be. Finger marks.
And did you ever talk to Amber about that bruise?
No.
And when did you see Mr. Depp with a fat lip?
Late. I'm thinking it's sometime in either 2015 or 16 during rehearsal.
Could have been can you be more precise of a month? Do you think it could have been in the spring of 2015?
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, we toured spring to summer, so yeah, maybe it's the spring of 15 or 16. I think it was 16. I think. But we did do other rehearsals for other spot gigs, so I could be off by a year.
If we could bring up Exhibit 15, please. If you look at the first text, Mr. Witkin, it's from Mr. Depp. It says, "I'm good, just got a fucked finger."
Right.
And the second text,
That's from dudes. Yeah.
and do you remember what you would have been concerned about?
Just the fact that somehow his finger got cut off, and he's got doctors around him that are supposed to be making him sober, and everything's supposed to be better, and it wasn't.
Did Mr. Depp ever talk to you about that, about sobering up?
A little bit. He just said, AA wasn't his cup of tea. Didn't believe in a higher power.
He didn't believe sobering up was his cup of tea?
Well, he just didn't believe in a higher power. If he was going to do it, he'd do it his own way.
Do you remember any specific incidents of anger with Amber?
I mean, he would talk about frustrations or whatever, and we would try and talk through it, but it wasn't as much anger as it was like confusion and sadness and why is this not working? But no, he would never, very rarely would it be a specific reason why.
And did you notice any increase or decrease in Mr. Depp's anger when he was drinking or on drugs?
I didn't notice much of a difference,
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with other bandmates?
Yes,
Did you ever see Mr. Depp doing drugs with Joe Perry?
yes,
And what types of drugs did you see them do?
they were doing cocaine.
And how do you know they were doing cocaine?
Because I was in the room.
And around what time was that?
It was pretty late.
What year?
It had to be 2016 because that's when we were on the road.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp do cocaine before 2016?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably 2014 was the first time I saw him do it, because I was quite surprised, because when we were kids, he hated this stuff. But then after that, when I kind of said, why are you doing this? He kind of hid it from me for a long time until, I believe, in 2016.
And do you have any recollection of steps Mr. Depp took in December 2015 to try to assist in decreasing spending?
I don't know all the details about it. There was obviously another lawsuit with that whole thing. But I do know leading up to that time, he needed to slow down on spending. I heard about that.
Did Mr. Depp tell you about that?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Time. Just something about the business manager and, you know, been spending too much and I need to slow down or do more movies or whatever.
Have you been involved in Mr. Depp's any of Mr. Depp's prior lawsuits?
Yes, I have. I was part of the first one against the management group, and then I was deposed in the lawsuit with his lawyer, Jake Bloom.
Did you testify? Do you remember testifying about drug and alcohol use in that by Mr. Depp in that deposition?
Yes.
And what was that about?
I was at Johnny's house. Things were going good. We were hanging out, talking. And I guess Waldman came in and Johnny introduced me. And I just remember Waldman saying, hey, nice to meet you. And Johnny had told Waldman that I was part of Unison Music, which was named in the lawsuit. And if they needed any paperwork from me, that I had all my paperwork and tax returns. And Waldman turned right at me, looked me in the eye, and just said, you got any shit on the Mandels? And I said, no. That was it. That's the last time I saw him.
And you also testified in the Bloom case, is that right?
Yeah.
Did you testify to Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol use in that testimony?
I believe I did.
How did Mr. Depp respond to your testimony?
Not happy.
Not happy. And what's your relationship with Mr. Depp now? What happened in the last 4 years?
Honestly, I don't know. Somehow I started to feel a distance end of 2017. We had a gig and I saw him, but he was really kind of distant and kind of fucked up. And it's like he wrote me this weird text saying I stabbed him in the back and bad-mouthed him. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he wouldn't explain it. And pretty much I haven't seen him since 2018. Didn't even get to have the whole bro argument. Just cut off. Can't get through to him. No return text. No nothing. No email. My daughter even got married and he ignored it. So I think there's some people behind the scenes talking shit about me because everybody always tried to position themselves. Oh, who's the best friend and who's this, that. And when I was just there to be his friend. And I think there were some lies and bullshit said about me that he actually believed, which is surprising. And I've yet to have the conversation with him to go, what are you talking about? I know that he wasn't happy about my testimony, but I wasn't going to lie.
And did you ever try and help Mr. Depp?
Oh, yeah, I tried.
Did you ever try and help him with substance abuse?
I mean, I got him with a therapist, but never tried an intervention or nothing like that. Or we would just talk about it. And he would say, oh, you know, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. And I said, well, you're not all right. and shit would just move on to the next conversation.
Did you observe anyone else trying to help Mr. Depp with substance abuse?
I mean, I know Christy, his sister, was always concerned with his well-being, whether it was substance abuse or not. And everybody, I think, deep down inside was, but like I said, the people on payroll won't really say much. They'll try, but what, you know, they don't want to lose their job. And I'm not saying they all fall into that category, you know, but it's a strange thing around people like him. Everybody wants something.
And I think today you testified to seeing a bruise, but is it fair to say that you have no knowledge one way or another of violence?
Not personal knowledge, no.
You mentioned before that Mr. Depp has pushed you away in the last 4 years. Is that right?
Yes.
Has Mr. Depp ever admitted being violent to you
No.
with anyone?
No.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Your next witness.
Next witness represents Tracy Jacobs. She's also by deposition designation.
I'm sorry. One more time.
Yeah, Your Honor, we'd like to call Tracy Jacobs. She's also by deposition designation, and it begins with me
All right.
asking questions.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Tracy Renee Jacobs, Los Angeles, California,
And what is your current occupation?
talent agent.
And how long have you been a talent agent?
34 years.
Ms. Jacobs, when did you first begin representing?
Pay attention to this
Mr.
one,
Depp?
okay? Because this is his ex-agent, and she's nasty.
When I
She
was in another
hates.
agency at
She
ICLU,
hates
I
him.
think
We'll talk about them at break, but she hates Depp.
I represented him 30 years. So now, since he's been gone almost 5 years, you can subtract 35 years. And then when I came to UTA, I believe it was 1998, he came with me. And I've been at UTA for, well, now it's been 22 years minus the last 4. He was with me from the beginning.
During the time that you represented Mr. Depp as his talent agent, please describe the types of jobs and responsibilities you performed for him.
I was his agent. So my job, as all agents are, was to find, procure, and negotiate jobs for him, acting jobs for him initially.
Well, I'm assuming if you were his talent agent that you would know how his career was tracking over that 30 years you were with him, would you not?
He became the biggest star in the world.
And do you take any credit for that?
Yes.
And why? What do you think your contributions were to Mr. Depp becoming the biggest star in the world?
Well, A, that he was extraordinarily talented, and B, that my talent was compatible with his in terms of understanding the kinds of roles and scripts and filmmakers that would make sense for him to work with, and being able to master the two and put them together.
What is your understanding of the reason why Mr. Depp terminated you?
I really don't know. All I know is he terminated essentially everyone in his life, so I was along for the ride, I guess.
Line 20 said, I'm directing your attention to line 20 of Mr. Depp's deposition on November 2020. And why did you leave Tracy Jacobs in October 2016? Go down. And Mr. Depp's answer was, Ms. Jacobs, in the same attempt to corral the thievery and the injustice that was practiced upon me by Mr. Mandel and Mr. Bloom, At a certain point, Tracy Jacobs began to sort of become revealed as, I won't say co-conspirator necessarily, but she was part of that little group. And it seemed in my best interest to walk away from that relationship because her interests were quite different than when we started. I believe she even stated that the reason she kept me for so long was, the quote, was the money. She stated otherwise, she said, I was not an easy client to represent or something to that extent. And so, yes, I had to leave the agency. Would you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization of your representation of him?
Oh, I understand it. This is the first time I'm hearing or seeing this in 5 years. No, is the answer.
And why do you not agree with this?
Because it's all untrue.
And then I asked him, after asking if he sued you, and he said no. He did sue Mr. Mandel and Jake Bloom, so I thought it was prudent to ask. Then I asked him, did Tracy Jacobs say why she did not consider you to be an easy client to represent? And he answered, she never expressed any of those things to me. These are things that she was able, I guess, she came to the realization that I was not easy to represent after I fired her. For Ms. Jacobs, there was conflicts of interest all over the place. She had been represented by Joel Mandel. She was also to some degree represented by Jake Bloom. So therefore, there was an obvious, great, huge conflict of interest, which I lived with for a little while and thought, no, it's not a good idea. Now, my question to you is, do you agree with Mr. Depp's characterization that you only expressed that he was a difficult client to work for after he fired you?
Absolutely not.
Do you agree that you had conflicts of interest all over the place in representing Mr. Depp, as he states here?
No.
Do you agree that you had been represented by Joel Mandel?
Nope, never.
Was Mr. Depp a difficult client to represent?
He wasn't initially, and it became far more complicated in the last 10 years of my representing him.
And how did it become far more complicated in the last 10 years you represented him?
His unprofessional behavior.
Anything else?
I think that covers a multitude of things.
And that's going to be my next question. What do you mean by Mr. Depp's unprofessional behavior in the last 10 years of your representation?
Showing up late to set consistently on virtually every movie. I would get yelled at. I never said to him, you're a difficult client. I never used those words, but I was very honest with him and said, you've got to stop doing this. This is hurting you. And it did. And yeah.
Did, even with your speaking to Mr. Depp about him consistently showing up late for set, did he correct that behavior during that last 10 years?
No.
And what types of difficulties did that cause for Mr. Depp?
Well, initially, crews loved him because he was always so great with the crew, but crews don't love sitting around for hours and hours and hours waiting for the star of the movie to show up. And it also got around town. I mean, people talk, it's a small community, and it made people reluctant to use him toward the end.
And when you say toward the end, was that toward the end of your representation of Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall difficulties that Mr. Depp had during Pirates 5?
Yes.
Did you have just one conversation with Sean Bailey, or did you have more than one conversation with Sean Bailey about Mr. Depp and Pirates 5?
More than one, I'm sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of the production of Pirates 5 having to suspend for several weeks while Mr. Depp had surgery on his finger?
Yes.
Did you go to Australia at any point during the filming of Pirates 5?
Twice.
Yes. Was there something that caused you to determine that that was the time you should get on the plane and fly to Australia?
Yes.
What do you recall that being?
The complaints about what I stated earlier about the lateness, not showing up to talk to him about it.
When you were talking earlier about there being a change in Mr. Depp's behavior over the last 10 years of your representation and it becoming more unprofessional, was part of the unprofessional behavior his increased use of alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
Was part of the unprofessional behavior that you witnessed increasing over the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, his increasing anger and tendency towards violence?
No.
Do you know who referred Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
I did.
And why did you refer Dr. Kipper to Mr. Depp?
He has had a lot of experience with high profile people and really helping them seriously get and stay sober.
Did you observe in your dealings with Mr. Depp as his representative that he romanticized the entire drug culture?
Yes.
I'm asking for your observations based on your dealings with Mr. Depp. Was it your observation that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger?
Yeah.
And in your observation of Mr. Depp having fundamental issues with anger, did that worsen over the time of your representation, or was it relatively the same?
Yes. It worsened over time.
Did you observe Mr. Depp lacking patience when he didn't get his needs met?
Yes, but yes.
Do you recall a time while you were representing Mr. Depp that he started having earpieces so people could feed him his lines during filming?
Yes.
Recall that became a regular thing for Mr. Depp, that he needed to use earpieces for lines being fed to him during films.
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of issues associated with London Fields?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at deposition exhibit number 8. Ms. Jacobs, I'll take you to the second page first so you can just read the frame. And there's really some part there. And then here's where I'm going to direct your attention. This is from Mr. Depp to you on Saturday, August 29, 2015. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Depp, when Mr. Depp would write to you in emails, would he regularly have parts of it all capitals and exclamation marks?
Yes.
Harley's, he says fucking Harley. What is he talking about?
I think he's referring to, I don't know. I think he might be referring to the daughter of a director friend of his, but I'm not sure.
So do you have an understanding of what he's talking about with the Matthew Cullen version?
Matthew Cullen was the director. I don't know about nudity, although clearly that was the case according to his understanding. And I guess he was trying to get me to kill it.
Okay. And then you responded to him, I'm already on it with lawyers, and Marty Singer has spoken to Matthew Cullen twice this AM. He also wants it stopped. We are doing everything to shut this down. Was there another version of
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to correct myself. He made a typo here, which is why Harley, he means Hanley. They were the producers.
And as you sit here today, can you recall anyone at Disney committing in any way that Johnny Depp would be in Pilot 6?
No.
You testified at the beginning of this deposition that while you represented Mr. Depp, he was, I think, the biggest star in the world. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And what would you say the reputation of Johnny Depp is today?
These lawsuits don't help.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's endless, but I don't know because I'm not out there selling him anymore.
But have you ever seen Mr. Depp engage in angry behavior?
Yes.
Now, were you aware that Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit in the United Kingdom against the Sun newspapers and Dan Wooten, the editor, because they called him a wife beater?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp hit a woman?
Objection.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp throw anything at a woman?
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Depp kick a woman?
No.
Other than Amber Heard, do you know of any other woman who ever accused Mr. Depp of physical abuse?
No.
Have you ever seen in person any marks on Amber Heard?
No.
Ms. Jacobs, you testified, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that in the last 10 years of your representation of Mr. Depp, there was more unprofessional behavior by Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yes.
During that period of time, the last 10 years you represented him, was he ever fired from a movie?
No.
Have you ever seen this document before?
I don't recall this exact document, but I know there were conversations going on.
What were you referring to when you said at the top of this document, Depp Exhibit 5, this is good news?
That we were able to help him out when he was in financial desperation.
When you say help him out, who is him?
Johnny Depp.
And what particularly was good news?
That we were able to secure a loan for him through Bank of America when Ed White couldn't get him any money. And it was very helpful to him.
What was the final deal for Murder on the Orient Express?
$5 million for 4 consecutive weeks, plus a great back end, which he has received significant money on subsequently.
What was Mr. Depp's upfront compensation for Pirates 5?
Yeah, he got paid $25 million with the back end.
Would it be fair to say that you cannot say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you say one way or the other whether Mr. Depp has ever hit, punched, kicked, headbutted, or choked anyone else? Yes. Can you say one way or the other? Do you know?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you were continuing to bring in good, solid work for Mr. Depp right up to the time Mr. Depp terminated you?
Correct, yes.
Earlier, you said that Mr. Depp's reputation, that he became the greatest actor in the world, right?
That's not what I said, but I said he became the biggest movie star in the world.
Movie star, thank you, forgive me. So as of the time that you were terminated by Mr. Depp in October 2016, did you still believe that Mr. Depp was the greatest movie star in the world?
No,
Why not?
because his star had dimmed due to it getting harder to get him jobs, given the reputation that he had acquired due to his lateness and other things.
And what were the other things?
Just, people were talking and the question was out there about his behavior.
And that behavior included,
I think I've described it several times.
would that behavior include alcohol and drug use?
Yes,
Mr. Chu asked you about City of Lies, and you indicated that you didn't believe it was released. Are you aware that Mr. Depp was accused of punching a local manager in the face during the filming of City of Lies?
I read that. I don't know.
Do you have any understanding of why Mr. Depp needed that loan in January of 2016?
Yes, he had said he had come in and met with us and he had asked for $20 million.
Did Mr. Depp tell you when he met with you why he needed $20 million?
Not specifically, other than he just needed the money.
Was there any general discussion as to why he needed $20 million in January of 2016?
Not as to why, he just expected us to do it.
So so Mr. Depp came in and said, I want you to get $20 million for me?
Actually, it was, I want you to give me $20 million. It was not discussed. The question was not asked as a loan.
And what did you say in response?
I didn't. Jeremy Zimmer and Jim Burkus spoke directly to that point. I was just in the meeting.
And in the meeting, do you recall what Jeremy and Jim said to Mr. Depp when he asked them for $20 million?
Yes, they said we're not in a position to give our clients that kind of money. We're not a bank.
Did Mr. Depp explain why he thought that you should just give him $20 million as opposed to loan?
Yes.
What
He felt that it made a lot of money for us and that we should just do it because of how much money he had made over the duration of his being at UTA.
you ever had any other client who's ever made that kind of a demand?
No.
And do you believe the Rolling Stones interview, the article, damaged Mr. Depp's reputation?
Yeah.
Are you aware of any significant role that Mr. Depp has starred in since you were terminated that you did not negotiate and get for him?
No.
Did Mr. Depp get The Invisible Man?
They didn't make it. They made it much lower budget with a woman, as it turns out, for Universal with Blumhouse.
You were asked about whether there was any option contract for Pirate 6. And I just want to make sure I understand your answer. Were you involved in any kind of negotiation with Disney for any kind of option contract for Pirate 6 with Mr. Depp?
Not that I can recall. No.
All right. Yes, ma'am, your next witness. Yeah, again, Ms. Brithoff. Thank you.
Your Honor, our next witness is Joel Mandel. He's also by deposition designation. And we start the questioning.
All right, thank you.
please state your name and business address?
It's Joel Mandel. That's Mandel. It's 8383 Wilshire Boulevard.
Now, Mr. Mandel, you are here under subpoena, is that correct? Testifying under subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. Could you please describe a little bit about your educational background and work experience?
I graduated from Brown University in 1980. I graduated from the University of California Berkeley School of Law in 1983. I went to work for a law firm in Century City from 83 to 87, called Waldman, Boutzer, Rothman, Tickle, and Silber. And I left in March of 87 to form this company with my brother.
Could you please describe a little bit about your experience in the field of the business management, the types of clients represented, your reputation in Hollywood, business field?
I'll cut to where we are today. You can ask me different questions. I mean, we're a full, what I would describe as a full service business management firm.
This is the guy that Johnny Depp
Means
sued
that we
for
provide
mismanaging
a
$650 million.
wide array of financial, administrative, advisory kinds of services. We pay bills and we do tax returns, and we assist people with purchases of cars and boats and art and planes.
There's no more volume. It's up 600%.
We help people with outside professionals on estate planning matters, and we work with brokers on house purchases and with contractors on renovations. And so it's a wide range of financial, primarily financial services, but financial and personal services that we provide to our clients.
And what types of clients are those?
The business, our business is primarily entertainment. So I don't have a percentage. My guess is it's probably something like
I can't turn my mic down. I have their volume of everything boosted 600%. So I have my mic slid about 4 feet away from me, but it's that loud so you can hear it. That's why I'm not talking most of the time.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
In, I believe, 1999.
So if you could take us to make this run a little more smoothly, start with what you provided in the earlier time, and if it changed over time, just kind of take me through it if that's possible.
Let me do my best job. I would describe things initially as being the way I described our services generally. I mean, the broad range of things that we do for all of our folks, we did for Mr. Depp. What changed was that reasonably early on, so within the first few years, his life and career exploded in size. And so, as I said, our relationship started in 99. I think he did the first Pirates film in 2003. And so, it had already he was on a very successful trajectory. The success of the Pirates films obviously catapulted him to an entirely different level of success. And that was a career thing. It was also a financial thing. And so there was money made from the Pirates movies, and all of a sudden what he was going to now make moving forward was going to be significantly greater. His life changed. And so what did that translate? That translated into a variety of things. And I don't want to mix dates. It's a long stretch of time. But that meant a bigger life. It meant more employees. It meant buying additional real property. It meant buying additional personal property. It meant a bigger life and more expensive life.
Can you please describe for me the day-to-day logistics of communicating with Mr. Depp relating to your services?
Sure. So I'll explain this, but early on, Mr. Depp had made it clear that, just as my initial introduction to him had been through his sister, that his sister was acting in a, what I would call a gatekeeper-like role, and that she was going to play an instrumental part of his life in interfacing with people like me, like his agents, like his lawyers. And so there was interface on a constant basis with Christie in the role that he sort of placed her in. The conversations and communications were constant and daily. With Mr. Depp, they were when they needed to be. And so we talked often, we met often, but not with the same kinds of frequency, the daily kinds of frequency that I communicated with Christie.
Please describe the challenges presented in serving as the business manager for Mr. Depp.
Look, they changed over time. And so the challenges early on were the exciting challenges of somebody whose life and career were getting, very big very quickly. And that's a professional challenge, but it's a lovely, wonderful professional challenge. That means someone's traveling a lot. They're, again, income and expense have grown dramatically. There's more staff, there are more real properties, there's more, it exponentially grows the size of the job. But that's what I do for a living. So that's all changes and challenges, but good changes and good challenges. My sense of the challenge of this representation and my description of the challenge would change probably sometime around 2010. I say that because it was the time after he had shot the film Run Diaries, and he had come back from that picture, and what had always been slightly difficulty in arranging meetings became more difficulty. And what I had always experienced as someone who liked to enjoy his wine at the end of the day became consumption that seemed excessive. And the ability to coordinate and find times when he would meet became more difficult. And it became clear over time that there were issues with alcohol and drugs. And that translated into more erratic behavior, more stressful behavior, more times when it was difficult to engage in the kinds of conversations I needed to do my job. And so it became more of a challenge for a variety of those reasons after 2010. And quite frankly, the other thing that happened, and this is in 13, 14, his meteoric sort of career rise had started to, there were some pictures that were not well received. And for anybody in the business, whether you're an actor, director, if you're only judged by your last picture, and there were a number of pictures in a row that were not successful. And so there was a combination of events, what felt like professional pressures, what felt like some professional dissatisfactions, what I sensed was likely strains in his relationship with Amber, the use of alcohol and drugs, made my job more challenging.
You indicated that you were having more difficulty arranging meetings. What, if any, role did increased use of alcohol or drugs have on your ability to be able to arrange and engage in meetings with Mr. Depp?
There were stretches of time when it appeared clear to me that the use of alcohol and drugs was a daily event. And And so there were obviously various times when I needed to communicate directly with Mr. Depp. And so some of my conversations with the people I've described involved finding good days and good parts of days when he and I could engage in conversations that he and I needed to engage in, where I knew he would be clear-minded and so forth.
Okay. So were there any periods that you can recall between 2010 and the end of your relationship with Mr. Depp that Mr. Depp had any periods of sobriety?
There were certainly stretches of time when he seemed better. There were days and weeks there were stretches of time when he was better, and I couldn't tell you dates, but there were stretches of time when he was better, and more often not.
As the business manager, you would have been responsible for paying Dr. Kipper's expenses. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you recall approximately how much per year Mr. Depp spent on Dr. Kipper and his staff?
I think the fee was around $100,000 a month.
Describe for me what you observed of Mr. Depp engaging in what you would call erratic behavior.
What I mean are a variety of ways in which responses to things seem disproportionate to the things. And so, you know, there were times when he would be upset about something and he would be very, very, very upset about something, seemingly to me disproportionate to that something. Again, erratic is a funny word. You know, I felt like things were less predictable. I felt like it, you know, I was, I guess, professionally in a place where I never knew day to day what to expect.
You said that Mr. Depp was sometimes his responses seemed to be disproportionate and that he would be very, very upset. What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp expressing anger?
When he was angry at someone, he would let them know. Did that was that sent in my direction? Very rarely, but at times, you know, certainly on a handful of occasions in 2015. But if he was upset at a contractor, he would vent. If he was upset with a security person, he would vent. He would, you know, he seemed to become increasingly less filtered and increasingly you know, the notion of I want to answer you accurately. You know, people moderate their behavior. They may moderate their behavior in public because things are, you know, inappropriate in a particular setting. People may be upset with an employee, but they're constrained in how the employee is chastised. My experience was that Mr. Depp became increasingly less constrained, less concerned with whether he was going to upset someone's feelings, or just increasingly comfortable venting in an aggressive way when he was upset or disappointed about something.
And did that increase over time, beginning, I think you said around 2010?
It began to change in about 2010, and it increased over time, and increased to the point where our relationship began to be impacted in 2015 and was eventually obviously severed in 2016.
When Mr. Depp would express his anger and upset, did he use profanity?
Sure.
Did you observe any increase in Mr. Depp's expressions with any increase in financial difficulties or having to discuss financial difficulties?
Yes. His financial circumstances in 2015 had reached a point where I was extremely concerned and was on a very, very regular basis expressing that concern. And it seemed as I increased my level of expressing that concern, there was anger directed in my direction. And so my warnings in 2015 that we were in very dire financial circumstances were not met very favorably.
So did there come a time that you observed as Mr. Depp's business manager that his spending habits became more increased, perhaps excessive, extravagant?
Yes.
And when did you observe that? When did that begin?
Again, in the time frame I've described, in that 2010 and on time frame, as I recall, income was very significant, spending was very significant, and the spending levels had grown very, very, very large, and required that level of incredibly high income to be maintained. And when it dropped off, the disconnect became untenable.
And what, if anything, did you say or do to try to assist Mr. Depp in curbing that spending?
Those conversations were constant.
And were Nathan Holmes, Kevin Murphy, and Stephen Duders part of the $300,000 a month full-time staff?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know roughly how much each of them were paid?
It's been a long time. If I had to guess, Kevin Murphy was probably paid about $250,000 a year, and Stephen and Nathan probably about $125,000 a year.
Do you know how much Jerry Judge was being paid by Mr. Depp as a security guard?
We paid Jerry by the day. I think Jerry made something like $10,000 a day.
Did Mr. Depp spend any money on charities?
Some, not very much.
And approximately
Charity shame.
how much?
No specific recollection.
Less than 50,000?
I don't recall writing large charity checks. It was more his style to show up at an event or sort of lend his name to something rather than write checks.
Mr. Mandel, did Mr. Depp ever acknowledge that he needed to change his spending patterns and improve the situation?
Yes. At various times when we would have these conversations, he would acknowledge that he understood what was being communicated and would make expressions of a commitment to sort of work with me to do what was necessary.
And were there occasions that Mr. Depp would apologize and say he was going to do better?
That happened on occasion, yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make about whether Mr. Depp ultimately did improve and work with you to try to get his spending under control?
That never seemed to happen. And so there would be, at times, expressions of appreciation, expressions of an understanding, expressions of a willingness to do what was necessary. But there never seemed to be any follow through when the things would be, teed up that had to happen to make those, words real. There was no follow.
Now, let's talk about the tax returns for a moment. Did you and TMJ file tax returns on Mr. Depp and his company's behalves while you were his business manager?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Depp testified under oath that you did not file his tax returns for 17 years?
I'm aware that you're telling me.
Is it true that you did not file his tax returns or those on behalf of his company for 17 years?
No, that's not true.
Were there times that you were unable to pay some or all of Mr. Depp's taxes on time? What is your understanding of what or his numerous other vices meant?
The use of alcohol and drugs.
Do you know how much Mr. Depp spent on prescription drugs during the time that you were his business manager?
There were periods of time when prescription spending was, from just my experience, very high, thousands of dollars a month, but I can't tell you the time periods.
Do you have a recollection of whether TMG had to pay for property damage at other rental properties or hotel properties that Mr. Depp used because of damage to the property?
Specifics, no, but did we pay damages at various times over the years? Absolutely.
This has nothing to do with
And
anything.
do you recall that Mr. Depp from time to time did commit property damage in the rentals that he was in or hotels? And you recall that there were times you did have to pay for damage to Mr. Depp's rentals, is that correct, or hotels?
There were times.
Okay. Now, you had testified a little bit earlier about...
It's his money. He could take it to his yard and set it on fire if he wanted.
Are you aware of whether Mr. Depp was able to sign on for any movies and obtain $25 million by the end of the year without the assistance of a lending entity? So the first time that you as the business manager were unable to pay Mr. Depp's taxes by October 15 was October 15, 2015. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you consider that to be an increasingly difficult and alarming situation that we were trying to resolve into late January 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I showed you earlier exhibit number 8, which was the video clip of Mr. Depp slamming doors and pouring wine, etc., in the kitchen. Do you recall that video?
I recall the video, yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of giving Mr. Depp very bad news the morning of February 10, 2016?
I don't recall a specific meeting with a specific date. As I've indicated, there were a variety of meetings in groups and conversations alone and in groups regarding how these very dire financial circumstances were going to be addressed. And as I've indicated, the tone of these conversations became more tense as time went on, and these issues were not being addressed.
And is it fair to say in the first half of February of 2016, the conversations that you have just described were taking place?
Probably even more specifically, Mr. Depp and I began having conversations that took on a more heated turn in July of 15, when it became clear that he was not willing to sell the property in the south of France. And the tone of those conversations became more heated and more contentious as time went on, because the circumstances were more dire.
And would it be fair to say that your perception was that the circumstances continued to become more dire between July 2015 up through the time of your termination in March 2016?
They did.
How did you learn of TMG's termination?
Edward White had a colleague, an employee, a CPA, someone in his office came to our office physically and hand-delivered a letter.
And who was the letter from?
I think they hand delivered like one letter on the 15th and one on the 16th. So there was a letter signed by Mr. Depp indicating that our services had been terminated. And then there was a letter from Edward White's office, I recall, saying that they were the new people and we should coordinate a transition.
Did you have any familiarity with Edward White as of the time of the termination?
I had not heard of him.
And did Mr. White accept your offers of assistance?
For the most part, no.
Now, approximately how much did Mr. Depp earn during the period of time you represented him?
I recall the amount being reported to be something like $600 million, and believe that amount was probably, close to that.
Did you steal $650 million from Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you steal anything from Mr. Depp?
No.
Mr. Mandel, did TMG or you take any money other than the fees that you were entitled to from Mr. Depp?
No.
Mr. Mandel, were you ever found adjudicated by any court, any kind of legal entity, any agency to have committed malpractice, malfeasance, or embezzlement?
No.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and take our morning recess at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our morning recess.
All
Now
right.
discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, so let me explain a couple of people there, especially Tracy Jacobs. Tracy Jacobs
Again,
is a
court is still in session.
fascinating
If we
one.
could-
So
Court is still in session. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and take a recess until 11:15. Is that all right? Thank you. Recess.
all right, let me tell you about Tracy Jacobs. Like that's a kind of a fascinating conversation. So Tracy Jacobs was indeed Johnny Depp's ex management, and she actually had a very long deposition. She claimed that she made Johnny Depp. Like without her, he was nothing. I mean, she was very nasty about it. And beyond that, though, she also, so here's the part I found the most fascinating about her is why she's so salty. She would demand Johnny Depp buy her gifts, like just randomly, like say she wanted a gift for a birthday or a holiday, and it wouldn't be like a gift like you might give to one of your friends. We're talking about she would want the gift and she would want it at a specific pricing point. So she was asking her deposition, did Johnny Depp give you expensive gifts because you told him he had to? She would say, well, define expensive. Is $5,000 expensive? Is $10,000 expensive? Is $20,000 expensive? Johnny Depp was giving her $20,000 gifts at her bequest. She would ask for them, and he would give that because he thought that he owed her. She was part of that team. And in fact, here's a little bit of dirt. I got you some dirt here that you're not going to hear anywhere else because I found this out from some sourcing behind the scenes. So Johnny Depp worked with UTC. That was the which sounds like a UTI to me. It's only a few letters off. Every time I hear it, I think UTI, what? But no, he worked with UTC, which was the management firm. Well, UTC actually experienced a large exodus where stars in Hollywood, they decided they could get better deals, and it didn't hurt them. It threatened to destroy that company. That's who Tracy Jacobs was with. Well, she managed to get the position that she has, a high level position in the company, because Johnny Depp decided loyalty matters. And I'm not going to name the other person in this, but he and one other very high profile actor decided that they would send a message of calm and a message of security, a message of staying loyal to, because again, look at Depp, look at his friends that are around him. I mean, he has friends that he has his childhood friends living around him. I mean, that like I said, he's brought people along for the ride, and they continue to stay even when it wasn't financially feasible for him. He's being told, "Hey, you need to change habits." Well, guess what? He's still supporting people. He still does to this day, in fact. Well, Johnny Depp decided to stay on with them and to tell everyone else. So he saved that company. He saved UTC. He saved Tracy Jacobs. And what do when they part ways? They treat him like he's absolute trash. They made 10% off of everything he did. So when he'd get like a $600 million deal, like for Pirates, they would secure $60 million from that. So they made bank off of him. The amount that they said, that's just, they were not accurate in the amount of money that she was trying to claim that they pulled, because you just think about it. Like, she was his agent from 21 Jump Street on. So think about how much money in his career that they saw. Everything that he made, she got 10%. So, I mean, she raked it in. And again, the reward for that, even when they part ways. So you had the other guy, Mandel, guy that was talking there. There was a lawsuit, a huge lawsuit that they didn't want to get in. So that was so biased, because Depp sued the Mandel company or corporate. I can't remember. I think they're the Mandel company. You'd have to look them up, but you can find a high profile coverage on this. In fact, the Rolling Stone did a huge expose on it that was biased as hell, but still it tells you that Johnny Depp, he'd made $650 million. When he said, like, the guy admitted $600 million, it was actually $650 million. And Depp said that this guy mismanaged my money, and he did. When they were saying, why they brought up a tax portion of that, they didn't pay $100 million in tax liabilities. So when Depp had a meeting, that meeting where Amber Heard abuses him after her birthday, when they poop on the bed, the meeting that he had was actually with his financial consultant to tell him that $600+ million that you thought you had, it's not there. You don't have $600 million. Not only that, but you owe $100 million in tax liability. So Johnny Depp he runs into Amber Heard. And what does Amber Heard do? She throws a fit because he's not there for her birthday. And he's like, God, like, think about that. Like, you need, in that moment, you need somebody to help you cope, because that's, my God. And instead of having somebody to help you cope after you found out that all that money you think you have, it's not there at all. Instead of getting that, what he got was a fist in the face. He got his phone thrown off a balcony. He was forced to run. And you notice, after she found out that he didn't have all that money, on May 21st, she didn't see him for a month. The next time she sees him, he's set up to take the fall. And in fact, I believe this. I don't know how it would have played out that day, okay? But I firmly believe this, that the May 21st incident that you see, incident 14, it was indeed a setup. They knew that they weren't going to get the payday that they thought they were going to have. So what they decided that they were going to do is they were going to do something else. They were going to set him up. They were either going to blackmail him, or it was going to be worse. Like I said, you can decide. Like I say, it went one of two ways. I just don't know how far that was supposed to go. But I do know that it was a setup because of this. So Johnny Depp, you've got to think about the words he uses in this, okay? The descriptors he uses are not like you and I. Like, if he says closet, remember, Amber Heard had a closet that was an entire penthouse, okay? So when they use closet, it's not the same as when you and I talk about a closet. So he goes on May 21st, he goes into the main area, their main penthouse, to go and have a discussion with her. They do have a discussion about the poops. He's not happy about all of that. He's not happy at all. And finally, after he says that Amber Heard and Io Tell It Right mock him on the phone, they think it's funny. They think it's funny that somebody took a crap on his bed. They think all of that's just a big joke. So he's like, I'm done. I'm out of here. The next thing that he knows, you have Amber Heard standing screaming about, you're never going to hit me again and all of this. And all of a sudden, Rocky Pennington just pops out of nowhere. Now, Rocky Pennington says she was in, here's the problem with Amber Heard's narrative. This is a messed up portion. She says that Johnny Depp gets mad, winds up his arm like a baseball pitcher, throws a phone at her face, smashes her about the face, which that injury does not, that her face where she has that, yeah, that's not a phone hitting you in the face. That doesn't work at all. But she then says somehow in all of this, when she's in immense pain from her face being crushed and Johnny Depp's attacking her, somehow she texts Rocky Pennington, who's in the other penthouse. So Rocky Pennington says, I run out of my penthouse. You got to imagine, like you've seen the footage where you have the cops walking down the hallway. Well, the place that they were going to, that penthouse, if you back up a little bit over on the right, that's where Rocky Pennington's penthouse was. Okay. She says that she runs out, she goes to the door is locked. But they have a master key. That's why they kept asking Josh Drew about a master key, because they could get in, and that's part of their narrative. So she says she runs back, gets the master key, and busts in. The problem with her story is, and Amber Heard and her, I guess, didn't think about this, because Johnny Depp, he typically will leave his security team. If he's in a hurry, he'll leave them in the car. I mean, this is his building after all. That's his area. Why would he need them to come up? This time, though, he was kind of expecting some kind of trouble. So he had them come up with him, but they stayed out toward the hall. So if Rocky Pennington, if things went the way she said, she would have had to cross the security team. And she didn't. She was already there. Johnny Depp said that she was hiding in the closet. Now, again, when he says closet, remember, they have an entire penthouse dedicated for closet space. So, you take that a little bit different. It's not like you popped out of like some tiny little closet and ambushed somebody. We're talking about somebody popping off a stairwell or somewhere that was going to ambush. But those people that testified today, those people, interestingly, again, this is all me saying this. I think in a really jacked up way, them stealing that money from Johnny Depp saved his life. I very much do. I think that they would have taken him out otherwise. It's not saying, oh, great, that's a good thing they did or anything. I'm just saying, like, it's crazy to think that if they wouldn't have stolen that, and the chain of events gone the way they did, that he'd have been in trouble, in big trouble at that. I mean, he's already had problems there, obviously, Tracy Jacobs actually made headlines about everything. There was a filing. So let me bring this up, actually. Okay. There was a filing that detailed what she had to say that came out. This stuff, it was added. If you notice the date, Tracy Jacobs is a relatively new addition. Okay. She was added on around June 2021. In this filing, you don't get to see all of what she says, but you get to hear some of the things that she was going to throw around. You get to see some of the materials through it. So again, Tracy Jacobs, she was a desperation ploy. Amber Heard couldn't find anyone to prove the abuse narrative. So what she did is she went out looking for different types of ammunition. What could I find to smear Johnny Depp? What kind of damage could I do if I can't prove
actual abuse. Well, I'll say he's a substance abuser because substance abuse equals domestic abuse. They're trying to cloud and muddy everything. You know, that's been the point. And that's really been the point from go. If you muddy the waters, if you sully Johnny Depp, maybe there's something deeper. Here's my thing, though. It's his money. It doesn't matter if he mismanaged $600 million. That's not the point. He could burn his damn money in the yard if he wants to, because that's his. The American dream, baby. It's to win the lottery and to spend it all on four-wheelers and banjos. And so you can go mudding until you go broke. That's the American dream, baby. No, I'm just kidding. That's not the American dream. But you get my point. You know, mismanagement of money is not a crime. And it's definitely not proof of abuse. But they've made it a crime, and they've made it somehow some type of proof of abuse. Isn't burning money illegal? Only if you get caught, baby. Only if you get caught. As long as they don't catch it on film. That's funny. But no, I mean, it's a strange narrative that we've seen today. Because again, if you look at the people that they dragged in there, like none of these people actually matter. They are all people that Johnny Depp said, I don't want to have anything to do with anymore. And it doesn't matter if he's overreacting or not. They're like, he was meaner as he got more famous. He would talk to me like I was like it would. He didn't care if he hurt my feelings. I kept thinking, and again, excuse my word here, but I kept thinking, bitch, please. You're managing hundreds of millions of dollars and you're going to get all delicate feels on me? Like, yeah, no. No. He was just so mean to me. His words were so mean after a while. Come on. And then, they brought up what Tracy Jacobs, again, her statements are just nasty toward Depp. Like you could tell they were just mining any type of argument they could find. Any type of argument that they could find. They talked about the deposition though. I wonder if I could get a hold of that deposition. I would really like to. I'd really like to see if I could get a hold of Tracy Jacobs' deposition itself. Or a copy of it. I don't think it's out there. I know parts of it are. Maybe it is out there. Maybe I know some of it is. Tracy Jacobs. Let me check real quick. Jacobs deposition. I can't remember. Maybe it is out there and I haven't. And I don't remember it all. Like I know there are parts of it, like, she talked about his anger and hostility, unwillingness to communicate. Like I said, I know parts of it are out there. Now, the funny thing about the deposition that they're pulling up, by the way, it's a deposition that's older than the ones we were talking about before. It's a 2018 deposition, so it's not like it matters. Like there's no meaning to it. The subpoena that they serve too. I mean, again, you can the best thing that if you want to look at a case, see how it's going to go forward, look up how they subpoena people, because the Tracy Jacobs subpoena, you could tell the weaponization, how it was going to come along. But I mean, there are a lot of pieces of the Tracy Jacobs subpoena out there. I just don't remember if the entire thing was released or not. I remember looking at a bunch of it. 100, thanks for the 5. Jacobs and Mandel are there to prove that his career was already tanking, to prove defamation. See, when they're there though, like here's the, I get, they want to say that he was irrelevant and he didn't lose anything afterwards. Here's the problem that they're going to run into though. December the 18th, op-ed comes out, right? December the 20th, Disney says we're no longer considering him for Pirates of the Caribbean. that chain of events is undeniable. It is undeniable. And that's where you've got to get into like laying that foundation, Corrupted, thanks for the 5. Do you think the jury of his peers can see through the distractions and nonsense and see? You're breaking it down. I'm worried they don't. I think they're bored. From everything we're hearing in the courtroom, they're bored, All right, they're back too. Give me a second. You know what kills me is they about deafen me when they come back. With people talking about asking for more volume, by the way, I'm using a volume increaser. I am actually kicking the volume up 600%. That's why I don't speak a lot during breaks. I'm sliding the mic like all the way. I have a mic arm and I'm pushing it all the way across from me and turning the volume all the way up. But their volume is so bad in the courtroom right now that that's all we get, So Gavin, let's see, Gavin Blanford. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for your membership too. Welcome to Tugs. I hear it fine too. Actually, I check the sound on my phone and it sounds fine to me. Like I can't hear it, and I have headphones on as well. So I don't hear any audio discrepancies when it's up that way. But I could see my microphone could be loud there. I could definitely see that. That's why I've got it turned down to 3 as an input. It is the lowest that I can get it without it just not being there anymore. It's pretty freaking low. Look at Cat Lady there. Like her head, man. She reminds me of, have you ever had one of those bobbleheads and you had the spring get loose and the spring, it just like their heads like roll back and forth instead of bobbing up and down? That's what she reminds me of. She reminds me of a bobblehead that maybe Amber Heard used to like those cartoons where people like where like somebody uses it like a punching bag, and that's what it reminds me of. Like her head reminds me of that. I mean, her neck does some of the weirdest stuff, Somebody said, well, Ricada his sounds different. He runs it through a soundboard, My poor ass doesn't own a soundboard like that. Not yet. I'll probably buy one after this trial. Thanks to you guys. I will buy a brand new input mic that will sound sexy. It'll sound sexier than this mic. I like this mic, but I'm going to get one of those nice ones. And I'll probably get an exterior soundboard because all you people are so awesome. Jeff Kane, thanks for 5. Absolutely. Losing 500 million saved his life. Truth is stranger than fiction. It is. Like you would never think, like in the moment. That's why, in life, I've tried to become calmer and think, man, there are things happen outside, outside of everything. Here's another thing that was brought up that I did think was interesting and a good statement. People tried to push 12-step on Johnny Depp. Now, this is not a statement on faith, but rather people, okay? 12-step does not work. 12-step is hard to make work anyway. It has one of the lowest success rates possible. And part of the reason is, first of all, it's white-knuckle sobriety. But after that, too, it relies on a higher power. And they said he doesn't believe in a higher power, so how do you get that to work?
Are you ready for the jury then?
And that's actually absolutely a powerful statement on that. How can you expect sobriety to work if, white knuckle sobriety to work from that if? I used like when I needed to get clean, I needed help. I needed to use a different type of method. So it was a different thing altogether. I couldn't 12-step fail all the time. And it wasn't that. It was just because, negative coping. The fact that you like to use drugs. I mean, that's part of it too. Everybody, you can blame it on anything, but the fact is you like to use drugs. Oh, look at Elaine trying to smile. When she smiles, it's creepy.
It's like watching one of the rings of hell open up.
All right, you be seated. Your next witness.
Your Honor, our next witness is Adam Waldman, and I will start the questioning, and then Mr. Rottenborn split that with
Adam, my
question
friend,
next,
I love
and
it.
then it will be Mr. Depp's.
Adam
All right, thank
Waldman, Adam Waldman, Adam Waldman. All right, I'll stop.
Morning. My name is Elaine Brettahoff, and together with Ben Rottenborn,
Adam.
we represent Amber Laura Heard. Will you please state your name and address?
Sure, it's Adam Robert Waldman, Washington, D.C.
And what is your current occupation?
Attorney. I'm also involved with a skincare company in a variety of capacities.
How long have you been an attorney?
I think since 1995.
Do you currently represent John C. Depp II, who I will be referring to in this deposition as Mr. Depp or Depp?
I do.
And is this representation an attorney-client representation?
It is.
Does it include any other type of representation of Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege and attorney work product. You can't answer that question without disclosing communications between himself and his client, Mr. Depp. As you're aware, Ms. Brettahoff, the court has ruled that Mr. Depp has not waived attorney-client privilege and will not be waiving attorney-client privilege. So you're aware of that.
So, Mr. Chu, I'm not sure that you heard my question. I was actually asking him if he had any other type of representation relationship with Mr. Depp other than as an attorney-client.
I think he can answer that yes or no, but I would instruct the witness on behalf of Johnny Depp not to disclose any communications you've had with your client.
No.
So just so we're clear, since we had a little bit of record back and forth, the only way in which you represent Mr. Depp is as an attorney-client representation. Is that correct? I'm sorry, Mr. Waldman.
I believe that's true.
Okay. And you are here today providing this deposition under a subpoena and then subsequent notice, correct?
Yes.
And when did you first become Mr. Depp's counsel?
I think that it was around October 2016.
And what is your role in this case as counsel for Mr. Depp?
Objection. I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
Okay, I'll follow the instruction.
When did you first meet Mr. Depp as opposed to first start representing him?
I first met him in October of 2016.
How is it that you came to meet Mr. Depp?
The general counsel that I referenced a moment ago asked me to go and have a meeting with him, with Mr. Depp, and to talk about a financial problem that he was having.
Did you enter into a written representation agreement with Mr. Depp when you began your representation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. That calls for attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I follow the instruction.
Have you entered into more than one representation agreement with Mr. Depp during the course of your representation?
Same instruction not to answer. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications and attorney work product.
Mr. Waldman, when did you consider your attorney-client relationship with Mr. Depp to have begun?
I believe it began the night I met him, actually.
Sometime in October 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the attorney-client relationship between you and Mr. Depp been severed at any point between October 2016 and the present?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question on the grounds that you can't answer that question without disclosing attorney-client communications.
Okay, I accept the instruction.
As Mr. Depp's attorney, you have provided him with advice. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you have charged Mr. Depp for your advice, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. You can't answer that without disclosing attorney-client communications, and the fee arrangement in any event is irrelevant. But I'm instructing him not to answer on the grounds of privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, when you provide legal services in an attorney-client relationship, your understanding of that is that you provide advice and your client in turn compensates you in some manner. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, as a general matter, that's how I understand an attorney-client relationship. Yes.
And has Mr. Depp paid you for your advice?
I do instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege. You can't answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Well, let's go general again and see if maybe we can work at it from that perspective. So in your relationship with your clients, you provide advice and it's up to the client to determine whether to follow that advice. Would that be fair to say?
As a general matter, I do agree with that statement, yes.
All right. And by the same token, it would be up to the client to determine whether to reject your advice in whole or part, correct?
You're still speaking in general.
Correct.
In general, yes.
Okay. Now, did your relationship with Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about your attorney-client relationship, deviate from those general principles that in some way Mr. Depp is not permitted to follow or reject your advice?
Would instruct the witness not to answer the question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Now, Mr. Depp has the right to terminate your representation at any time. Is that correct?
But yes, I think it's true.
I think we need to let.
Would be free to terminate at any time.
My apologies, Mr. Waldman. I didn't realize you were still talking. Did you finish?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Now, has Mr. Depp terminated your representation of him at any time between October 2016 and the present?
That's the same question that I instructed Mr. Waldman not to answer before, just stated in a slightly different way. So I would instruct the witness not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Now, and Mr. Depp, as the client in your relationship, is in the position to make the final decision regardless of your advice. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question. I don't know that I know he can't answer that question without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp. So I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, if you were advising a client in an attorney-client relationship and you were in settlement negotiations, would it be you or the client who has the ultimate decision-making ability?
But to speculate about the question, yes, generally the client would be responsible for deciding, the ultimate outcome of a settlement. Yes.
Now, you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had split up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you met Mr. Depp after he and Amber Heard had reached a settlement in their divorce. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So you have no personal knowledge of anything that went on during their marriage. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends what you mean by personal knowledge. I wasn't there, if that's what you mean. Correct.
You'd never witnessed any interaction between Mr. Depp and Amber Heard prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have no personal knowledge of any conduct by either of them against the other prior to October 2016. Is that correct?
Again, if you're asking me, do I have any knowledge of their conduct? I think I have knowledge of their conduct. I think maybe you're asking me, did I witness conduct?
I'm asking personal knowledge, which would mean you would have had to have witnessed it.
If you're asking whether I've witnessed it, the answer is no.
Now, your initial knowledge of the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard was based on your interviews with Mr. Depp. Would that be fair to say?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because he can't even answer yes or no without disclosing the substance of communications with his client, Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
Once you came into Mr. Depp's life and became his counsel, Mr. Depp filed with your assistance a number of lawsuits. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp terminate Tracy Jacobs as his agent before or after you became Mr. Depp's counsel?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer that question if doing so would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp.
It would.
How long had Tracy Jacobs been Mr. Depp's agent at the time Mr. Depp terminated Tracy Jacobs?
And again, Adam, same instruction to the extent that that answering the question requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp. I would instruct you not to answer the question.
It would.
Was it Mr. Depp's decision to terminate Tracy Jacobs?
Again, I would instruct you not to answer that question because that could only have come from Mr. Depp in the communication with you.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Joel Mandel, Mr. Depp's former business manager, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Joel Mandel and his company, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company. Would you agree?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it would require disclosure of communications between Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman as to who was advising who as to filing the case against TMG and the Mandel brothers. So I would instruct you not to answer that.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp have the ultimate decision making ability with respect to the lawsuit against Mr. Mandel and his company?
And again, I would instruct you not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose attorney-client communication.
It would.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against Jake Bloom, Mr. Depp's former attorney, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in that lawsuit against Jake Bloom and his law firm, did you not?
I did.
But it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Is that correct?
Again, I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent it requires him to disclose attorney-client communications.
It would.
And Mr. Depp, though, was the ultimate decision maker in connection with any decisions made in the litigation against Mr. Bloom and his law firm. Would you agree?
Same instruction not to answer. It's basically the same question, gussied up a bit. So same instruction not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed a lawsuit against the Sun newspaper and its editor-in-chief, Dan Wooten, correct?
Correct.
For purposes of this deposition, I may refer to the lawsuit against the Sun and its editor, Dan Wooten, as the UK lawsuit or the UK litigation. Will you understand those references to mean this?
I will.
What was your role in the UK litigation?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because it necessarily requires him or would require him to disclose his communications with his client, Johnny Depp.
It would.
You represented Mr. Depp throughout the UK litigation, correct?
Again, I would,
And Mr. Depp alleged in the UK litigation that the son and Dan Wooten had committed libel by accusing Mr. Depp of being a, quote, wife beater, end of quote, and committing domestic violence against Amber Heard, correct?
That's true.
It was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to bring the UK lawsuit against the son and Dan Wooten, correct?
and again, I would instruct the witness not to answer I would instruct him not to answer because it perforce would require him to disclose attorney-client communications as to the thought process that went into filing that particular lawsuit.
I accept the instruction.
After you began representing Mr. Depp filed suit against Amber Heard, his former wife, correct?
That's correct.
And you represented Mr. Depp in the lawsuit against Amber Heard from March 1, 2019 up until October of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes,
And it was Mr. Depp's decision on whether to file the lawsuit against Amber Heard. Is that correct?
Would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
And Mr. Depp is alleging in this lawsuit that Amber Heard defamed him by suggesting that he had committed domestic abuse against her, correct?
Yes,
As part of your representation of Mr. Depp, you contacted potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Again, I would, that is attorney work product and that is protected in Virginia. So I would object on that basis, but you can answer that question, yes or no.
yes,
You also spoke with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf, did you not?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer to the extent that it requires disclosure of any communications between yourself and Mr. Depp.
it would.
And therefore,
And therefore I accept the instruction.
how frequently did you communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question because impossible to do so without disclosing attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you communicate with the press?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
What were you hoping to gain?
Same instruction not to answer the question.
I accept the instruction.
You remain Mr. Depp's primary counsel for all of his affairs, isn't that correct?
I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that because I don't think you can answer that without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp, and we have to be consistent.
That's true, and I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 3. Did there come a time in 2018 that you contacted Rolling Stone about writing an article about Mr. Depp?
And to the extent that you cannot answer it without disclosing communications with Mr. Depp, I would instruct you not to answer.
I think it would implicate discussions with Mr. Depp, so I accept your instruction.
The author of this article, which was published on June 21, 2018, is Stephen Roderick. Were you present when Mr. Roderick interviewed Mr. Depp?
You may answer that question yes or no.
It's not yes or no. I was there for some of it.
Okay. Was the Rolling Stone interview before or after Mr. Depp filed suit against the son and Dan Wooten?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether the publication of this Rolling Stone article was before or after Mr. Depp filed the lawsuit against the son and Dan Wooten?
I don't.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at page 10. And it says on page 10, it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone about writing a story about the injustice being done to Depp's reputation and bottom line. You see that? Well, before you go there, Mr. Waldman, I asked you a question. I just read that and said, do you see that? Can you answer that question?
I thought I answered yes, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. And is that an accurate statement?
No.
What is inaccurate about it?
It says it was Adam Waldman who first contacted Rolling Stone. That's incorrect.
What is correct?
What is correct is that I was not the first to contact Rolling Stone.
Who first contacted Rolling Stone?
Mr. Depp.
I'm going to ask the question, notwithstanding, why did Mr. Depp contact Rolling Stone?
I would instruct you not to answer that question.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp authorize you to have communications with Rolling Stone to set up this interview?
Instruct you not to answer that question on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Did you assist Mr. Depp with publicity on Mr. Depp's behalf?
I would instruct you not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client communication.
I accept the instruction.
In your view, does assisting Mr. Depp with publicity constitute legal work?
The witness has already testified he had one engagement for Mr. Depp, and that was a legal engagement. So I'm going to instruct him not to answer any questions about his communications with Mr. Depp.
I accept the instruction.
In participating in the interview with the Rolling Stones, were you speaking on Mr. Depp's behalf?
And I'm going to instruct not to answer because, again, I don't think you can answer that question without disclosing your communications with Mr. Depp about authority. So I'm instructing you not to answer the question.
It was Mr. Depp's choice whether you said anything to the press relating to Mr. Depp. Would you agree?
I instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept.
Mr. Waldman, you reached out to a number of other publications to speak on Mr. Depp's behalf. Do you recall?
Again, I would instruct not to answer to the extent it requires you to disclose communications that you had with Mr. Depp.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you communicate with on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Same instruction not to answer based on attorney-client privilege and attorney work product.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to the UK litigation?
Same instruction not to answer on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to on Mr. Depp's behalf relating to this litigation?
Same instruction on the same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
How many publications did you reach out to concerning allegations that Mr. Depp had abused Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, you had a Twitter account, did you not?
I did.
When did you begin that Twitter account?
I'm not sure of the date.
Approximately when?
I'm not even sure of the year.
Was it prior to 2005, 2010, 2015?
Do you want me to speculate?
I want you to give me your best estimate.
Okay. I'm really not sure of the year. I couldn't put a specific date on it.
Do you
If you
recall?
want to give me ranges, I could try.
Do you recall how many years you had the Twitter account?
Not precisely, no.
Was it more than a year?
I think so.
Was it more than 3 years?
I don't think so.
Now, you had your Twitter account suspended, correct?
Yes, that's true. My Twitter account was suspended.
Do you recall when that was?
Not with specificity, no.
Do you recall why?
Well, I wrote several letters to Twitter to ask why I was suspended for life from their platform. And the response that I received was multiple violations of their policy. So I asked, could they name one example of those multiple violations? And they responded by saying now they were appealing, without my asking them to do so, my suspension. And that's when they sent me another note that I was suspended for life.
Yes, they didn't say why.
So just so the record's clear, so you have been suspended for life by Twitter?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a Twitter account now?
It's like, yes.
Do you still communicate with the press relating to Mr. Depp?
And I would instruct the witness not to answer the question to the extent that it requires you to disclose communications between you and Johnny.
It would, so I accept the instruction.
Do you still communicate with the press on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press?
Same instruction, same grounds. That clear on its face, it would require Mr. Waldman to disclose his communications with Mr. Depp, which he will not do.
It would, and I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak to the press?
I will instruct the witness not to answer because it's an end around the attorney-client privilege. Clever, but I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you not to speak to the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
We'd instruct the witness not to answer the question on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you not to speak with the press about issues involving he and Amber Heard?
And I will instruct not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Has Mr. Depp ever asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Mr. Heard or Amber Heard?
Would instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Would you have followed Mr. Depp's direction if he had asked you to correct or retract any statements you made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
Same instruction, same grounds.
And I accept the instruction.
Have you ever asked the press to correct or retract any statements you have made to the press relating to Mr. Depp or Amber Heard?
I want to make sure I understand the instruction. Are you saying you instruct not to answer in the event it implicates privileged conversations with Mr. Depp?
Yeah, I think I'm going to instruct not to answer.
Okay, thank you. I understand. I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4. I think I'm going to try to blow it up just a touch. It's kind of hard to read. Okay. And it's an article from July 3, 2020. Mail Online. This is Daily Mail Online. Do you see that?
I do.
No, actually, if I'm just going to go to page 8, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the following. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, quote, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts, quote facts, end of quote, as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you make that statement?
I believe I did.
Did you make that statement on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make the statement?
Same instruction, same rationale. You can't answer the why question without disclosing attorney-client privilege, so I would instruct you not to answer.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
And in any event, I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer that question on attorney-client privilege grounds.
I apologize. I actually didn't hear the question. I can agree with the instruction, but I probably should hear the question.
Fair enough.
Amy, could you read that back, please? Thank you.
One moment. Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement?
I would instruct the witness not to answer on attorney-client privilege grounds.
Thank you. I accept the instruction. Sorry for the repetition.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
On same grounds.
Yeah, I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss the statement with Mr. Depp after making the statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware that you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have retracted or corrected it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you that the statement was not correct, would you have corrected or retracted it?
Same instruction, same grounds.
I accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making this statement?
Same instruction, same grounds.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
And if you could bring up exhibit number 5. Mr. Waldman, I'm going to be asking you a question about a specific statement in this one. If you would like to read the article first, you are certainly at liberty to, and you could take control now and do that.
Thank you, I will.
It says, this is, I guess, I didn't set the stage here. This was the Daily Mail published on July 3rd, 2020. And I'm going to now direct your attention to page 9. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said the various discrepancies proved that nothing heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Do you see that?
Hearsay.
Then I'm going to direct your attention, Mr. Waldman, to the next statement. Quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that statement?
I do.
Did you make those statements?
There are two parts to what you've shown me. The first part didn't have quotation marks around it.
And I'm not asking about that. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
where it said nothing could be considered credible, that's not quoting me. The part
Right.
with the quote marks, I believe I said that, yes.
So starting from quite simply through (911), you stated all that. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Did you make these statements on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Instruct the witness not to answer on the grounds of attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss these statements with Mr. Depp following making these statements?
Same instruction, same rationale.
Yes, I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making these statements?
Same instruction, same reason.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make these statements with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct these statements, would you have retracted or corrected them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had told you these statements were not correct, would you have corrected or retracted them?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you rely upon any statements or evidence from Mr. Depp in making these statements?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 6. This was another Daily Mail online, July 3, 2020. And if you would like to go ahead and read the article, this would be a good time to do it.
Thank you.
Mr. Waldman, we were looking at Waldman exhibit number 6, and it's the Daily Mail from July, just lost her there, but July 3rd, 2020, and you were going to scroll through it, and I think we had some technical difficulties, so we took a break. Have you had an opportunity to review it, or do you need to now?
No, Ms. Bredoff, I just saw the screen for the first time, so may I read it now?
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you to turn to what is the 11th page, the last page you just finished reading. And I'm going to direct your attention to some specific words that are attributed to you. Do you see that it says Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said? Okay. You see Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said. Do you see that there, Mr. Waldman?
I do.
Okay. And then I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you speak the words, quote, the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
I'm not sure. It appears as I look at this that there are quote marks around the statement, and that suggests that I did. I don't remember saying these particular words, but it appears so.
Do you have any reason to believe that you did not say the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Ms. Johnny Depp?
No, I have no reason to doubt that.
Were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made this statement? I'm going to refer to it as a statement. I'm taking specific words, Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. But were you representing Mr. Depp at the time you made the statement that included Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp?
Instruct the witness not to answer based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
Why did you make this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
What were you trying to convey to the press in making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement on Mr. Depp's behalf?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp before making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you discuss this statement with Mr. Depp following making the statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware either before or after that you were making this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did you make this statement with Mr. Depp's authorization or agreement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Was Mr. Depp aware you were speaking with the press?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Did Mr. Depp ever ask you to retract or correct this statement?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
If Mr. Depp had asked you to retract or correct this statement, would you have done so?
Same instruction, same basis.
I accept the instruction.
Mr. Waldman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 11. And if you want to take a moment, I'm going to try to make it. Mr. Waldman, I'm just going to ask you, it's just kind of 2.5 pages. Go ahead and take the moment to review it, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I've read it.
Okay. So directing your attention to exhibit number 11. So because there's a number of these, so maybe we can just clear it up right from the start. So we have conversation. If you look at the top, conversation, 6 messages, 3 parties, over 209 minutes. And it has this first one, it has a date and a time, and it has a telephone number. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then it has some email messages, or text messages. It looks like it starts with Keith Bishop. Do you know who Keith Bishop is?
I do.
And who is he?
Keith Bishop is a publicist who lives in London.
And for what publication?
Oh no, he's a publicist, he's an advisor on media.
I see. Did you, at any time, did you or Mr. Depp ever employ Keith Bishop in any kind of public relations role?
Mr. Waldman, I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent that it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Johnny, either receiving or giving.
I would not be able to answer without doing so, so I accept the instruction.
Okay, and then Mr. Bishop says, and this is on 1/28/2020, Adam, I can confirm a meeting with the Mail Online for Monday, 17th February at 10 a.m. You see that?
I do.
So did you in fact have a meeting with the Mail Online on 17th February?
I couldn't say sitting here now definitively that we met on Monday, the 17th of February, no, but I see this and it wouldn't surprise me if we had.
And was Mr. Depp with you when you had the meeting?
I believe Mr. Depp was with me when we had this meeting.
And you were representing Mr. Depp at the time, correct?
I would instruct the witness not to answer that question based on attorney-client privilege.
I accept the instruction.
When did you obtain the audio tape that you're referencing in this text message?
And I would instruct you not to answer the question to the extent it would require you to disclose any communications you had with Mr. Depp, your client.
It would, and so I won't be able to answer the question.
what tape did you provide to the Mail online, the Daily Mail?
In this, are you asking, forgive me, in this instance relating to this text?
Yes.
My recollection is that I gave a pair of audio tapes actually to them. Whether that occurred sequentially or at the same time, I don't remember, but I provided them 2 tapes.
What training have you had in domestic violence?
None.
Have you ever represented any clients who have either been accused of domestic violence or had domestic violence committed on them other than Mr. Depp?
No.
And of course, you never saw any, as we would say, element or elements of things that Ms. Heard claimed, right?
I never saw any element or elements of things she claimed. Do you mean, did I ever see evidence with my own eyes that something she was saying was false?
Yes.
Yes, to some extent I have seen evidence of things that show her statements to be false.
Before we get there, as best you can recall today, who are the eyewitnesses that you, among the 29 or so that you referred to in the text to Christian Carino, that you believe disprove Ms. Heard's claims of abuse by Johnny Depp?
Okay, good. It's also probably easier to answer by taking a particular incident rather than
Oh,
just
it's going to go bad now.
names of people. So maybe this is a good illustration that is a helpful answer. On May 21st, 2016, and I always view this as one of her central claims. It was the one she put on the cover of People magazine. It's the one she led with when she went to get her temporary restraining order. The phone to the face incident on May 21st, 2016. That's her claim, and that she was further beaten by some appendage of Mr. Depp in the face, and her hair was pulled. And she showed up on the 27th in court with a lot of bruises on her face. So there are 2 police officers, one domestic violence trained female police officer, who testified over and over and over that there was no damage to the penthouse, which Ms. Heard claimed was destroyed. That's a direct quote, destroyed. There are, I can think of,
Boom.
9 other witnesses, the majority of whom are either neutral or actually Ms. Heard's own witnesses, who have testified in various forums, various times, that there were no injuries to her face whatsoever between the 21st and the 27th, when suddenly there were bruises.
Who are those 9?
Let's see. Laura Divinier, Melanie Inglesi, Amber's own primary makeup artist. Laura Divinier was Ms. Heard's assistant and decorator, and now works for Elon Musk. Hilda Vargas, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's at the time housekeeper. Samantha McMillan, who was Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp's stylist, a good friend of Ms. Heard's. Isaac Baruch, Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's friend, close friend, and Ms. Heard's neighbor in the penthouses. Okay, so continuing on, the witnesses, a list of some witnesses to the 21st, her claims of violence and damage to the apartment. Trinity Esparza, who was the head of the concierge desk at the Eastern Columbia building, and a friend of Ms. Heard's also. Cornelius Harrell, who I think also worked for the concierge desk, or in any event worked for the Eastern Columbia building, and met with Ms. Heard on the 22nd of May, which meeting was captured on CCTV also. Alejandro Romero, who I believe is head of security at the Eastern Columbia building. And I think Brandon Patterson also testified about the absence of bruises. And I should even distinguish, because we're talking about the notion of a hoax, I should distinguish these people specifically have given testimony that Ms. Heard was uninjured between the 21st of May up into perhaps the 25th or 26th of May. And then of course she appeared bruised again on the 27th. Some of them have testified that even after the 27th, they were with her and she appeared and that she appeared bruised. But during that period between the 21st and the 27th, I'm not sure if I've listed 9 plus the 2 police officers, but I think that's an illustration of what I was referring to when in the question you asked me about.
Can you please pull up the document labeled ARW 660, please? Start. But you do believe that the pictures and videos Marilyn Manson sent you helped disprove Ms. Heard's allegations, correct?
As to that incident, Thanksgiving, perhaps 2013, I think those videos and photographs, yes, demolished her claim.
Have you communicated with other social media users about this case other than public messaging platforms? Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately with other social media users about this case?
Other social media, I want to make sure I'm precise. Other social media users?
Yes.
That group would include almost everybody on Earth.
Have you provided information about this case to other social media personalities who then post that information?
I've provided information episodically to what I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as journalists who are not affiliated with, you mentioned, I think NBC a moment ago, or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name ThatUmbrellaGuy?
Oh my God, they named me.
I've had several phone calls with the person who goes by the name ThatUmbrellaGuy.
Hello world.
Other than through phone calls.
Oh my God.
I don't remember doing so, no.
What are other, well, let me ask you this.
So it's true.
Have you communicated in a similar fashion with someone on social media?
It's true.
Who goes by the name That Brian fellow?
I don't burn my sources. I could have said that any time and been like, whoa, look at me, but I don't burn my sources.
Yes.
And have you communicated to those individuals listed evidence that you believe suggests that Ms. Heard's allegations are hoaxes?
I would say I communicate with the internet journalists, because we put them in a category calling them that. I've done that. Exactly the same way I would communicate with mainstream media. If they have questions about evidence or the facts, I'll inform them.
And have you, when you communicate with them, do you do so? You testified some by phone, correct?
Yes.
Do you do so by text or messenger platform?
Largely, I think by phone, but if I communicated in writing, it would be probably by signal.
Can you please pull up the exhibits ALH 17001 to 2, please?
On the screen, exhibit 24.
No, my question, well, my first question is that in that box where it says first on the record statement from me regarding the body cam to RTL, Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney, is that a statement that you made to a German media outlet called RTL?
Yes.
And in that statement, you say that LAPD have now opened up a criminal investigation into perjury of Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you make a correction to RTL when you learned that the LAPD wasn't in fact investigating Ms. Heard for perjury?
Well, the way you've characterized it is not exactly what I would agree with. The LAPD told me that they were investigating the perjury claim at that time. Then sequentially came the statement. Then came notification from the LAPD that it was actually the LA Sheriff's Department that was investigating it, and that was the last I heard about it.
And who notified you from the LAPD that it was allegedly the Sheriff's Department who was investigating it?
The same desk officer at Foothill. And when I say he's the desk officer, I don't know if that's not necessarily the job title.
How did you find his, do you have his contact information?
I don't think I do. I don't know, but I don't, well, I'm not sure.
And I'm sorry if I asked you this. How did you come into contact with this desk officer?
I brought a binder of information, including the statements that had been made and the evidence showing that those statements were false.
In your view? So you took a binder to the LAPD and spoke to this desk officer?
Correct.
And was that the only time that you spoke to this person?
The 2 times.
Were they both in person?
Oh, maybe it's 2 or 3 times. No, no, 2 times we're on the phone.
Was the first meeting in person when you brought this binder?
No, the first was on the telephone.
So the investigation was opened up at your request after you brought this binder to the desk officer? Is that right?
I didn't ask him to open an investigation. I filed a claim with the LAPD regarding these perjurious statements that Ms. Heard and her best friend Rocky Pennington had made to a court.
Was that claim that you filed in writing?
Yes.
Do you know whether that claim was produced as part of your document production in this case? Because I certainly haven't seen it.
I don't know that I ever received a copy of it. It was filed in writing with the LAPD. But I don't recall that I ever received a copy of it.
Did you draft it?
No.
So you were talking to the desk officer and he was taking down notes, and is that the writing you're referring to?
Yes.
Did you ever see this alleged written claim?
Yes.
Did you sign it?
I don't recall if I did.
Did you ever speak to anyone other than your client about this alleged perjury investigation, other than your client and the desk officer?
Well, I think this quote that you've shown me to the media would constitute speaking about it.
Did you ever hear anything more about this perjury investigation, to the extent it existed, from any other third party who claimed that they had spoken to anyone in LAPD or the LA Sheriff's Office?
No, I don't think so.
Mr. Waldman, do you have a professional license?
I do.
Do you have your own law firm?
I do.
What is the name of your law firm?
Endeavor Law Firm.
When was Endeavor Law Firm formed?
think it was in 2005.
And who was it who formed your law firm?
It was I who did it.
And who owns your law firm?
I do.
What is your title at the Endeavor Law Firm?
Managing member, I believe.
And it's none of our business who your clients are, but does the Endeavor Law Firm have other clients other than Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Does Johnny Depp issue you a Form W-2?
I don't think so, no.
Do you receive legal training from Johnny Depp or any of your other clients?
I suppose the practice of law in general is legal training, but if I understand your question correctly, no.
Fair point. Have you ever listed Johnny Depp as your employer on any filings with the IRS?
No.
But you offer legal services to clients, correct?
Yes.
All right, I'll say, do you offer legal services to the general public?
Probably not to the general public, but I offer legal services. I think that's your question.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, our next one would be Detective Sandanaga, Sandanaga. It's about 20 minutes.
All right, let's go ahead and
Okay.
have that witness. And is that,
And
go ahead.
we start the questioning.
All right, thank you.
What's your name and business address for the record, please?
Marie Sadanaga, Marie, Sadanaga, Sadanaga. And my business address is 100 West 1st Street, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a detective with the Los Angeles Police Department, and I am the department's domestic violence coordinator.
What does it mean to be the domestic violence coordinator?
Can't hear anything.
So I am recognized as the person most knowledgeable in domestic violence. I oversee how our department as a whole responds to domestic violence. So I don't investigate cases right now myself. I just make sure that officers and detectives are responding to domestic violence.
That is
how
not,
the California State Penal Code wants us to.
And how long have you been with the LAPD?
Yeah, I'm looking at this.
17
This is
years.
not a
What,
us
if
problem.
any,
This is a.
policies, procedures,
Give me a
and
second. We'll see if we can
protocols
fix
are in
this.
place at the LAPD
And we'll talk about the name
for
drop
domestic
after
violence
at break.
cases separate from other types.
So once we determine there is domestic violence, we have to determine whether there is a crime. Every time we respond to a domestic violence call, per state law, we need to document whether it's a crime or just an incident, which would be when there is not a crime, but there's still paperwork done. So that is part of the officer's investigation.
Now, I had asked a little earlier about when the victim is reluctant to press charges. If patrol officers saw property damage or marks on the face of the victim, even if the victim was not cooperating and did not want to press charges, what would the patrol officers' obligations be back in May 2016 on a domestic violence call?
If officers determined that there was domestic violence, even if a victim is reluctant, our policy is they still make that arrest if a suspect is there or take a report.
Sorry, there was a weird sound issue on their side that was cutting back and
Patrol
forth.
officers
I got it
arrive
fixed.
at the scene, and this is May 2016, and there are 4 people that are present at the scene. How many of those individuals are the patrol officers obligated to interview? So I'm going to show you the incident call here, and it goes down and it has domestic dispute, and then it says met with victim, looks like check location, verified husband left, victim advised verbal dispute and refused to give any further information, issued business card. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. In May of 2016, was the language victim advised verbal dispute, language that patrol officers were trained to provide when they were not going to document anything from the scene?
It can vary, but officers would commonly use the phrase verbal dispute or to document when a report was not taken.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 8. It's dated November 24, 2014. And it's subject domestic violence supplemental report. And it says the domestic violence supplemental report form 15.40.02 has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. You see that?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why the LAPD decided that they needed to create a supplemental report form that would give a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence?
Right. The supplemental includes a lot of questions that are required by California state law. So we included that on it. And the original supplemental was actually created a lot earlier, I believe in 1999. This revision of it added some specific questions to help us look at to do a risk assessment. I'm not sure if the supplemental is attached to this form, but on the supplemental, there's a section where I believe there's like 7 yes or no questions. That is what was added during this revision.
Detective Sadnaga, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. And do you recognize this supplemental report?
Yes.
Is this the supplemental form that was referred to in exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look at this and we start out on the left-hand column, and it has a number of different observations to make of the victim. And it includes shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, calm, agitated, nervous, threatening, apologetic, under the influence of alcohol, under the influence of drugs, or other observations. And it says document in narrative. All right, are these typically characteristics of victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your direction to the crime scene now. And the same question, there's a number of different items on here, including location, vandalized, ransacked, and personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why these are included on this list?
My understanding is that these are things that are typically at a crime scene or can occur. So things that we want officers to look for and mark when they take the crime report.
And as with the questions I had on the characteristics that are on the list for the victims, are these items that are also discussed with the police officers in their training to look for in even making the determination whether a crime has taken place?
Yes, they are.
Is there a scenario under which the patrol officers decide that there's no crime, but they see property damage and injury and take photographs?
I mean, every situation is different. I believe, one way, if we have a situation like that occurred, then there should be a domestic violence incident report. So there is a place to document your observations and statements from people and a reason to have those photographs.
Even if ultimately the officers determined that it wasn't a crime.
And yes, that's why domestic violence incident reports are reports where there are no crime, and that is why we have them, so we can document and have a history of calls and see, in case there is another call in the future, that there is prior history of any type of domestic call, even if it was not ultimately ruled a crime.
Would that incident report include if there were interviews with witnesses and if there were any photographs or notes taken?
Yes, there is still a narrative that is written where everything, the officer's investigation and observations and any photographs are listed.
And was there an incident report in place in May of 2016 for patrol officers to use in domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Could you please describe the purpose of an incident report as of May 2016 and what was included typically in an incident report?
So the purpose of domestic violence incident reports were to record when officers responded to a call of domestic violence that did not result in a crime. They are actually required by state law for us to document every domestic violence incident that we respond to. And in that report, it's the same, I keep calling it a face sheet. That's not the official term, but the same as a crime report that we would take it on, but you fill out the information. You just do not list a suspect because we have no crime. It's the victim who was in fear that the other party may cause some type of danger to them. And that other party is then listed as a witness. And then there is a narrative that is included, the same type of narrative that would be in a crime report, where you would write down your source of activity. The officers would put their source of activity and then document their investigation. The statements that anyone made, as we ask on domestic violence calls, what type of relationship it is, how long they've been together, any prior incidents of domestic violence. All that would be included in the narrative of an incident report.
And would any photographs or other notes also be included in that incident report?
Yes, they can be, if there was anything that they saw that officers believe needed to be documented in there.
And where would an incident report, and I'm again back in May 2016, where would that be filed or stored once the patrol officers were done with their shift for the day?
The officers would turn in their reports, including any incident reports, to the watch commander, who would read over it and sign it off. And if it is approved, it would go to our records unit at that division to create a report number on it. And then it does get assigned to a detective, just so that we have it on file in case there's any future incidents.
Do officers at some point have to make a determination as to whether domestic violence has occurred?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What criteria do officers use to make that evaluation?
They use the interviews with the parties that are there, what they observe at the scene, even what they observe, like the demeanor of the victims and the suspects. Every situation is different, but it's really like taking in the whole the whole 360 of where you are and what's occurred, so they can get all information to make that educated determination if a crime has occurred.
Can you just generally describe for me the circumstances under which a domestic incident report is used?
Oh, we take a incident report when we determine there is no crime, but that one of the parties is in fear that their life was in danger, or they could be a victim of some type of serious bodily injury. So the third incidents you would have, or where we don't take the incident report, is where both parties state it was an argument, there was no physical injury, both parties say we weren't afraid that the other was going to do any type of harm to me.
Okay. And so in that case, in that third case that you just described, would there be any documentation required typically?
On that third one, when we don't have the fear, so it makes it no incident report, it's only documented on that daily field activity report.
Ms. Meadowhoff asked a line of questions earlier on in the deposition about victims of domestic violence being reluctant to come forward and speak up. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is that a significant problem in dealing with domestic violence calls?
Yes.
Is that a problem that you have personally experienced on your own calls?
Yes.
Okay. When confronted with a person who's unwilling to make a statement, is there much that a police officer can really do if you have somebody who just refuses to make a statement and refuses to indicate that they have suffered violent abuse?
It's not too much. Usually we teach them to talk about the cycle of violence and power and control, and see if we can, start a rapport with the victim and get them to discuss. But if they really don't want to tell us what happened, we can't force them.
If a potential victim has visible injuries, or that there are indications at the scene that there has been some sort of violent episode, does the fact that the potential victim declines to make a statement mean that the officers can't go forward?
No, not necessarily. They would need to investigate more, but you do have the visible injury and evidence of some type of struggle. So they would need to try to get that probable cause to determine that it was a crime that created that injury.
There were a number of questions asked about if observed injury, if observed property damage, back and forth. And both of us have asked you a lot of questions about this. And so I just want to make sure that it's very clear. If a police officer responding to a domestic violence call sees injury, regardless of whether the victim cooperates, what is the police officer's obligation? This is as of May 2016.
To do an investigation to determine if that injury was a result of a crime.
And that investigation would include what?
It would include interviewing anyone that is at scene, seeing if there's any type of physical evidence of altercation, or depending on the story that was given, if there's corroboration of that, seeing if there's any witnesses. kind of depends. Each one's different, but just doing a thorough investigation.
If one of the other witnesses took the officers through the entire premises and showed broken glass, spilled wine, and a number of areas of disturbance and vandalism, what would the officers' obligations be then?
The officers would still need to determine if there was enough evidence there from these witness statements and the things that they're seeing to determine if this injury is a result of a crime.
What discretion do the police officers have when they see an injury on the victim when they reported to a domestic violence call? And this is as of May 2016.
The officers still need to do an investigation if there is a visible injury because they have to determine if it was a crime.
So one of your roles, if I understand it, is to make a determination of that the police, the LAPD as a whole, how you're overseeing how they respond to domestic violence calls, correct?
Yes.
And let me ask it just a little bit differently. In making the determination of whether to create an incident report, what, if any, factors can the officer consider if the victim does not want to press charges, but the officer still believes that an incident report is appropriate under the circumstances?
It would, if an officer determines that there was not a crime, yet there was enough there, and I guess what I'm trying to say, I mean, the purpose we have to think about, that we tell the officers the purpose of domestic violence incident report is for documentation of incidents, because we know with domestic violence, there's usually a series of incidents that happen, and not all of those are crimes. So for us as officers, we document those. So in the future, if there is a crime, we can go back and say there have been all these other incidents. So as officers, we kind of take that into our analysis of the scene. And if we can't determine whether a crime has happened, we have to think about, do we need to document this so maybe sometime in the future people know that this happened?
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time.
I guess we have something to talk about this, right?
Discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll see you back.
I guess we have a little bit of something to talk about, right? Yeah, so that was exciting. You have to excuse me. I got a little excited about that. I mean, I did. I did have that validated to the world. You know, here's the thing. I will not burn sources. I've never burned a source. I will not burn a source. And yeah,
All right,
like
so
if,
back at 1:45. Is your next witness on a deposition or?
give me a second.
It's gonna be live, all right, so we'll take care of the TV then. All right, see you at 1:45.
So I will not burn a source over something like that. Someone wrote me and they were like, "Yo, you were in contact with Adam Waldman? You've had contact." I've been telling you, I've got contacts all over the place. I got contacts in Warner. I've got contacts in Disney. I've got contacts everywhere. Like I've been saying that, like I put it in videos. And unlike the mainstream media, I'm not lying about it. I very well do. But you know what? I won't burn a source. As I've said many times, everyone can contact me. I'm open. I have an open email. You can contact me there, but no one gets to own my voice. I'm not for sale. So yes, Adam Waldman, I will not go into communications about Adam Waldman or anything like that. As he says, we've discussed things on the phone. And what it was, see, here's the thing, I guess the way I'll put this. All right. I cries better than Kyle Rittenhouse. I was excited. I mean, okay, like it validated something again. So Amber Heard actually
put it into the public. Now, I knew the other side of this had been talking about it. Amber Heard actually leaked this information, or Amber Heard or Eve Barlow leaked this information to their underlings, and I know that because I heard that I heard where this came from. You know, I was actually I've been mentioned in 3 documents so far in this case, 4 if you count broad strokes, but I've been mentioned 1 outright where you can see my name. You know, as this is I'm part of the new counterclaim. In fact, now maybe people can understand this a little bit better. In the old counterclaim for Amber Heard, she claimed that there were 1 million bots out there that were all controlled by Johnny Depp and Adam Waldman, which is a bunch of garbage, right? Because they're not controlling an army of bots. Like I said, I've spoken to Adam Waldman. He's you know what I like about Adam Waldman? He never pushed me to say anything. He never tried to. I asked questions. I wanted to see proof because, again, I lent my voice to this thing for years. And the reason that I lent my voice to it is because I believe that Johnny Depp is innocent. Period. I do not believe that the man put his hands on anyone. Period. And I have seen so much evidence that this is an abuse hoax. I don't know how to make it any clearer. I've been talking about that for years. I don't know how to make it any clearer. There are 14 incidents of alleged violence, and those incidents, they don't hold up to scrutiny. From the very beginning of them, they don't hold up. And when you start pulling at the threads, you start unraveling what's there, you can tell it's fake. I put out a call for evidence, though, and I open this up to anyone. You know who didn't answer my call? Anyone representing Amber Heard. You know why? Because I don't give a fuck about celebrity backpats. I don't care about it. I mean, it's mind-boggling to be like named in this, but not as you got named in that. It's validity because we are replacing journalists because journalists won't cover the truth for 3 fucking years. You know why? You know why people reach out to a person like myself? Because the media locked out the truth there. They kept saying that Amber Heard gave charity. No, proof is out there. She didn't do it. For years, she claimed just clout off of that. When Johnny Depp and then they started asking about truth, they started asking about, hey, do you have proof that you gave it? Simple questions like that. Lockdown, media lockdown. They couldn't get a word in. No one would talk about it. The only people that were interested in truth were people like myself and yourself. You know, people that not the establishment shills that are for hire. Those people are garbage. I'm getting hit up with them now, too. I've been hit up. I've got 3 networks that have hit me up. And my answer to you is, where were you when these people, they reached out to you? I have nothing to say to you. Now, if they're independent journalist sources and stuff, sure. You know, I mean, people like Rekieta, props to Rekieta Law, by the way. Check him out. He's good people. Props to Yellow Flash, too. Yellow Flash, too, has been there every step of the way. But me, like I said, he put me on this stuff. So if you want somebody to subscribe to, you want somebody that is taking lumps for this shit and just no love for it, Yellow Flash too. That guy, he's had to listen to me endlessly drone on about this case. Endlessly. Because I consider him a good friend. Not just a creator, but a good friend. And he's somebody that he definitely, like, he pointed me in this direction. He told me about the lawsuit. And the more I found, I'd be like, yo, man, did you see this? Yo, man, have you seen that? Now, of course, I didn't tell anybody about contact with that because you can't, you know, I can't again. Now, if you look at the Amber Heard claim, this is where they named outright. This is it's funny because I've tried to dance around the subject of this. Okay.
if you go back and you look at my statements about this, I don't deny that I've been in contact with anybody, but I don't confirm that I've been in contact with anyone anyway. Everyone can make their own inference about that, you know, but excuse me, I ate something with some hot sauce on it and it didn't like me. It's like, oh, my stomach, hot sauce. But as part of the new counterclaim, after she lost with the bot claim, what she did is she redesigned it. You know, can I email you and say hi? Yeah, my email's open. It's granularheaven@gmail.com. That's GRANULAR, like the grain of sand, HEAVEN @gmail.com. Granularheaven@gmail.com. Just write. You can. Anybody can write. I try to check everybody. By the way, mods, don't be banning people. I saw somebody like mute someone that was just goofing off. No muting like that. Only mute people when they're just, I mean, they're you know what a real spammer is. Don't be muting the wrong people. I love you, mods, but don't do that. You know, it's supposed to be fun. Don't do that. But anyway, this claim came through as part of the new counterclaim. As part of the smear campaign against Amber Heard, Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp also contacted the media to falsely call Amber Heard a liar and a hoax artist. This not only included the mainstream media, but also social media accounts, including yours truly. When that came up, you know, a lot of people were like, is that true? You know, I can't say. And again, I had somebody that I know, you know, a good person. I liked him, but they wrote and they were like, dude, if you would have put this out in the public, you'd have had like a million subs by now. I mean, holy shit. But that's not the point. The point isn't, I can't get my dignity back if I burn people like that. And I want people, the reason people will talk to me about these cases is because I won't burn you for it. If you're when a Amber, they told me I could say this, when a Amber Heard's friends reached out to me to talk to me because they know I don't burn sources. I guess behind the scenes, they had heard this coming from the Amber Heard pipeline and they were like, whoa, you know? So they had heard about that. Again, I didn't confirm or deny anything with that, but they had heard that, and therefore, and you could make the inference again, you know, again, like he said, we'd been in contact with discussions. The only thing, like, you know, again, I will still use sources. I will never say where something comes from. Like I said, I don't want to point the finger at a source and say, I got it from there. If you want to know what I got from somebody, fucking sue me. But if you sue me, look at the boost I got just from being mentioned there. If somebody like an Amber Heard sues me, I will have 1 million subs. And I will crowdfund a defense. So it won't touch me. I'll enjoy it. I'll have a fun time. It'll be fun times indeed. I mean, I will. I'll be shilling my comic books. I mean, it'll be a fucking riot. You won't. You don't want that. You know, you don't want that. But regardless, you know, I mean, I want it. Bring it. I mean, for real. Like, it ain't gonna cost me a dime. I'll crowdfund it. Don't trust the witches around Amber. No, I don't trust. Like, it isn't that. It's if somebody reaches out and they want to disclose something, that's fine. Like I said, Amber Heard's team could have reached out to me. They could have reached out with evidence, but the only side that reached out and wanted to provide evidence was Adam Waldman. Adam Waldman, and like I said, in no way, shape, or form has Adam Waldman tried to be an influence. I like Adam Waldman. Like I'll be honest about it. I like him. He's disarming. You can tell, like he's real. You can hear it when he's speaking. He's a real person. And if you ask him a question, he won't dance around it. Why do you believe Johnny Depp? He'll give you an answer. And here's another thing, and I'm gonna try to torpedo the shit out of this too. Adam Waldman speaks for Adam Waldman. They try to make it like Adam Waldman is reaching out on behalf of Johnny Depp doing all this shit. No, Adam Waldman firmly believes that Johnny Depp is innocent. That's why Adam Waldman went to war over this. Not because he could get a paycheck,
Not because he could get headlines, but because Adam Waldman believed that Johnny Depp was innocent. It's the same thing. It's like again, if somebody will inform you on it, it'll go through. Like I said, if people want to contact for other cases too, like I'm curious about the Manson case. Somebody involved in the Manson case wants to hit me up. I'm all ears. I'll look at your filings. I'll look at the evidence, and I'll make an informed decision. Again, I'm not for sale on that though. I'm just curious about that. But I thought that was funny. I am excited about it. Like I said, I'm excited because I can say something about it because it's amazing. Like it's amazing to have that validation because again, it's not like I'm not, like I said, I'm a mental health professional. I'm not a journalist first and foremost, but part of journalism implies that you try to find the truth of the matter. Like I've been inspired by a lot of people that are around me. I want to give shout outs to a bunch of people out there, like Yellow Flash, like I said, Yellow Flash again, sub to that guy. I like that guy. Recato Law, man. Recato Law is good people. These people have had my back too. One of the other things, we take shit without have the protection of the media. Like the media, when they cover something, they just browbeat people to death, if they if something comes up. Like I'm sure there will be at least 3 or 4 hit pieces about me. Oh my God, I can only imagine. Like the poor thing about that though. So here, let me tell you the reality of covering cases. You want the ugly side of that too? Like slogging through the mud. We've had my real information put out there. I've had old workplaces contacted since I'm in mental health. They've been harassed repeatedly. I'm sure this will really inspire the crazies to come out of the woodworks for it too. Like my wife gets threatened online. Before my second child was born, people that they would talk behind the scenes talking about trying to drive her to miscarriage. Like people talk about raping and murdering my 8-year-old openly. And I can't get fuck all done about it. So that's the ugly side to it. But you know what? There's truth to this stuff. And when you're looking for it, that you want to find out about it. You just got to keep going, man. You just keep going. Because again, there's a purpose. The reason I've never understood the fixation that these simps have, for shutting people down. I've never understood that. All I want is, like I said, to understand the truth of the matter and to talk about it. And I want to be able to talk about it with a voice that knows. I mean, again, like if you want law coverage, people like Recato Law are fantastic at it. And you know what? He does his research too. But for me, like I'm coming at it from a different approach. Like I want to look at it. The thing that motivated me to get into this stuff is because the words that are thrown around here matter. I have worked for a long time with survivors of domestic violence, with people in their worst positions in life. Like I said, I've worked with the mentally ill for years, and the words that are thrown around. A domestic abuser, a rapist. I mean, that's what they're calling it, I mean, you violate someone in the bottle, they're calling you a rapist. Those words matter. They have power, and they have power for a reason. I spent my bit of life just wandering around doing my thing, but afterwards, I spent my life trying to put people's lives back together, and it's a fulfilling vocation. And when somebody is accused of those things, if they did it, they deserve to burn. They absolutely. If the things that were said about Depp were true, then he would deserve much worse. But he didn't do it. When people have falsely apply those labels, it doesn't just do damage. See, it doesn't just do damage to men. It doesn't just do damage to an individual. It does damage to all of us. Because I want to listen to you. Like when you reach out to me and you tell me the most horrific details of your life, I want to listen to you and I want to believe you. And I don't want some false accuser standing between me and you.
because they do you a disservice. You're the one being done a disservice in that. And this has become a social plague. What you saw, and I understand why this is happening too. I understand it. The justice system has failed domestic abuse survivors. It's failed them. I get it. But what we've seen the formation of public lynch mobs under the idea that listen and believe. Listen and believe espouses that no one, well, it's listen and believe, it's believe all women is what the statement is there. And again, when I say that, I want to add a caveat. I want to say I no more believe all women than I blame all women. I don't blame women for Amber Heard. That's not your fault, but the pendulum swing, when you can't get justice, people, they went public and they started saying, yo, this is a problem. And that is true. That is very much true. But the effect of that is that people that want to point a finger and say that person is guilty, that's all it takes anymore. And that's a scary world that I don't want to be part of that. I want to make sure that I don't do a disservice to, again, if Amber Heard was a domestic abuse survivor, I wouldn't want to do a disservice toward her by pointing the finger. Because like I said, I don't care about the celebrity of someone. I do care. Like, I want to make this clear too. When I started this case, I could have, excuse my word with saying this, is just be profanity, but I could care fuck all about Johnny Depp as far as celebrity status. As I've gone further though, I actually kind of like Johnny Depp. I find him fascinating, but I find him to be is he flawed? Yeah. He has a background like, I have a substance abuse background. I didn't talk about it forever because of the stigma that comes with it. Because people they'll try to use it to ruin you with it. They treat you like garbage with it. So I understand the stigma to that. I wanted to hide it away and trying to deal with your own personal demons. For me, luckily, I have a loving wife. We've been married for a while now. Props to her. Shout out to Miss Umbrella. And I also have 2 lovely little girls. And my girls are the reason that I got my life together. I finally did. But when I talk about like 12-step not working for Johnny Depp and stuff, I've been there. I've been there myself, And I can find commonality in that. I could also find commonality in the fact I am from the Appalachians. I am from one of the poorest places in the United States. And Johnny Depp talked about that growing up, He talked about like outdoor outhouses, floors that are my grandfather tells a story about how when they were young, they used to have to shove newspaper in their walls because they try to stay warm. And his sister froze to death. They used to just huddle in one room and try to stay warm while shoving newspaper in their walls. I mean, that's the kind of, I see the background there. We come from the dirt. We come from the ignored, the flyover states. We don't matter politically. We don't, we're not seen. So when he talks about that, I see the commonality there and I understand it. And I appreciate someone that comes from the dirt. Because you know what? That's where I came from. My mom worked hard. She helped give me chances. I'm the first person to ever go to college out of my family. I wanted to be more in that. And when I looked at that, I felt, well, that's interesting. The struggles. I understand you're human. I get that. And what really, I guess, something that really stuck with me was Jack in the Box, the story. I've talked to dozens of sources attached that know Johnny Depp in some way, shape, or form. Tomorrow, I'm going to interview Greg Ellis. I'm going to talk to him. I've talked to him before. Greg Ellis, he's Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Good guy. Like him. Very knowledgeable dude. Also, a fervent supporter of Johnny Depp. Has been from day one. He talks about the court cabal, how it's geared, how it ruins lives. That guy, like I say, there are just
sources, they're everywhere to talk to. And one of the stories I kept coming back to was this story about Johnny Depp and Jack in the Box. And I was curious about it. So I talked to a source that, again, very close to Depp. And they told me about how Johnny Depp, when he travels, he carries, again, he refers to it lovingly as Jack in the Box. What it is his Captain Jack Sparrow outfit. What he does is when he gets a chance, this is what bothers me about them attacking him for charity, by the way. When he gets a chance, he will stop by like a children's hospital, whatever, and he'll just be Captain Jack Sparrow for a little bit. Amber Heard took that away from him, that character. They took it away from those kids. So she didn't just defraud children of $3.5 million when she didn't turn over charity. She defrauded kids by taking away that character, by tainting it. Because some people, when they look at him now, they think he's a monster. He's not the guy who just wanted to go out and be Captain Jack Sparrow to help out kids that are freaking dying. She didn't give anything to them. She talks about all the good work she did, but she damn well didn't turn over money. Like I said, that guy, her answer to it, in fact, you saw her attacking him with charity with one of the witnesses today, right? That guy, even he said Johnny Depp would rather just show up and do his thing. Like I said, over the time, I don't like celebrity. I don't care about it. But I got to where I like Johnny Depp the person. And yeah, he's made some stupid comments. Man, we all have. I've probably made 5 stupid comments today in this freaking live stream. God knows. If I got held to the same standard as that guy right there, my God, it would have burned my life down already. I couldn't survive in the pressure cooker that is their lives. And maybe one day, I mean, hopefully, like I said, hopefully we get to the point one day where I'll extend this invitation too. Once this trial's over, if any of his friends, him himself, if he wants to come on and interview, I'll give him a fair shake. I'll give the person there a fair shake. It won't be like the mass media, any of them. Because again, I won't sit here and ask them about the stupid that the mass media will ruin their lives. See, because they stop listening to them, you know. One reason, again, that a person like Adam Waldman, when you look at the outlets that would cover this, they're places like, again, no rudeness meant to any of them, but Page 6 is not like MSNBC or something. Those places right now, I'm going to tell you, those places right now that are covering this trial, you look long and hard. Court TV, I'm looking right at you. I'm calling you out because I got a lot of freaking people that are looking at me. Right before the trial, Court TV took that cabinet slamming video that you see quite a bit now. They took that video, they boiled it down to 6 seconds. They hyper zoomed it in the middle, and it made it look like he attacked Amber Heard, and they rolled with it. Now, though, since the clicks are good, baby, they don't play that game right now because the clicks are good. That disgusts me. You know, that's why, like, for years, this guy couldn't get any justice. That's why independent journalists have to exist. And we don't have a network attachment. Although I do want to give a shout out to Critical Blast, like that guy. I thought at first we thought the trial would be different. About it wasn't going to be televised, so I was going to go there, right? Despite anything, I was going to go there, but we would need media credentials, and Critical Blast was going to sponsor. So props to Critical Blast. I do want to give them a shout out there. I also want to give a shout out, since a lot of people are listening, I want to give a shout out to one of the most misunderstood things on the internet. That'd be #ComicsGate. Yeah, that's right. If you think that's a bunch of bigots and monsters, that's what the comic industry called me. Warner Brothers. That's Warner Brothers right there, baby. They went after it. They went after little bitty pros, people that want to crush them. So I'll give a shout out to that since I have people's attention for a minute.
It is not the thing that people made it. Could there be assholes in it? Sure. There are assholes in anything. But by and large, don't stop listening to the media. Stop listening to these people that want to destroy lives, man. Start asking for evidence. That's what we need to do. That's what I did, like I said. I know I've been rambling for that for a minute, and a bunch of you stuck around and listened to it. Wow. No, I mean, seriously, though. Like I said, I appreciate, you know what I've been able to do for right at 3 years. I've been able to cover this thing. I'm OCD too. Like I'm not a teenager or anything now. I'm older, all right? And if I were younger these days, I would be diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder, for sure. And I say that not as just somebody commenting. I say that as someone in mental health. I say that as a diagnostician. It's positive when you're doing this kind of stuff, though. You know, you want to find the truth. You just keep going down the rabbit hole. But yeah, I've had a bunch of places like reach out for interviews, though. Like I said, I don't want to give interviews to the mainstream media. I don't think. I'm looking through stuff, you know. Good God, man. My Twitter just like grew like 5,000 followers. I wonder what did my YouTube channel grow when people said that? I didn't even check, man. I've been just sitting here like goofing off. I mean, I've got a lot of, okay, let's see. Holy crap, I picked up like 2,000 plus people since that announcement. So maybe when I say that there's FBI involvement in a fucking case, maybe people will believe me from now on. Maybe when I say that there's FBI involvement, like, okay, you want me to tell you what the media tricks that they'll pull? I've had my channel since I've covered this 9 times. I've been struck 9 times. I have an MCN multi-channel network. They save my channel, but try to remove my voice. One of the things they couldn't stand was when Australia came up. I found out through sources that the FBI were coordinating an investigation. They were allowing, which makes sense if you think about it. How are witnesses in the U.S. going to coordinate with Australian authorities? The FBI. That's how they coordinate. That, you know. So I broke that well over a year ago now. You know, the media, they attacked me. They said I was a liar. All these freaking weirdos. They say I'm a liar and nut job. You know, because you heard it through sources. Oh my God, they just made that up. Then 6 months after the fact, the media breaks the story. Exclusive. And they repeat what I said 6 months before. It's been happening all the time, you know. Oh, let me give a shout out to Popcorn Planet too. You know, he's had great breakdowns at the end of this stuff. But yeah, like Come Geek Some, Stevie J Raw. God, I can't even think of, like I'm on the cusp of this stuff. Like people like Colonel Kurtz. A lot of folks cover this from day one. They've been in here for a long time. I put in a lot of time trying to understand the algorithm. I mean, I'm terrible at thumbnails still. You know, like I said, I got a life. I have kids. So, you know, I'm still not the greatest at thumbnail game, but like I understand the algorithm a little better, so I could get out there and expose a little bit more. But those guys have been with it for a long time. So shout outs to those people too. I mean, when you're looking at this again, you know, there are a lot of oh, you want a good pun? There's some Johnny come latelys. You know what? So here, let me shout one thing out that we do. Okay. When you know how I also don't take sponsors. I turn down every sponsor that comes along. What I do is we do a comic book every year. All right. Now, our comic book is in a process called In Demand. That means we're working on it right now. So you can still pick it up. And that's how we pretty much, we we do what we do. You know, I go to places, we investigate, we do all kinds of stuff outside. Like I don't talk about any of that stuff, but I'm going to drop a link in the chat for that. This is our comic book again. You know, now I want you to think about this. The companies that allowed this to happen, like Warner Brothers, let's take Warner Brothers, for example. Warner Brothers, comic book industry, also everything else, they sit on the truth of the matter here for over 2 years. They've recently, like I've said in videos, they've recently noted that they knew that Johnny Depp didn't damage Amber Heard in any way. They did all that, and they denigrated their customers along the way. They said that you don't matter what you wanted. You need to walk away from these companies. Forget just boycotting and Aquaman. You walk away from them if they're going to mistreat you as a customer. When you walk away, though, you don't surrender your hobbies. You keep them. And the way you do that is by backing alternatives. We have a comic book. I'll put a link in the description for it if you haven't heard about it and you want to help out. This is how we stay sponsor free, baby. We're beholden to no one. The only people we're beholden to is you. We take ad revenue with ads, but I don't like. I got hit up for 3 sponsor ads this week. Like, no, I don't take them because that's no shot at sponsor people who take sponsors, but the mainstream media started taking sponsors, and then they started worrying about what they had to say. Then they started developing narratives. Nah, we do our own thing. Again, independent hashtag Comicsgate, baby. I'll just say that straight up. You know, again, it gets so much hate out there. But S.K. Bennett, amazing artist. If you're like, why is there an umbrella guy in this? That's because this is a family thing. We do an all ages, meaning for everybody, not for just a lot of kids, but for everybody. And my daughter is pretty much the hero in here. It's a detective and a sidekick archetype, right? Detective, little sidekick, go out, solve horror adventures, basically the paranormal, you know, classic monsters meets Twin Peaks here. But when she looks at it, you look at it, detective, little sidekick. When she looks at it, it's her and dad. And also, one of the things we get to do because of this is she gets to put in her own artwork. Look at that. She's got her own thing along with S.K. Bennett. S.K. Bennett is phenomenal, by the way. That guy, he should be working in an industry, get mega bucks. Instead, he doesn't. So he needs to put out commissions, and all of you need to buy them when he wants to do commissions. Or when he puts out his own book, everybody needs to back it. But we have our stuff here. Like I said, we're working on it. It's in process. That's what Indiegogo is, a platform saying we'll guarantee it's delivered. And we put a year on it, but we try to deliver it faster. But this is our 3rd one we delivered. And if you don't like comic books, you don't care about them at all, we have buy one for charity. We'll give this to charity. We'll take it to a children's hospital. And when we run out of children's hospital, we'll take them somewhere else. And we'll donate one as well. So you donate one, we donate one. That's how we change the world, baby. We change it by voices. We change it by actions. We change the world. We can. If we stop arguing over petty nonsense and we start doing things. Give me 1 second. Let me link this in the description. To tag. That's how we change that world, baby. What's next in the case? You're just going to hear a bunch of randos tell you about how this, that, and the other. You're placing an order? All right, guys. Thank you. I'll catch all super chats that came in too. Like I said, I read some super chats at the mail. I'm excited today. Okay. I've had this secret that I have many other cool secrets like that. Some secrets that blow your socks, but I just can't tell you about them. But this was one that I thought, man, that's cool. And I had heard it through the grapevine, really from her side more than anything. Like, again, Waldman is, you know, they make him out to be this like weirdo that'll give away all the detail. No, he answered questions, and like, if I had a certain question, like, hey, what makes you think he's innocent here? Then I can get a direct response. I get a direct response from Adam Waldman. Direct, because he's not a clown. You know, like Amber Heard's team act like a bunch of clowns. They ride around in their clown car, honking their little clown noses, you know. I mean, it's all clown shoes, you know, flopping in the breeze, baby. It's not real. It's not the real deal. Let's see. Look real fast. I wanted to see if I had a clown noise on my soundboard. I don't see a clown. I was hoping my soundboard had a clown noise. There you go. I got a little honk honk there. Oh man, I can't wait to see all the hate though. Hey Tug, I want one of those. Camilla, do you think you can do a 6X? I go through Teespring. You know, they're connected to YouTube, so I can see it, and that's how. Now I will this weekend. I can't do it while we're live because it just sucks up bandwidth and stuff. But I will this weekend, or probably either tonight or tomorrow. It depends on how tired I am. You know, I am tired. It depends on how tired. I will add a women's like fitted tee to that. So I just been doing basics, you know, like I usually when I add a bunch, like I have to redesign them all and, you know, make them fit the design and everything. So I have to put them in there. And and that's my oversight. Like I haven't really, you know, again, that's my bad. Like I didn't think about it before. There's no court tomorrow. That's right. But in the morning, okay, at what is it? 9:00 my time. So that'll be a couple hours later. I'm going to do something that I think will be kind of fun. I think I'm gonna talk to Greg Ellis again. It'll be at 9:00 my time. I'm in Central Time. That'll be 10:00 Eastern Time. Okay. So it'll be like an hour and a half after start. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna talk to him about this case. Like again, that guy he's a friend of Johnny Depp's, a good friend of Johnny Depp's. And he told us from day one that Johnny Depp wasn't guilty. He told us all this stuff. And he talks about the court cabal, you know, how messed up it is. So I want to talk to him. It'll be good. You know, you're an awesome dad. Much respect to you. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, I mean, the YouTube thing has been life-changing for me and my family too. You know, I mean, that's reality as well. Good God, my freaking my Twitter has gone up to 48,000 people. It's crazy. I guess that's what happens when you get a shout out on one of the biggest profiles. Hey, by the way, here's something random. You know the agent that Johnny Depp had? Tell me this. Does that not look like somebody that's going into witness protection? Like, I mean, for real, does it not? I mean, you have the giant oversized glasses. You have like the haircut. I mean, it looks like somebody is going into witness protection here. When I saw that, I was like, wait a minute. Like, is that really what they look like? Or are they hiding? I actually thought, like, I thought when they first came up, I thought, who's that guy? You know, like, because they've got like a classic jaw and everything else. I thought that, and then it was Tracy Jacobs. I'd never seen Tracy Jacobs before. Like I said, I found out a lot about Tracy Jacobs. Some of it from filings, some of it through sources. When I say sources too, please don't think everything I talk about is some Adam Waldman link. Like I said, I've talked to dozens and dozens of people that surround this case. I've talked to people at Warner Brothers. I talked to people at Disney. I mean, again, I got sources everywhere. I don't want everybody thinking, because it's not fair to Adam Waldman is what it is. That's why I don't also like sources coming out, because then people assume like a bunch of information just comes from one person, and that's not true, you know. The Tracy Jacobs stuff. In fact, the Tracy Jacobs, like the stuff I was talking about before with Agent and the place going down, I heard about that from a different source. That source knows who they are. If they're listening, by the way, I appreciate the hell out of them too. I wish I could give them all shout outs. Yeah. But yeah, she's a disgruntled employee. Actually, that's exactly what it is. Like I said at the other break, she was asked in her deposition if she wanted expensive gifts from Johnny. Like she told Donnie Depp to give her expensive gifts. She would demand expensive gifts from him. Like not having a birthday and expecting a gift, not even asking for it, but just demanding a gift. And she would demand the specific gift. And she was asked in her deposition if she would, ask for expensive gifts. And she was like, define expensive. So they went through and it was like, is $5,000 an expensive gift? So she was demanding $5,000 gifts. Is $10,000 an expensive gift? Is $20,000 an expensive gift? Could you imagine just asking somebody randomly for a $20,000 gift? This is dumb. The only thing I told my wife, she was like, so you'll never take sponsors or anything? I was like, the only thing that I would accept from a sponsor is if one maybe wanted to buy me I always wanted this is so dumb, but I'm gonna say this anyway. I always thought it would be hilarious. I always wanted a platinum grill, like gangster rappers have, and I want one across the front. It says "Tug Life." For the channel, I want a gangster rapper grill. So for that, I would accept a sponsor if they would pay me in a platinum grill, but it has to say "Tug Life" on it. I would accept a sponsor for that. And you probably think I'm kidding, but I'm actually not. Check this out. We even have a picture. It's diamonds, but still, check this out. Here's an artist recreation of how awesome that would be, and how much I need that in my life. Look at that. Look at that, baby. Yeah. That's sexy. Except it's got to say, like I say, Tug Life. Lyfe, preferably. Johnny might get it for you. My wife also says that I have no filter. She came down here and she was like, did they just shout you out on in the trial? I was like, hell yeah. Now my wife knows about my sponsor stand, like none, and she knows about my source stand, which is any. So she knows about sources. Like, some of the sources, again, I was talking to my wife about it, and some of it, like, it's mind blowing. Like to see, the something in Hollywood has changed, and it's not just in this. Like one of the things I guess that was a weird wake up call was hearing some of the names that listen, not just to us, but to other channels as well. Like I was stunned to hear some of the channels out there that get shout outs. My God, have we gone over 230,000 subscribers? Holy crap. Holy Toledo. I think I'll make a video on that subject, I guess. It'll be in the morning, though. But should I make a video on the Adam Waldman thing, do you think? Again, I can't tell you what we talk about or anything like that. But I think I should make one. Maybe. Adam Waldman. What about Incredibly Average? Yeah, Incredibly Average got a shout out in there too. Incredibly Average is a good dude. Like I don't know him. I've had a insular discussion. I tell you who I do like. I do like Laura B. Laura B's good people. Laura B's good people. Like I said, I won't discuss, like, I've already been hit up 5 times. What are you talking about with Adam Waldman? It's not your business, If I have a conversation with you, then you can tell me, you can tell me whatever. But, like I said, I thought it was funny. That wouldn't be a purpose of a video. Like a video would just be like, yeah, okay. I guess that's true. By the way, this is the channel. Hello. But no, I think Adam Waldman's a a truthful person. I also don't believe that in the counterclaim, her counterclaim says that, she's trying to say that Adam Waldman acts in a malicious manner with actual malice. But you know what? When I asked him about again, why do you think this person is guilty? Like Adam Waldman isn't telling me, oh, this, that. He's just presenting the reasons why he thinks that is true. So it's not like he's, using some platform for evil or something, you know what I'm saying? He's actually, he's out there trying to do something and trying to do it correct. Videos to-do list. I'll probably drop it tomorrow. I make my videos a day ahead normally. So I have a video tonight or for today that involves, you remember that audio that we heard where you remember Aquaman, that, did you know that in part of the video that's out there that Johnny Depp actually wants the police? Like he's the one who actually says that I'm going to call the police. Did you know there's audio out there that proves that? There's so much audio, and none of this audio does he ever admit to abuse or anything, but she does. She admits to punching him, hitting him. So anyway, I've got a video ready for probably 6 o'clock tonight because I've been dropping them after the case, and it's got that piece of audio in there. Yeah. He says I'm going to call the police then, So, unsub Emily Baker protecting AH. I haven't heard her protecting anyone. Like the lawyers may think that. First of all, if a person looks at the evidence and they come to a different conclusion, they come to a different conclusion. I don't know. I've not pro or con. I haven't had any time to talk to other people, but I've not gotten that feeling from when she's covered that. Just to say I've not gotten that feeling at all. I've actually gotten the feeling that it was quite the opposite. I didn't get that feeling from Emily Baker at all. I was on a Ricada Law stream and Emily Baker came on. I had to go. It was funny. I got contacted after that. People were like, because I sit there for a few and I was like, I got to go. I got to go. People were like, you didn't like Emily Baker? No, I had to go. I had some real life stuff come up. It's so funny how people want to draw inference from stuff. But now I haven't gotten that feeling at all. She's been attacked because she's been attacked by TMZ, who shills for them. And, I've not gotten that feeling. I think she's pro. I'm not going to say pro. I'm going to say pro truth. That's how I've taken it, So again, I'm not going to. And even if somebody is, again, not attaching that to anybody, but even if somebody is, they look at the evidence. All I ask is that you look at the evidence. When you look at the evidence, if you think that person is innocent, if you think Amber Heard isn't an abuser, then you need a concussion check. No, you're obligated. You can think that. Yeah, but I don't think that's true. I actually don't. I think she's been fair, but I don't think she's had any shot. She's just a lawyer that talks about a case, Like the lawyers, they're also law, with the exception of Ricada, who's had to listen to me talk about this incessantly, we did we talked about it way back in 2020, in fact, and then with the exception of him, most of the LawTube is new to this subject. So they're catching up. Some of them did maybe a week or two catch up, and they're inviting people on, but they're new to this subject. That's not a slam on them or anything. It's just the reality of it. Most of them have not seen this case before, and they look at it as a case. They don't look at it as a. I don't. I look at it as a case, but I look at it as a social calling. Like I said, I've talked about the reasoning. I cover stuff. Yeah. I wouldn't know what to do with all that money a day. I think I would save it because I can spend $100 a day, which is good for me. What are you talking about? All all the money out there, you know. I sent Emily a while ago comment on her pretty hair. Like I said, I haven't had time to catch up with anybody either. So just again, I didn't take her coverage as anything. Like the first coverage I saw on that, again, I don't take law tube as pro or con. They're pro or con whatever they think, and they may tell you something about the case. Like if you don't want to hear somebody tell you that Johnny Depp could lose this case, then don't listen to anybody, because you know what? It's an uphill battle, and a jury's going to decide it. So if you don't want to hear that, don't listen to anybody, because I'll tell you that myself. It is a hard case to win, but he won the public. He absolutely won the public, and that was probably the point to begin with. This case is an addiction. It is. It is. It very much is. I can tell you myself, you know. Yeah, somebody was asking, like, what's going on? The court, I mean, it's lunchtime at the court. The court started late today, so we had some weird time with it, you know. Again, like I said, the one person I'm going to direct all of you at, though, is for sure Yellow Flash. Good God. I've never seen so many damn emails. Hey, also this, let me note, there's a PayPal link in the description. If you're super chatting anyway and you're not going to leave a comment, drop it in that just because with immediate access, I can use that in real life and I can go out and do good today, you know. And some days, like, I'll get hit up. We live in a tiny town. And in our I say tiny, we have a county of about 13,000 people. We have about 1,000 kids, K through 12, that by themselves live in poverty. We have people, like, if people need money, you know, like the other day, we got hit up for, I'm not going to say what, but we got hit up for someone in need of about $400 and something. It was like dire, and it was real. And we were able to do that. That's how much money had come in there. So, you know, if people are going to send without, if you want to leave a comment and put 3 super chat, that's fine too. They get answered. But if you're putting in something without one, and you want to do good that way, like, it helps. Like today, like I said, if it's in there today, I can access that and do something with it and be like, hey, if somebody needs something, I can actually do something with it. So again, you know, I'm not asking for anything different, anything extra. I'm not asking you back anything. Just if you do it that way, bam, that's a simple way for me to be able to do good in the world. I don't know, man. All of this, if you and I, if we could get past our petty differences in politics, and so again, you don't have to agree with me on anything. Like politicians, I'll say it this way: I'm not on anybody's side with politics. I hate all politicians, so we're good to go there. But if we disagree on social commentary, if you think I'm offensive or whatever, who cares? You know, again, we're divided on about 0.1% of things, and we're united on about 99.9%. And we should focus on the 99.9%. Be awesome. Is Roy Scarlett. Thanks for the 20. Keep safe, bud. Amazing what you can shake out of a tree. Can't wait to hear. Australia wants to extradite her. What if I had told you I know a little bit more in Australia? Like, I've heard some more. I've been waiting to talk about that. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. Would that be a fun conversation? Do. Leanne Carr, thanks for the 5. Emily Baker has a new chance. Show and tug. Yeah, like I said, I want to make that very clear. Like, I like Emily Baker. She's nice. She was nice to me. She was nice to me. And if she looks at a case and she decides something different, that's her prerogative. But she was nice. She's always been nice to me. Yeah. Oh, she seems like good people. So I don't know. When somebody put that, like I said, there was a chat that came up and said that. And I thought, I make it a point to read all super chats. You know, it's part of the thing. If you pay
I haven't gotten to the point where I can drink fancy tea and keep my finger out, and I haven't gotten to the point where I can ignore people sending me money. It's just I'm not at that level. You send me money, I appreciate the hell out of it. You paid for that voice, like you get it. And somebody sent that, and they said something with that. And again, I thought that's not right. But Amy Baker's been all of LawTube. I haven't had a problem like the first LawTuber besides again. Shout out to Rekieta Law. Again, I can't say enough with Rekieta. Like he's helped me personally, and Ty Beard, the lawyer that represented Vic Mignogna, Ty Beard. So when we first were the first thing people did was they called Child Protective Services, and they tried to go after our children because I talk about stuff online. That was the first move people made, very first move. And I was like, what the hell do we do about this? This is crazy. So Ty Beard spoke to me and represented me. He was my lawyer in that. And he contacted Child Protective Services and made sure they didn't come. Because we talk on YouTube. It's that crazy. Not because of anything else, just because of that. But people, right when they found out who we are, the first move they made, because they know I have two, well, at the time we had, I guess that was it, one kid at the time and one on the way. But that's what they did. They were contacting Child Protective Services. We've had false police reports, all kinds of stuff. I've put up all that information on Twitter and stuff too. It's fascinating, but all of it comes with this. Like that's just part of it. But I got to give props to, like I said, people like Rekieta. But besides that, with LawTube, I've not had any bad experiences with LawTube that I'm aware of that I can remember. They've all been good. God, I can't think of her name. Like Legal Bites was nice, very nice with me. We did a discussion post this. She invited, or before this, she invited me on. Like I have an open invitation from almost anybody out there if I want to come on their channel and talk about this. I feel more comfortable sitting here talking to you because the way I look at this, they do panels, they enjoy it, and that's cool. They can be funny, but my panel is you. I don't want another panel member. I got you on here. And you folks are fun to hang out with. I love you folks. I do. I really appreciate you all, though, for real. Like, y'all have changed my life. I mean, for real. I work in mental health, like I said. Do you think you get rich in mental? Well, maybe if I were like Dr. Hughes that came in and attacked Johnny Depp, maybe I would have money like that. But I work with poor people, I work with like people with Medicare and Medicaid. So I don't get rich doing that. But I feel better about my life doing it. But I've been able, like, since I've done YouTube, I've been able to do more, and it's people have let me. I started talking about comic books when I first started up, and I talked about I love comic books, and I started talking about customers being treated decently. The same thing I talk about with Warner Brothers and stuff now, but in 2019, I think it was, Vic Mignogna was accused of. He was accused publicly of terrible things, and that guy was not guilty. He was innocent. He didn't do anything wrong. And I looked into it, and from there, man, I can't stop looking into these things. Like I need to. I like these cases. I can't help it. So now that you're famous from court, famous, I'm sure Rekieta and Popcorn Plant would love to have you shoot the breeze. Hey, they actually invite me. Like Rekieta wanted me to be on all the trial. I covered the first week with Rekieta Law, and I have an open invite to be there every time. But what I did is I ended up getting enough. Let's just say I swung it where I could be able to cover the thing, because I thought I would only be able to cover part of it, and I thought that'd be unfair to you if I only covered part of it. So I covered the first week with Rekieta, and it's been open invite. We live stream together every weekend on Flashcast. Again, Yellow Flash 2 subbed his channel and support his videos. Like his videos don't. Like my videos don't get the level, they don't get recommended out as much. If you see a video come up, my videos go up. If you notice it, just set it live and let it play and replay it a few times. You have to pay attention to it. It'll push it into the algorithm because, you know, the mainstream media with them covering this, it kills all of what we're doing. You know, remember they ignored like Adam Waldman again. They wouldn't talk to him. Like he has all this evidence. You want to hear a crazy thing? And again, I'm not saying with this Adam Waldman. I'm just saying, period. When the body cam footage came up, you know who passed on the body cam footage? This is what I hear, you know, from sources. TMZ. TMZ that would cover Johnny Depp eating a bagel passed on that. Can you believe that? I mean, I can believe it, but whatever. Mortician, thanks for that 50. Thank you for I got following the case since day one, and I'm shocked how dirty all of this is the real world. Open my eyes. Yes, exactly. Greetings from Germany. And keep up helping people around you. Thank you. After this, you know, I will say after the trial and calm down, I do owe my wife a vacation in some way. I owe her something there. You know, wow, there's a bunch of, let me just shout people out that I'm going to use initial names, okay, where people have donated into PayPal. I'm not going to say anything else, just initial name. I want to give you a shout out. Thank you for the 50 NH. You know who you are. Thank you for the 25 TH. Must love and respect you, say Tug. Thank you. I want to make sure you folks get hit too. Thanks for the 333 CL. TE, thanks for the 10 on that. Like I said, I can use that for real world good. Oh, we're back. All right, they're back. I got to switch over, okay? So they're getting set up. They have some preliminary matters they just said, so they got to get that ready. Hey, if somebody wants to do me like a real solid, I would appreciate this. If somebody, like, if you're bored and you want to do something and you want to, I don't care what source you cut it from, but could somebody trim that part out where Adam Waldman mentions, you know, when they ask him about like journalists, like start at the beginning of that and then go through where he like hits the channel. Like I can't do it while I'm live, but I'd like to have that trimmed out, and you could Dropbox it to me or whatever and send it to my email. That's at granularheaven, GRANULARHEAVEN @gmail.com. I'd appreciate the hell out of that. Like that would help me out a lot. I don't care what source you get it from. Yeah, it could be this stream. It could be another. As long as it's not like law and crime, they'll strike me for using my own name getting mentioned. That'd be a joke. But anywhere else, you know, anywhere else. Good God, man. I have like 4 million emails that have come in today. I'm looking at all the emails. I opened my Twitter DMs. I stopped having my Twitter DMs open for a while because some of the weird stuff I'd get sent sometimes. I was like, oh, I don't want that. But I opened them up today just because I figured there are a lot of people that wanted to say something. So Stevie J Raw hit me up too, was like, yo, congrats on that. So like I said, I want to give love to like everybody. If you haven't too, if you're on Twitter, follow me at ThatUmbrella. We're up to 49,000 followers. It'd be funny if we broke 50,000 followers off of this case. I can't believe that. So I've gotten like probably 6,000 off today. But I want to give that, and like I said, I want to give shout out to again, Yellow Flash. Like I said, that's my boy. I give him a hard time live, but I hope every one of you, Yellow Flash too. He's had a lot of hardship covering this case. Like YouTube leans on us heavy when we cover it. So, like I said, give them love. Go subscribe to his channel and find him on Twitter too. Subscribe to him there, you know. Oh, what a crazy day.
But yeah, if somebody would cut that for me, I would appreciate the crap out of it. I'm looking around to see how many. Well,
All right, so we ready for the jury? Okay.
come on, we want a live one. Can we get just one live person? All I want for Christmas is a live person to speak. A live person to speak.
All right, be seated. Your next witness?
We call Ron Schnell.
Who?
Schnell.
Who's that?
Schnell.
Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
Don't spell it. Tell me who it is. It's like they answered my question. Oh, it's a live witness. Oh my God. We finally get a live one. Oh, let me shake off all the tired. Blah, blah, blah. Is he going to tell us about bottles?
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Ron Schnell.
And what is your current job title, Mr. Schnell?
I'm a director at Berkeley Research Group.
And could you briefly describe your educational background since high school?
I have a master's degree in computer science.
Do you have an undergraduate degree?
I do not.
And can you explain to the jury why not?
When I was a kid, there was a lot of publicity about me because I was a professor at NYU. When I was 14, NYU actually offered me to go into their freshman class when I was 14, but I decided that I wanted to experience the social aspect of high school. So I turned them down, but by the time I got to college, they skipped me from undergraduate to graduate.
So when did you receive your master's degree from Syracuse University?
It wasn't until 2008, actually.
And why wasn't it until 2008?
So because of my previous background while I was at Syracuse, including I did work at MIT in the artificial intelligence lab for the two founders of artificial intelligence, Patrick Winston and Marvin Minsky. I was immediately lured to industry even while I was in graduate school, and eventually they offer you enough money where you have to take them up on it.
So when you were lured away from Syracuse University, what did you do?
I worked at Bell Labs on something called the Unix operating system. Unix is an operating system, which is the core of the computer, what makes everything work. Microsoft Windows is an operating system. Mac OS is an operating system. You may have heard of Linux, which is, Unix was the predecessor to Linux. So I worked on the kernel of the Unix operating system at Bell Labs.
And when was that approximately? What year?
1986.
And how long did you work at Bell Labs?
A couple of years.
And what did you do after Bell Labs?
After that, I was lured away to IBM. So I worked at IBM on their version of the Unix operating system, which was called AIX, also working on the kernel and managing other programmers working on the kernel.
And can you just briefly explain what the kernel is?
Right, the kernel is the center of the operating system, so it actually controls the piece of software that controls the whole computer. So it gets down to the bit level where it's actually really everything that goes on in the computer has to go through the kernel.
And what did you do after IBM?
After IBM, I founded a startup company.
What was the name of that startup company?
It's called Secure Online Systems.
And what did Secure Online Systems do?
It was a company that wrote software for mainframe computers running the various versions of the Unix operating system.
And were there any other investors in Secure Online Systems, Inc.?
Yeah, my business partner in that was Sylvester Stallone.
And what eventually happened to Secure Online Systems?
Well, it was as I said, a software product that ran on mainframe computers running Unix. And we actually completed the product and it ran very well, but mainframes running Unix kind of ceased to exist back then, so we had to shut it down.
So what did you do after the company shut down?
Then I went to work at Sun Microsystems, working on their version of Unix, which is called Solaris, also working on the kernel.
And approximately how long were you there at Sun?
Approximately 5 years.
And did you also work for Drivers Aces Inc.?
Right. Coincident with that, I also founded another startup called Driver Aces, and we wrote what are called device drivers to run on the Unix operating systems. A device driver actually teaches the computer how to talk to hardware devices, so it also runs within the kernel.
Have you founded any other startups?
Yes.
And what was the other startup? What was at least one of the other startups?
So the last startup I founded was called mailcall.com, MAIL. And that was a startup that allowed you to read and manage your email on your cellular phone before there were smartphones. So a computerized voice would read you your email and you could speak a reply into the phone or send it to a fax machine, basically let you manage your email on the road.
And what happened to mailcall.com?
I sold that to a public company in 2000.
And what'd you do after that?
After that, I ended up working at Equifax, one of the 3 credit bureaus in the United States, running software development for their internet marketing division.
And how long were you in that position?
Until 2005.
And what happened in 2005?
In 2005, I was asked to run what's called a monitorship for the DC District Court for 2 cases, US versus Microsoft and New York et al. Versus Microsoft, the 2 largest antitrust cases in US history. So I was responsible for running that organization. I hired 93 people over 6.5 years to perform that monitorship.
And what type of work were you doing in that monitorship?
Highly technical work, looking at all of Microsoft's documents and source code and things like that. I can't talk too much about it because of a protective order, but I had special master powers in those matters.
And you said you were in that position for 6.5 years?
Correct.
So that takes us to about 2013, is that right?
It was 11.
2011, okay. And what did you do? What did you do in 2011?
In 2011, I didn't do much until 2013 when I took the role as a director at Berkeley Research Group.
Okay, and that's your current position, correct?
Correct.
And what are your responsibilities at Berkeley Research Group?
So I do all sorts of things. Generally, I consult. I do software projects and manage software projects and architect them. But I also do things like this, where I'm consulting in litigation and sometimes testifying in litigation.
Have you taught any courses?
Yes, I'm an adjunct professor at Nova Southeastern University.
And what classes do you teach there?
I teach computer security and the Unix operating system environment, although since COVID, I haven't been doing that.
And have you published any scholarly articles?
Yes, I have 2 published articles, one related to computer security and another relating to antitrust enforcement using technology.
And what experience do you have in statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
A bunch of the consulting work I've done involves analyzing data from social media. Most of them have been consulting for litigation. Some of them are consulting for non-litigation. Yeah.
And is that work both in civil and criminal matters?
Yes.
And could you describe the work just a bit more in terms of what you've performed regarding statistical or forensic analysis of social media?
I can't talk about the specific cases because I haven't testified on them, and some of them are awaiting indictment, most likely. But in general, it's really the same sort of stuff I've been doing here, analyzing data from the social networks.
And what social media platforms have you performed forensic analysis?
All of the major ones.
What are the major ones?
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Reddit.
How much of your expert work is for plaintiffs versus work for defendants?
Well, I don't consider myself working for either plaintiff or defendant. I take my role as an independent expert extremely seriously. But looking at whose counsel has hired me over the 9 or so years I've been doing this, it's almost exactly equal.
And how many times have you been a consulting expert?
Including litigation and non-litigation, hundreds.
How many times have you been qualified in court, arbitration, or in sworn court testimony to provide expert testimony?
8 times.
Have you ever been disqualified as an expert by a court?
No.
Do you believe that your testimony will be helpful in assisting the jury understand the facts of this case?
I do.
Your Honor, at this time, I tender Mr. Schnell as an expert in the fields of statistical and forensic analysis of social media.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can we be heard?
Do you want to voir dire?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can voir dire.
Thanks. Sir, my name's Wayne Dennison. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You made here an analysis of certain tweets and hashtags, right?
Right.
And you made no effort to connect those tweets and hashtags to the statements being made by Adam Waldman.
I'll sustain the objection. The voir dire is just for his qualifications as an expert.
Can we be heard, Your Honor?
If you want to come forward, that's fine. All right, so Mr. Dennison, do you have any objection to him moving in as an expert?
No.
All right, then I'll move him in as an expert in statistical and forensic analysis of social media. Okay? Yes, sir, your question.
Mr. Schnell, what were you asked to do in this matter?
So I was asked to do several things. I used the official Twitter APIs to bring in data over several different time spans. Initially, it was April of 2020 to January of 2021, and analyzed various hashtags and things like that.
And what is significant about April 2020?
I understand that April 2020 is related to the alleged defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman.
And you talked about APIs. What does that mean?
So API stands for Application Programming Interface. That is a service that's provided by companies like Twitter so that professionals can write programs to query Twitter to ask for various things. In this case, I use 2 of their APIs. One of them is called the Search API, and that allows you to give search terms, and it will return all the tweets containing those search terms through a certain date range. The other one is called Accounts API, and I use that, again, through a certain date range to return any tweet that contained that hashtag. And I should add that it may not be obvious why you need to do this, but if you just do a search on Twitter itself, it's not going to return everything. It's going to return a subset of what is out there. But using these APIs, which you pay a lot of money for, they sort of guarantee that you'll almost guarantee that you'll get everything.
And you mentioned hashtags. I know a lot of people know what those are, but for those who don't, what's a hashtag?
Well, hashtags are a function of Twitter. They're really just part of the text of a tweet or a profile, and it's convenient to put things in hashtags so that when somebody searches, they can search for a particular hashtag and it'll come up.
And did you choose particular hashtags to search for?
I did.
And how did you choose which hashtags to use?
Well, initially I was looking at tweets that would be negative towards Ms. Heard. So I looked through tweets that were negative towards Ms. Heard, and I found that a super majority of them were using one of 4 different hashtags.
And so overall, what did your analysis find regarding negative hashtags about Ms. Heard from April 2020 until the end of January 2021?
Well, there were over 1,243,000 and change uses of those hashtags during that time frame you just mentioned.
And did you perform an analysis of the negative hashtags from April 2020 until January 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that?
There were over another million, so 2.38 million, I think.
And how did you determine that the tweets were negative about Ms. Heard?
Well, I hadn't been asked that until later on in this, but I didn't think that that would be in controversy. I mean, some of these hashtags are pretty rude, and it would really surprise me that anyone would think that they wouldn't be negative towards Ms. Heard. But when I was asked about it later, I actually took a random sampling and looked at them and could not find any that were not negative towards Ms. Heard.
And what was the random sampling that you used?
I did 2 of them. They were 1,000 each.
And how did you determine which 1,000 tweets to use to review in each search?
I wrote a program that truly selected them at random.
And in your experience, is 2,000 tweets a meaningful sample?
If they're chosen at random in this universe, yes.
Okay. In addition to the 4 hashtags for Ms. Heard, did you review any other? Did you look at any other hashtags?
I did.
And what type of hashtags did you look for?
I looked at what I found to be 6 hashtags that would be negative towards Mr. Depp.
Okay, but Michelle, could you put up demonstrative 1, which is on the 5th page of attachment 4 of Mr. Schnell's expert designation. Mr. Schnell, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what data is this chart based on?
This is based on the search API from Twitter, and it rolls up the number of tweets with the various hashtags by month of these 2 years. 3 years.
Your Honor, I'd like to make this a demonstrative Schnell demonstrative 1, or do you want it to be
If I could get it one of the numbers, since it's going to be part of the record, just.
Okay, can we call it Schnell demonstrative 1, and then I will give you a number?
Well, the last number I have is 1837. I don't know.
Do we know if that's the last? Can we make it? How about we make it 1900? That way, it's not. Can we just make it 1900?
That's perfect.
Okay.
All right, 1900 it is. Any objections to demonstrative?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can publish that.
And is this the chart you made, Mr. Schnell?
It is.
Okay. And at the top here, there are hashtags that are in yellow. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we go all the way to the right, well, first let's scroll over to the left here. I apologize. You see, in 2020, there's the months of June and July.
I do.
Okay. And what are these columns? First, tell the jury what they represent.
So each of these is the number of tweets with the hashtags, with the corresponding hashtag during that month.
Okay. And if we look at the first one in yellow, you see that first hashtag, the 4th one over?
I do.
And are there any, what does it show from 2018, frankly, to July of 2020?
There were none.
And then what happens in August of 2020?
Well, there's a remarkable jump from July to August of 2020. It goes from 0 to 13,878.
And if we scroll to the right, the last three hashtags, in which are highlighted or shows the difference between June and July, what did your analysis show?
Well, you can see that June is about at its steady state. In July, there's also a remarkable jump.
And that's for all three of those hashtags?
That's correct.
And the hashtags, if the hashtags that are in blue are the ones related to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, by the way, what is your understanding of when the last alleged defamatory statement was made by Mr. Depp through Mr. Waldman?
My understanding is that it was the end of June of that year.
Of 2020?
Yes.
Now, looking at the hashtags that are highlighted in blue for Mr. Depp, for the months of November and December of 2018 and January of 2019, what does your analysis show?
Well, I see a remarkable jump in November of 2018. And then it starts to, well, it goes way down in December of 18 and January of 19.
And do you know when Ms. Heard wrote the op-ed in this matter?
My understanding is that it was December of 2018.
And if we go to November of 2020 for the hashtags related to Mr. Depp, if you see the difference between October of 2020 and November of 2020, what do you see there?
I also see a large jump from October to November of 2020.
Okay. And if we look at the last hashtag in blue that says Johnny Depp is a wife beater, what does that show what did your analysis find in terms of tweets without those hashtags?
It looks to me that also, I mean, there are none prior to, well, little here and there, they're single digit ones, but prior to November of 2020, there are basically none. And then it jumps up to over 2,000.
And do you know what happened in November of 2020?
My understanding is that's when the UK trial ended.
Okay, we can take this down. And can you put up demonstrative 2, which will make 1901, which will identify as 1901.
That's fine, 1901. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 1901 can be published.
And Mr. Banya, what data is this chart based on? Oh, I did the same thing. Mr. Schnell, what data is this chart based on?
This chart is actually based on the data we just looked at, but out until January of 2022.
Hashtags.
It's just another way of displaying the numbers in graphical form so that we can see peaks and valleys.
Here's the thing.
What are the dotted lines?
If the article's
So
not
if you
about
look at the
her,
top,
why are
you
the
can see,
hashtags, or
that
not
the
about him, why are the
dashed
hashtags about
lines
Chip?
are the negative hashtags towards Ms. Heard, and the solid ones are the negative hashtags towards Mr. Depp.
And what is being shown here? In your analysis, what is shown with the tweets related to Ms. Heard?
Well, you can see that there's a huge spike in February of 2020, which I believe Mr. Waldman just testified that that's when he leaked an audio tape of some kind. There's also a notable, remarkable spike in July of 2020, in November of 2020, and then in March of 2021.
And the spike in February 2020, that came before the alleged defamatory statements, correct?
Which one?
The spike in February 2020.
That is correct.
And even though that spike came in before the alleged defamatory statements, even taking account for that spike, what time period has more negative tweets about Ms. Heard, before or after April 2020?
Right. So even taking into account this really large spike in February of 2020, and you look at from the beginning of 2018 until the beginning of 2022, there are a majority of the negative tweets are between April of 2020 through the beginning of 2022.
And do you recall at your deposition being asked that a spike in negative hashtags occurring before April 8th, right before April 8th, 2020?
Objection, hearsay.
I would ask about his attorney.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I remember questions regarding particular dates, yes.
And what's your understanding as to why there was more negative tweets in April 6th and April 7th than April 8th, 2020?
Objection, no foundation.
Was there more negative tweets in April 6th, on April 6th and April 7th than in April 8th, 2020 as it relates to Ms. Heard?
Right. If you look at the day-by-day counts, which I supplied to Mr. Depp, you can see that there's a spike that begins on April 6th and goes for a few days. So April 6th is, to my understanding, before what people are calling the alleged defamatory statement.
And did you look at the tweets for April 6th and April 7th?
I did.
And what did you find?
I found that there are Waldman statements that are the same as on the 8th, on the 6th, and the 7th. The Daily Mail on the 6th and Vanity Fair on the 7th.
What terms were being used?
Well, hoax is certainly used in each of them. I think abuse hoax is used in one of them. I don't have it in front of me, but generally speaking, in the 7th, I think it's the same exact terms that are used in the one on the 8th.
He doesn't have the
Maybe slightly
exact
different,
terms,
it
but
has the
hey,
word hoax.
it's gonna be
If we can
there.
go to the second page of this demonstrative. What's being shown in the second page of this demonstrative?
So this is generally, it's the same data as the first one, but I've removed one hashtag, the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, because it kind of overwhelms all the others because there are so many of them. And by removing it, it sort of rescales the graph and you can see the others much better. And even though they looked really tiny in the previous page, you can see that they're big numbers, over 100,000 and stuff. So this shows, and if you look between the two, you can see that the curves are the same. So it shows like a mathematical correlation between all the hashtags.
So what do you mean by mathematical correlation?
Well, they're correlated. You can see the numbers go up and down at the same place.
So I'm understanding the hashtags are essentially all going up and down at the same times?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And can we put up demonstrative exhibit 3?
Make 1902.
1902.
That's
Yes,
fine.
thank you.
All right, any objection to 1902?
No, this is
Okay,
demonstrative.
yes, okay. You can publish that.
Mr. Chanel, did you create this chart?
I did.
And what does this chart show?
So what I did was I took the data that I supplied to Mr. Depp, which was the original data from April of 2020 through January of 2021, and I searched it for certain key terms, specifically hoax, fake, and fraud. That's what it's representing. The top part, anyway.
And the top part, if you look at for hoax, fake, and fraud and this is within the negative hashtags or misheard?
Right. This is only searching through the ones that have one of these 4 hashtags in them.
Okay. And if you look at the total, oops, I'm putting that in black. Let's clear that. Well, you saw the line there. What's the total number of times it was used in the negative tweets, either hoax, fake, or fraud?
81,121.
And did you perform any other searches on the data?
Yes.
And what searches did you perform?
So I also looked in that same data for references to Waldman by itself, or Wald, and then followed by anything followed by Mignon or Minions, Minion, depending how you want to pronounce it. It's a portmanteau of Waldman and filet mignon, I guess, or Minions.
What?
And
What?
looked for those in the same data.
What does that even mean?
And in
I don't
terms of
even.
the percentage of the amount of times Waldman or Waldmignon was used in the negative hashtags from April 2020 through, is it January 2021?
The percent?
Yeah, what's the percentage?
Yeah, so I found over 25% of the negative hashtag tweets, or 1 out of every 4 on average, had either Waldman or Waldman Young.
And I see you ran searches for hoax, fake, fraud, rather than abuse hoax in quotes or sexual violence hoax in quotes. Why didn't you run those searches?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
So so if I had put them in quotes like that, say abuse hoax in quotes, that would require that it show up in exactly that way with the same spacing and the same order. So if it said something like there was abuse and there was a hoax, it wouldn't get caught. So if I take the quotes out and search for them separately, search for things separately, that'll cover it and make sure that I catch everything.
And based on your analysis of these searches within the negative hashtags, what do the results of these searches mean?
Look how crazy she looks.
Obviously, I can't read what's in people's minds, but
no, Elaine's staring at me.
When I read the disclosure of Mr. Depp's expert, Mr. Banya, he stated that if these terms, particular the Waldman term,
Objection hearsay.
He's an expert.
Overruled.
If these terms had shown up a lot of times in the negative hashtag tweets, then that could show that they were, paraphrasing the impetus of why people tweeted these. So I sort of adopted Mr. Banya's opinion on that and found this large number. So I agree with Mr. Depp's expert that this could show a substantial correlation.
And to what level of confidence do you hold the opinions you just provided to the jury?
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Thank you, Mr. Schnell. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Sir, this is the first time that you've testified as an expert as in the field of statistical and forensic analysis of social media, isn't it?
I've consulted on litigation for it, but it never got to testimony. That's correct.
This is your first testimony.
Testimony, yes.
Right. And you've never been involved in a defamation case before.
That's correct.
And you're being compensated for your time here today and the work you did, correct?
Berkeley Research Group is being compensated, yes.
At $600 an hour.
That's what they're getting paid.
Right. And you're aware that Mr. Depp is being sued based on allegedly defamatory statements. What are the dates of those statements?
My understanding is there was something around April 8th, I believe April 27th and June 24th, somewhere in the end of June.
Okay. And where do you understand those statements to have resided?
In the public media.
In any particular article or?
I didn't consider that.
All right. So you're not offering an opinion on how widely the articles that contain those statements were read?
That's correct.
And you're not offering an opinion as to how many people actually saw the language that's been attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Only a minimum number of people who could have seen it based on the tweets that referenced him.
Okay. And you don't know even where those references appear in the articles?
I'm not sure what you mean.
There are statements by Mr. Waldman that appear in articles. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you know in what portion of the articles the statements appear?
I've looked at the articles, and from that, I've seen where they appear.
And where, in general, do they appear? In the middle, the end? What's your sense?
That I'm not sure of. I mean, the ones I looked at on the 6th and 7th, I think they were towards the top.
All right. So you testified that you reviewed a number of hashtags that you deemed were negative towards Ms. Heard. That's right?
Yes.
Yeah. And the four you picked, at least the negative ones, justice for Johnny Depp. That's from one of them, right?
That's right.
Amber Heard is an abuser. That's one of them.
That is one of them.
We just don't like you, Amber. That's one of them.
I don't see that one that often.
And the last one was Amber Turd, right?
No hashtag me poo.
Okay. And these four hashtags you identified and searched for.
Hashtag
You
Amber
have no-
Turd.
You don't believe they have any connection, or you testified that you have no connection to these three Waldman statements. The hashtags aren't connected to Waldman, right?
Well, I did an additional analysis that did show how many of those had Waldman connected to them, and I found that 1 out of 4 of them did.
Right. But when you were deposed, you were asked whether these were related, these particular hashtags were related to any of the Waldman statements, and you said no at that time.
I said more than that. I said I didn't know, and then I said I'm basing I'm looking at Mr. Banya's opinion, where he says they would be if they were in large number, and I'm adopting his opinion and agreeing with him that they must be connected.
So you're adopting an opinion that hasn't been rendered in this case yet by anybody but you.
Well, I know that Mr. Banya
Has testified.
Okay, what I'm saying is I know that Mr. Banya's disclosure says that he is expected to come to that opinion.
All right. But the only person who's ever expressed this opinion to date in this courtroom is you, correct?
I wouldn't know. I haven't watched everything. I've watched a bit.
So
but
you're adopting your own opinion.
no, I'm adopting the opinion that I read in Mr. Banya's disclosure.
All right. And that's not the opinion you had during your deposition.
I think I did make reference in my deposition to what Mr. Banya said, and that I agreed with it.
All right. And you indicated in deposition you didn't take into account statements made in the media, correct?
Made in what? I couldn't hear.
You said you did not take into account in your analysis statements made in the media.
Yes, in the analysis where I gathered data and decided which data to gather, I did not take into account statements in the media.
All right. So you looked at data, you produced charts, you did analysis relating to the data, but you had no reason at the time you did this to consider any particular statements. Isn't that true?
That's true. I think that's an appropriate scientific methodology to not to first gather as much data as possible and then drill down on the data.
All right. And the Twitter data you collected shows that the four hashtags you identified were in existence before Mr. Waldman made the first statement in April 2020, right?
That's correct.
Right.
In very small number.
But justice for Johnny Depp has been around since 2013, correct?
That sounds correct.
Yeah. Amber Heard is an abuser, and Amber Turd first appeared in 2016, correct?
I don't recall, actually.
Right. Do you recall if there was any portion of Mr. Waldman's statement that made any reference to Amber Turd?
Not that I've seen.
Right. People can form a negative view of Ms. Heard without reading Mr. Waldman's statements, correct?
People can form a negative opinion of anyone without reading anything. That's correct.
And you didn't consider whether there was negative publicity around Ms. Heard other than the Waldman statements?
Well, what I did was to report on correlation with these hashtags and certain search terms in particular. I wasn't trying to read anyone's mind as to why they used them.
Right. You didn't form any opinion that of the million plus tweets that you looked at were connected in some way to Mr. Waldman's statements.
I did eventually, yes.
You did eventually after you read somebody else's report relative to testimony that hasn't been given here.
Well, I did it before my deposition.
All right. You have a demonstrative that counsel played for you. Can we put up plaintiff's 1901 again. This is yours, right?
Correct.
The biggest spikes, by far the biggest spikes here, are attributable to what hashtag?
Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag.
Yeah. And there are spikes that existed considerably before Mr. Waldman's statement. You were asked about that by counsel.
One of them did. That was the date that Mr. Waldman leaked the audio tape.
The biggest spike was before the statements.
Right, the date he leaked the audio.
And then there were many statements that, or there are many hashtags, or uses of the hashtag that follow the statements.
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, so you looked at 1.2 million of these hashtags, right?
Right.
In your chart, didn't 980,000 of these plus belong to Justice for Johnny Depp?
That sounds about right. You'd have to show me, but I'll take your word for it.
All right. But the vast majority of them were Justice for Johnny Depp.
A majority of them were.
Well, it wasn't the majority so large that you had to draw another chart.
The reason for drawing another chart is because the numbers were high at particular points, so you wouldn't be able to see the other hashtags.
Right. Literally, this is your chart, and all of the other activity at the bottom you can barely see in comparison to the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp.
Right. As I testified, you can barely see them because of the spikes in the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtag, but when you look at the other chart, you can see that those others are still very large numbers.
So you're not offering any opinion as to what caused these spikes.
That's correct.
Right. So you're not opining as to why these spikes are there.
I'm only talking about correlation.
Right. You're talking about a mathematical connection.
That's right.
Right. And you don't purport to be in anybody's head such that you know why they did a particular post with a particular hashtag.
That's correct.
All right. There's a second spike that appears to be in July of 2020.
Yes, the pointer was pointing to a different one, but yes.
Yeah. Were you aware there was a trial in the UK in 2020?
I'm aware.
And in July?
You're saying it was in July?
No, but as of the time of that spike, there was publicity around a trial, correct?
I don't know how much publicity there was. I know the
Oh,
trial.
you're a ridiculous. How much publicity there was? Come on. What a clown.
A number of things called out in your chart relative to particular dates, December 17th, February 11th, February 14th. You see all those?
I do.
And your chart makes absolutely no reference to and does not identify the dates of any of the Waldman statements, does it, sir?
No, it doesn't call those out if that's what you're asking.
It calls out a whole bunch of other dates, but nothing relative to the Waldman statements.
Yeah.
Correct.
This has to do with the counterclaim. They're trying to say Adam Waldman ruined her career, therefore $100 million.
All right. At some point, you ran searches for additional search terms, hoax, fraud. I think you said fake.
He said hashtag me poo.
And then you don't know why those terms appeared.
Hashtag dropped a deuce.
I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Are you asking me?
You could not perform a scientific analysis of the reason why those terms appeared in the tweets you were looking at.
Right. I could only show mathematical correlation.
Right. You could show a correlation, but you don't have any idea why they're there.
I can't get into people's heads.
Right. And just because the tweet contains one of the terms does not mean the tweet was in some way prompted by Mr. Waldman, right?
Well, there are a few things I searched for, the ones you just mentioned, and then the Waldman and Waldman-Yon terms.
So dishonest.
It's not that big a stretch to say that it's related to Mr. Waldman if it's his name and Waldman-Yon or Minion.
Hashtag Waldman didn't drop a deuce in the bed.
Is the new standard, it's not that big a stretch?
No.
Or the
I'm trying to
standard
speak.
is
I'm
scientific
trying to.
certainty, right?
Yes.
All right. So you're not suggesting that you know why Mr. Waldman's name appeared in any of these tweets?
Well, if you look at the tweets that have Waldman-Yon, you know, and I looked at a large sample of them.
Just a large sample was 2,000 out of 1,000,002.
No, I looked at more than that of these, but that's another thing that I wouldn't expect to be in controversy. You know, when people are saying that they're part of the Wald Minions or things like that.
Oh my
I
God.
expect everybody to agree without arguing that it has to do with Mr. Waldman.
Oh
Nobody
my
asked whether it had
God.
to do with Mr. Waldman. I'm wondering, how do you know that it had anything to do with Mr. Waldman's statements?
But I was under the impression, I was informed that nobody really knew who Mr. Waldman was before all of this. So
He's a lawyer.
else I didn't
Like
think was in controversy.
it's about the 3 statements he
It
made.
wasn't in controversy whether everyone knew who Mr. Waldman was. Is that your testimony?
No, I'm saying it wasn't in controversy that,
Come
that
on.
if somebody was suddenly talking about him, that it had to do with this.
No, it has to do with 3 statements. Come on, quit being a
Then it's not-
buffoon.
Did it have to do with this case? Did it have to do with the allegedly defamatory statements?
Exactly.
You have no idea, do you, sir?
I can't get into anyone's mind. I can only talk about the science of it.
Right. And so you identified all of these hashtags as negative towards Miss Heard, right?
Right.
Justice for Johnny Depp is not negative towards Miss Heard, is it?
No, but the tweets that use that hashtag are.
No, but the hashtag itself, the hashtag that predominates through your analysis is not, in fact, negative towards Miss Heard.
Boom. Exactly.
I'm not talking.
It's not about
opining
her,
on the
right?
Hashtag itself. I'm talking about the tweets that contain that hashtag.
But the hashtag itself is not negative.
That's not part of my opinion, one way or the other.
But do you have an opinion as to whether justice for Johnny Depp is a good thing?
That's not part of my assignment.
Okay, but you'll agree with me, justice in general is a good thing?
Big fan of justice.
All right, me too. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Big fan of justice. Me too. Thanks. Suck it.
Mr. Schnell, you reviewed a large sampling of tweets of Justice for Johnny Depp, correct?
I did.
And the tweets that had the hashtag Justice for Johnny Depp, how many of them were negative toward Miss Heard?
All of them.
All of them?
What percentage of the tweets with negative hashtags between April 2020 and January 31st, 2021 contain the terms Waldman or Waldman-Yon?
Over
Overruled, I'll allow.
over 25%. 1 out of 4.
And in your analysis, how far in time do the tweets containing the terms Waldman or Waldman-Yon go? Like how far to now?
Well,
Beyond the scope of cross?
He was asking about.
Overruled.
So I think I disclosed at my deposition that I looked further into 2022 and found that it continued to go on. I didn't see any end to it at all.
And based on your analysis, again, what period of time had more negative tweets against Miss Heard, before or after April 2020?
It was clearly double as many from April to 2021.
And that's even including the February 2020 spike, correct?
That's right. So and that happened before April, obviously. So even if you put that in there, it's still a lot more after April of 2020. And there are fewer months in that time period. I think there are 20 or 15 months in that time period and 27 months in the first part.
And based on your analysis, what, if any, end do you see to the negative tweets toward Miss Heard?
Objection, no foundation.
based on his analysis up until the time?
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Did you see any, based on your analysis, did you, at the end of the time of your analysis, what was happening with the negative tweets toward Ms. Heard?
To continue to go on.
Mr. Chanel, after your cross-examination, have any of your opinions in this matter changed?
No, they've not.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so you can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go. Okay, sir? Thank you. All right, your next witness? Okay, sure.
Yeah, that guy was a waste of space. Again, with the whole point in that he made everything about Waldman, and he doesn't understand the point to it. The defamation that Amber Heard is claiming is only 3 statements. If I like Adam Waldman, that doesn't mean I like Adam Waldman because of those statements. I may like Adam Waldman because he represents Johnny Depp. I may like Adam Waldman because he made me laugh in a post. I may like Adam Waldman because he's got those cool glasses, whatever. I may like Adam Waldman because he tap dances or whatever. I don't know what he does in his free time there. It'd be funny to find out if he tap dances there. No, I like Adam Waldman because he represents truth, and they make it about everything but that, Hashtag me poo. Hashtag dropped a grumpy. I mean, think of all the ones they missed out on, Hashtag don't blame the dogs. Hashtag who let the dogs out. Hashtag don't look under the sheets. Gross. I'm glad I'm not stuck in a fishbowl with Mira because we know what would drop in that. Yuck. Hashtag that ain't fish food. Gross. Hashtag try to sell that, Warner. I'm surprised Warner didn't sell that as part of their action figure setup. You're like, Mira with real poop action. Like, oh God, no. You'd be like, well, they're discussing the action figure. See, originally, from what I hear, they were going to make her with a tail, but they decided they couldn't because they couldn't understand how they could market the poop in action. Gross. Under the sea biscuit. Gross. My God, my Twitter since that Waldman thing is almost up to 50,000 followers now. That's insane. I got mentioned in Deadline, apparently. Deadline News. They gave me a little bitty comment. Eve Barlow is losing her damn mind right now, too. It's hilarious. Under the sheets. Darling, it's better down where it's wetter. Yuck, the words fit. Oh, gross. Take it from me. When you see chocolate, it's not a mint. Just pull the sheets back up and take a hint. Yuck. Yeah, it's still live. They're just on sidebar. Corny as fuck. Hell yeah, man. I'm like, I tell dad jokes all day long. I have an audience. I have an 8-year-old and a 2-year-old. Yeah, you're gonna have all kinds of stupid little things like that for sure. Hopefully it's not corny under the sheets. Totally a bot, yes. You notice how we all went from bots to now we're Waldminions. We're Waldminions. I am no longer a bot. Now I'm a Waldminion. Oh God. We'll sing some of that later with the electronic voice when we're at break or something. Look at all the cops in there. It's funny because,
They never expected this much blowback. You could tell that's the one thing Amber Heard just told us. She never expected the amount of blowback that she got. She thought she would be able to walk away with the hashtag #MePoo. Oh no, they've just stuck another witness in a wood chipper.
Michelle Mulrooney by deposition designation, and restart. Okay.
It sounds like they're putting them in a wood chipper. Save the witness! Save them! Save them! It's like they go Fargo on them.
You just want to spell the last name for me?
It's Mulrooney.
All right.
Yeah, thanks for people who submit the clips, by the way.
Michelle Mulrooney, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
Has her nose been broken or something?
What is your occupation? I'm a partner at Venable LLP, an attorney practice. Could you just please describe give me a brief description of your educational background and work history? Okay, I attended USC and received my undergraduate degree in 1982. And then I again attended USC and received my law degree in 1985. I then worked for Gibson, Dunn and Crutcher until 1991. And then I worked for an entertainment law firm that was originally called Armstrong Hirsch when I joined it, then later morphed into several names. And then in 2011, I joined Venable LLP as a partner. Thank you. What are your areas of practice and expertise? I'm head of the estate planning, the West Coast estate planning group for Venable. And does that estate planning involve any aspect of marital estate planning, such as things like prenups and postnups, prenuptials, postnuptials? Yes, we frequently do prenups, cohabitation, and postnup agreements for. Would you please briefly describe what a prenuptial and a postnuptial is? A prenuptial agreement is where spouses contract on the economics of their marriage before they are married, and they discuss things as the nature, and they contract the things as the nature of the property, community separate, etc., and also things like spousal support. And in a postnup, the clients do that after they're married. They contract on the same issues. Do you regularly represent actors? Yes. I'm asking very narrowly, did there come a time when Amber Heard contacted you for representation respecting a prenup or a postnup agreement? At some point, I was contacted about an Amber Heard prenup. Ms. Mulrooney, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 3, and it's an email from you to a Dana Lowry. Do you know who Dana Lowry is? Yes. Yeah. And could you please tell us who Dana Lowry is? She's a family law attorney practicing in Los Angeles. And this is dated Monday, February 2, 2015, and says, I look forward to working with you. Please send me, this is from you, please send me the bullet points for the economics of the deal. When you are back in the office tomorrow, I will have Amber's business manager get her financial information to me ASAP. I also like to exchange 2 years of tax returns, but not attach them. Is this your general practice? Let me know. Thanks. Who did Dana Lowry represent? Johnny Depp. I take it Amber in the actual document is Amber Heard, is that correct? Yes. Okay. And if I just direct your attention to the top of the email where it says February 2nd, get control. February 2, 2015. What, if anything, does this do to refresh your recollection on when approximately you were contacted about representing Amber Heard in connection with the prenup? It makes the approximate date more clear to me. Okay. And based on this, when approximately were you contacted to represent Amber Heard in connection with the prenup or postnup? The early part of February, the late part of January or the early part of February 2015. Ms. Mulrooney, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 4. And it is an email from you to Dana Lowry, which is Mr. Depp's counsel, correct? During this time period, correct. And it's dated Tuesday, February 3. And I'm going to scroll down first so we get the earliest part of it. And the first part of it is an email from Dana Lowry to you, dated February 3rd at 10:13. And says J/A deal points. Do you know what J/A means? I'm going to take you, first of all, to the bottom part, which is the J/deal points. Do you have an understanding of what J/A means? I believe it means Johnny/Amber deal points. Absent a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement, is California what we call a common law property state? No. What is it? It's a community property state. Okay, and what does that mean? Generally means that all earnings after the date of marriage are owned 50, each party has an undivided 50% interest in those earnings. Yes. What was your understanding of the purpose of the confidentiality agreement? It's very standard when you're doing a prenuptial agreement or a postnuptial agreement when either party is disclosing their assets, that they ask for a confidentiality agreement. You respond on February 17, Dana, I have forwarded to Amber. She is filming a movie, but hope to connect with her by the end of the week. I will keep trying to move forward. I'm asking you what you meant by I will keep trying to move forward. I assume I meant that we're trying to get a postnuptial agreement signed between the parties, and that's what I was hired for. To show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. And I'm going to start again with going down to show you where the stream is here. And it says, on February 17, that's the same email we've seen a couple times now where she's attaching the confidentiality agreement, telling you to have a draft post-nup agreement, but she's getting the signed confidentiality agreement first. And
looks like it's time to add DIY to your dating profile. Dremel, you got this.
she's getting the signed confidentiality agreement first. And then I'm going to direct your attention to the very top part, and that is Wednesday, February 18th. And it's from you to Dana Lowry, and it says Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to me. I assume I will receive all the underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto. Now, what did you mean by underlying financials and a list of anticipated future revenue streams and documentation pertaining thereto? I mean, this is typical for an actor. They have profit participations, back ends, I wanted to have a list of what his future revenue would be. He might have had movies booked that he would render services after marriage. I just wanted to see the pro bono.
What did you mean by back end?
Back end is either profit participation or royalties. Sometimes it's box office bonuses. You just have to look at the underlying agreement on each movie, TV show, etc., to track what the revenue will be from each project.
And why is that relevant?
I want to know what they're going to make during the marriage. I want to know the income during the marriage.
And those are all components of what they make during the marriage?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then you said, I can't really comment on the document until I get this information. What document were you referring to there?
The post-nup agreement that I anticipated she would send.
How much time expired between when you were sent the confidentiality agreement for Amber Heard to sign and when you indicated back to counsel for Mr. Depp that Amber is sending the signed confidentiality agreement to you?
The next day.
What, if any, communication did you receive from Mr. Depp in connection with the post-nup agreement?
I received one telephone call.
And whom did you receive that telephone call from?
Mr. Depp.
Please describe the telephone call from Mr. Depp.
My recollection is that he was very mean, that he called me names, and that he fired me on behalf of them.
When you say that he was very mean, what did you mean?
Well, my only exact recollection is he called me a bitch.
Mr. Depp called you a bitch on that telephone call?
Hearsay, leading.
What, if any, observations did you make during the telephone call from Mr. Depp, during which time he called you a bitch?
I thought he was under the influence.
Why did you think that?
He was slurring his words, and his speech pattern was similar to my children's speech pattern when they were under him. I was just extremely rattled by the call. You know, I was on the phone for a very short time with him because he was represented by counsel, and I didn't want to be rude and hang up, but I told him I had to hang up. Like after 2 or 3 minutes after I realized what was happening, it took me very off guard, and that's all I remember is that it really shook me up.
After that phone call, did you perform any further services for Ms. Heard in connection with the post-nuptial agreement?
No.
Do you recall ever seeing a post-nuptial draft agreement?
No.
Oh my God. What does this have to do with abuse? Nothing.
Has either Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp contacted you at any time after the call with Mr. Depp respecting pursuing a post-nuptial agreement?
No.
Who, if anyone, was paying your legal services?
I don't recall.
Probably Johnny Depp.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had the authority to fire you?
No.
Did you tell him that?
I don't recall.
And isn't it true that he wouldn't have had the authority to fire you even if he were paying for your legal services? True?
True.
What, if any, communications did you have with Dana Lowy about your conversation with Mr. Depp after the conversation with Mr. Depp?
I don't recall specifically.
What do you recall generally, if anything?
I do recall that I told her that I was no longer representing him. But I don't know if I did that in writing. Somehow she knew.
But and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you testified that Mr. Depp did not have the authority to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Mulrooney, when did your attorney-client relationship with Ms. Heard relating to a potential postnuptial agreement terminate?
Shortly after that phone call.
When you say shortly after that phone call, can you give us a time frame of how long it was after the phone call?
Within a few days, could be one.
He didn't have the power to fire you, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any recollection of ever receiving any more communications from Dana Lowry furthering the postnuptial agreement after Johnny Depp called you and told you he was firing you on behalf of Amber and called you names?
No substantive, I recall that there was no more substantive conversations.
Is there any question in your mind that it was Mr. Depp who called you?
No.
All right. Yes, ma'am, your next witness.
Well, that was
Mr.
just
Chairman,
abrupt.
we'd like to call
Just
the Disney
ended.
corporate representative.
Disney. Let's see what Disney has to say. Remember, there's been a lot of nasty back and forth. Remember, Disney. Don't cut them any slack either. Disney caused this mess.
Would you please state your name and your business address for the record?
Tina Newman, Walt Disney Studios Motion Picture Production, live action, 500 South Buena Vista Street, Burbank, California, 91521.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a production executive.
And what is your job title?
That is my title, production executive. I work in the live action feature division for Disney.
Is it your understanding you're testifying on behalf of Walt Disney Motion Pictures Group?
Yes.
Were you involved in the gathering of the documents responsive to the documents subpoenaed to Disney?
Yes, I did provide some documentation to Alec and his group from our production group.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what I've just highlighted under topic number. It's subpoena duces tecum, paragraph number 2. And it asks for documents relating to this case, in fact, and then it also says specifically, this specifically includes the op-ed by Ms. Heard and any impact it may have had on the above. And that includes, as it's defined above, including the business relationship with Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney or future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production. Do you recall seeing in any of the documents you reviewed, either being involved as a corporate designee?
They did a limited search, by the way.
Designee, do you recall seeing an op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Do you recall in your preparation as the corporate designee of Disney and your review of the documents that were produced by Disney, any document that referred in any manner to the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
I would say no.
Do you remember seeing in any of the documents you reviewed that were produced by Disney in response to the subpoena duces tecum, the word op-ed in any of those documents?
I don't recall that, no.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at Disney about the impact of the op-ed by Ms. Heard on the relationship between Disney and Mr. Depp, including considering Mr. Depp for any work with Disney, any future Pirates of the Caribbean role, a lesser or greater role, a different role, or a different production?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp is being considered for a role in Pirates 6?
No.
And when you say no, I think I have to probably ask clarification. Does that mean you don't know one way or the other, or he is not being considered?
I don't know one way or the other.
Do
It
you
doesn't
know?
fall.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that decision doesn't fall within my job responsibility. It's above my head. It's the best way to say it.
So what is the knowledge you have about Pirates 6?
Like I said, I just know that it's a project that's possibly in development at the studio. That's it.
Do you know whether anyone at Disney has ever even read the op-ed written by Ms. Heard?
No.
Are you aware of anyone else at Disney who has knowledge of the topic areas in the deposition notice, that's deposition exhibit number 2, that beyond what you know?
I can't honestly say, I can't speak for someone else. Like I explained earlier, my knowledge and what my job functionality is at the studio, that plateaus, and there are people that I work under, and those particular persons may or may not have more knowledge, but I can't speak on behalf of them.
Is Disney aware that Mr. Depp has testified under oath that he would not take another Pirates of the Caribbean franchise role for $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
No.
Would Disney entertain paying Mr. Depp more than $300 million and provide him with more than 1 million alpacas to be able to obtain his services for any future Pirates of the Caribbean role?
No.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 52 to Alan Horn. Who's that?
He was our co-chairman.
Of Disney?
Yes.
And Alan Bergman, who's he?
Same. He's the other co-chairman of Disney, or was at the time.
And then Sean Bailey, you indicated, was the president?
It's our president of production, correct.
Okay, and then Ricky Strauss, who's he?
I believe at the time he was the head of our marketing group.
And Paul Rader?
Paul Rader is the head of communications.
All right, and this is from Angela Shaw, and it's dated 5/10/2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says, subject HR, Johnny Depp, a star in crisis, and the insane story of his missing millions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any understanding as to why Angela Shaw was sending this communication to this group, the 2 co-chairmen, the president, vice president of production, head of communications on this particular day?
I don't know what the intent of the email is, but obviously we have a relationship as a company with Johnny, so I assume that's why she may be bringing it to their attention.
All right, and just to take that a little bit further, given that Disney has a relationship with Johnny Depp, if there is publicity relating to Johnny Depp, whether it be positive or negative, that would be relevant to Disney, would it not?
Yeah, I mean, I can't say how it's relevant to Disney, but given that Angela is part of communications, it's her job to, keep the studio abreast, I guess, of anything concerning the company. So that's about as far as I can read into it.
Okay. And so that's your interpretation of why Angela Shaw sent this to that group of people, was to keep them apprised of this particular article on Johnny Depp. Would you agree?
Yeah, that would be my assumption.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been labeled as exhibit number 53, and it is Disney 114 through 137. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document.
Well, it looks like an internal email. It may have been part of the disclosure documents.
This one's from Alan Horn, and I think we've identified Alan Horn before. Well, actually, it starts with, let's start down here. On June 21st, 2018, all right, and then it has a reply from Sean Bailey, sad. Do you see that?
Yes.
What was Mr. Bailey's position with Disney on June 21st, 2018?
I believe he was the president then.
Okay.
He may have been the EVP. I don't know.
Okay. And then we have an email at the top. It's to Sean Bailey, CC Janelle Tipton. And then it has some copies to some other people. It's from Alan Horn. I believe we said he was one of the co-directors. Is that correct?
Co-chairman.
Co-chairman. Okay. And Alan Bergman.
The other co-chairman.
Okay. And do you have any recollection of ever reading the Rolling Stones article about Johnny Depp back in this time frame?
I honestly don't remember if I ever read this document. I may have.
Do you have any understanding of why this would be sent from Alan Horn to these other individuals on the top?
Again, same as before, just because of the fact that we have a relationship with Johnny. So they may have determined it was important to bring it to their attention.
All right, Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 54. And do you recognize this document?
Yes, it looks like a email.
Please describe it for me.
It's an email. Well, it started from Scott to myself. Scott Sellers is in Post Finance. And then I replied to Scott. So it looks like an email exchange between the two of us.
All right. And you said Scott Sellers is in Post Finance?
Correct.
What is that?
He handles all finances once film goes into post-production on any given picture. Also reporting for the studio, internal reporting, finances.
All right. And this is July 14, 2018 that he's sending this to you, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall reading the story that was in the Rolling Stone, The Trouble with Johnny Depp?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really remember much about the story, but obviously I must have looked at it and commented.
Right. And in fact, you commented depressing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And just to go back to refreshing your recollection on the template, do you see that it has importance and received on this when you sent it back?
Yes.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 56. And it is a document also produced by Disney, and there's the date stamps, Disney 167 through 177. And I'm gonna ask you to take a look at the top there. This is to Alan Bergman from, and it has THR's Today and Entertainment. Do you understand what that is?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn down to 169. It says Johnny Depp's legal team prepares for court hearing about Amber Heard abuse claims. The actors' camp is previewing the evidence that it will present in an upcoming court hearing in the UK this fall, tied to a defamation lawsuit against the Sun for an article that labeled the actor a, quote, wife beater, end of quote. Katie Kaleni reports. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of learning about this and reading about the UK case in this time frame? We're talking October 2018.
I may have seen a headline come across my desk in the same manner as Alan received it, but that's probably as far as it went.
Ms. Newman, I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition number 60. And it's dated November 5, 2020. And it says Disney reportedly scraps plans for Depp's POTC 6. I'm assuming that's Pirates of the Caribbean 6 return. You see that? Question was, did you see it?
Yes, I see it.
As you sit here today, are you aware of any document in Disney's emails or in their IT system or anywhere that contains Amber Heard's op-ed from December of 2018?
I mean, no, not that I'm aware.
Are you aware of any decision maker within Disney who has ever said they are not casting Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or any other role because of Amber Heard's op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any decision maker outside of Disney? And by this, I'm including producers, directors, people of that ilk, who have ever said
God,
they were not
their
considering Mr. Depp
their
for
film messes up all the
Pirates
time,
6 or
like
any other
lagging.
movie because of Amber Heard's op-ed from December 2018?
No.
Okay, so what they did there is they did a limited
We
search.
have an 11-minute one.
Okay, that's fine. What's your next witness?
Ellen Barkin.
Ellen Barkin, oh my
Caitlin
God.
Ann.
Ellen
you.
Barkin. Okay, this is an ex that's like look at this crap here. Like, she's salty. You know, she's been involved in almost every major Me Too case that has come down the pike too. Like, a lot of people don't realize
Good
that.
morning, Ms. Barkin. Good morning.
Look at
I
her.
think the first thing
Look
that
how
would be
crazy
very
she looks.
short but very simple and clean for the record is if you could just describe kind of your career background. I know it's very lengthy, but just give a kind of brief summary of kind of when you started working and what you've done during your career.
She looks like now she could climb a bell tower and shoot at you.
Acting professionally about 26 or 7. And I did theater, television, movies, lots of them. That's what I did for 40 years.
And in the course of your career acting in theater, television, movies, etc., did you come to meet a person by the name of Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Can you specify in time, Ms. Barkin, when you met him?
I would say 1990.
And upon or after meeting him, did there come a time when you became friends?
Yes.
And can you describe how that happened?
We just developed a friendship over time that lasted, I guess, if we met in the 90s, maybe 10 years, a little less.
And fair to say that Mr. Depp at the time was also an actor, a professional actor?
Yes.
Were you, did you act in any film, stage, or TV productions with Mr. Depp?
Yes, I was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
How often would you see Mr. Depp?
When I lived in New York, usually whenever I go to LA, if I were in LA, I'd see him once a week, maybe more. I mean, the friendship went up and down, living on different coasts.
And did there come a time when your friendship with Mr. Depp became more than that, became romantic in nature?
Yes.
And at what point in time did your relationship with Mr. Depp take a romantic turn?
After I had moved to Hollywood, and he, switched the buttons.
She looks like one of those posters for a meth user.
Yes, 1994.
When you said switch the buttons, can you tell me what you meant by that?
The friendship went from a purely platonic friendship to a romantic one.
At that point in 1994, when the relationship turned romantic,
You'll change that to sexual.
To sexual.
Thank you.
For how long did your relationship with Mr. Depp remain sexual?
Several months. Anywhere between 3 and 5, 6.
And during that period, how often would you see Mr. Depp? That period when it was sexual?
I'd say I'd see him 3 or 4 times a week.
And again, I'm not looking to pry into private details, but can you tell me like where you would see him? Just give me some sense of that.
Yeah, he would come to my house or I would go to his house.
And both houses in LA?
Yes, about 10-minute drive apart from each other.
And at either when you were at his house, where you didn't stay the night, or were you at his house when you did stay the night, were there other people in the house who saw you there? Who would those people be?
He had an assistant. His sister. That's all I can remember now.
Do you recall the name of the assistant?
I don't know his name. He was referred to as Pig.
He was referred to by whom as Pig?
Johnny Depp.
At any point that you were either initially friends and then sexual with Mr. Depp, did you become aware that he drank to excess?
I was always aware.
Okay, and can you explain how you were aware of that?
He was drunk all the time, a lot of the time.
And that would apply both to when you were initially friends and then later when it became sexual?
Yeah.
And what was he drunk? What was your understanding? What had he drunk to become drunk?
He was a red wine drinker.
Okay. In addition to alcohol, were you aware at that time that Mr. Depp was taking any prescription medication?
No.
Same question, Mr. Barkin, for illegal substances.
Yes.
Same question. And what illegal substances?
Hallucinogenics, cocaine, marijuana.
Hallucinogenics, can you say specifically what those were?
I don't really know. He called me and told me he was tripping.
With respect to any of that, hallucinogenics, cocaine, or marijuana, did he do any of that in your presence?
Yes.
More than once?
All the time.
When you say all the time, how many times, again, in the period that you were both first friends and sexual, then sexual with Mr. Depp, do you think you saw him?
I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I just know he was always drinking or smoking a joint.
But would it be fair to say more than at least dozens of times?
Yeah. Over the full course, oh yeah.
Now, did you ever observe, Ms. Barkin, Mr. Depp's behavior change when he drank more or used more drugs?
I did not.
So he was kind of the same all the time, fair to say?
He was not the same. He was high.
Did there come a time Ms. Barkin, when Mr. Depp acted in a way that was out of control with you?
Yes. Mr. Depp threw a wine bottle across the room, the hotel room on one instance in Las Vegas while we were shooting Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Was something about to happen?
A fight was going on.
Between you and Mr. Depp?
No.
Who was the fight between?
Between Johnny Depp and his friends in the room, the assistant. Honestly, I don't remember.
And the bottle do you remember sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, whether the bottle was full of wine or empty?
I don't.
Sitting here today, Ms. Barkin, do you remember whether the bottle hit you?
No, it did not.
Did the bottle hit anyone else?
No, it did not.
Approximately how far away from you was Mr. Depp when he threw the bottle?
Across the room, so maybe by that break in the table or a little further down. It was a toss.
And sitting here today, if the bottle had hit you, would it have injured you?
Sure.
Ms. Barkin, was it your understanding back then that he was throwing the bottle at you?
I don't know why he threw the bottle.
And when he threw it, was it in your direction?
Yes.
Were there other people standing around you?
Yes.
So he threw it in your direction at a group of people?
Yes.
Whose hotel room was it?
His, Johnny Depp's.
Who broke off?
He did.
How did it come about that Mr. Depp broke off your relationship?
I went to go home. There was a big goodbye, crying, a lot of jealous, and don't do this, don't do that. And I never heard from him again after that.
And did Mr. Depp not want you to go back to Los Angeles at the time?
Yes, he didn't want me to go. I was only supposed to be there for 2 days. I stayed for longer.
And you just referenced, you just used the word jealous. How did that come up? What did he say that indicated to you that he was jealous?
He's just a jealous man, controlling. Where are you going? Who are you going with? What did you do last night? I had a scratch on my back once that got him very, very angry because he insisted it came from me having sex with a person who wasn't him.
During the time that you were in a sexual relationship with Mr. Depp, was it common for him to say things to you about being controlling, to use your words, or being jealous of you?
Yeah, very common.
And when, in these instances, when Mr. Depp became jealous or controlling, did he also become angry?
Yeah. And demanding.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go and take our afternoon recess. Please do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? We'll see you back in 15 minutes. All right, we'll come back at 3:45. Does that give you time to be ready? Okay, all right, 3:45.
All right. I had a phone call real quick. I had to field real fast. So while that was coming up, ooh, look, extending to the outside. Sorry about that though. I was like, man, the most inopportune phone call in the world. Ellen Barkin, though. Ellen Barkin, if people don't know, she has been involved in almost every high profile Hollywood Me Too story that has come up. I mean, she's been right there involved in every single one of them. So I find that fascinating to see Ellen Barkin, right in the middle of all of this, considering. when you look at her too, I mean, she seems crazy these days, you know. And I mean, for real, when I look at her, I think mentally ill. Wow. Patricia Nolan, thanks for that 250, by the way. Wow, crazy for your legal fund. And now that you've been named, I heard something crazy, by the way. Here's a little tidbit for you, and I don't know what's going on with it because, like I said, I've been doxxed before, but so somebody has been hitting up people around me that know me, that might know where I live, and they've been trying to buy my address. Now that's interesting considering, I talked about some recent issues, but I'm wondering, is that somebody wanting to serve yours truly? Because if they do, bring it. I'm very serious about that. If you want to play legal game, I'll play, because all you're going to do is make me big. I'm going to be like superstar level. So definitely bring it. I am game. I am game, baby. But yeah, somebody offered a considerable amount of money to a couple of people that I know. That's the word, considerable amount of money for my address. Like I said, though, some people, no, they may be trying to serve or whatever. I mean, here people know like who I am. Again, we've already had people try to do stuff with our home address, so it's not like that's not available. What it made me wonder is if somebody is trying to find us specifically for serving or something. And if that's the case, bring it, baby. I'm down with it, because like I said, I will crowdfund a litigation. But unlike these other people out there, I will make every step of it public. I will talk about every single item in it, because I'll be one of the parties and I'll be allowed to. And oh my God, if somebody could connect me to a Hollywood lawsuit, sue me. Sue me. I will not pay a dime out of pocket. I'll make sure that, and I'll win, because again, like covering this case, for example, if that's what it would be tied to, I would absolutely win this case, because again, the idea, what could you sue for? Malice? Very, very much so. There isn't the idea of malice. It's the idea of what it would be is financial intimidation. I believe some of the biggest people that were covering this at the beginning, I don't have any proof of this, but I believe they were financially intimidated. They were threatened with litigation, and many of them backed off. Because it's a powerful thing. When you think about it, like if somebody wants to just tie you up in a lawsuit, if they have money to burn, how much money can they throw at you? Because again, like how many people can afford like 10, 20, 30, 40, $50,000 in lawsuit, or even more, just for the buy-in? And it's a perfect way to intimidate people, because most people will back off, because most people will get scared by that. Now, I mean, I don't care. Like I said, I have every confidence that I've crowdfunded other things before, and I know the people around me, like people like Ricada Law, would find it way too amusing not to get involved with. So I'm not worried about it there. But like I said, it's strange to me that somebody is hunting address. Again, I just talked about, some craziness that happened a few days ago. So obviously the address is there, but it makes me wonder if it's somebody trying to make sure that that's hammered down. So fun times. Some people have written too. So I've had a few media outlets try to contact me, and independent press, the places that covered Johnny Depp, yeah, I'll talk to them. That's okay. There are certain outlets out there that I would definitely talk to, but mainstream press, they can suck it. I don't have anything for them. Don't trust them. Never have, never will. And I won't talk about the details of, if people are trying to gun for any details of, again, whatever Waldman said about the conversation, that's how it stands. That's what happened. It's not I don't remember the specifics of any conversation, because they happened. Isn't that's the way that law works, right? I don't remember the specifics of any conversation. No, but for real, like, it's just about asking for proof. And again, These people aren't being directed at the bequest. See, Amber Heard is playing a nasty game and going after Adam Waldman because Adam Waldman believes in what he's doing. Adam Waldman would not have represented Johnny Depp the way that he has if he didn't believe in him. Johnny Depp's innocent. Like I've been yelling that forever. I've heard so many people, like, again, in the type of coverage space that I'm in, I talk about Hollywood hypocrisy and stuff. A lot of people couldn't get why this was important. They couldn't get why I spent so much time like focused on that, because a lot of people can't look past the celebrity portion of it. But it's not about celebrity. I mean, when we talk about rights, when we talk about false accusations, we talk about men's rights too, but also the rights of anyone out there. Like, people should be able to see that. Hey, yeah, thanks for the 5. Hey, Umbrella, how are you? Were you afraid when you were mentioned in court? No, I was excited, actually. I'm afraid for you. No, I'll be excited. Like, I'm not afraid, like, at all. Like, there's no fear in that. I'm excited. It's good stuff. The kind of stuff that I do, that's actually great for me. That is big time for me. So it's not anything to think of. Look at it as a positive. Anything that's I've already reaped negative ramifications for covering this stuff. So all that's positive. And again, I don't fear them. Like, they will not intimidate me. None of them will, because what are they going to do? What are they going to do? They're going to sue me. Like, I live in the U.S. South, so if anybody wants to come to my home and intimidate me, they got a bad thing coming. I know some people are anti this, but again, we live our police presence is slow to respond. So, we probably have more firearms in the South in our homes than we do in the entire police force. So, that's just the way that works too. So, don't worry about me. I'm all good, I think, like I said, it's a positive thing. It's not a negative at all to get a shout out on this is the biggest stage to have that shouted out on. So it's good. Madison Lewis, thanks for 5. I'm sure JD is incredibly jealous of Miss Claus. Indeed. Yeah. Doris Beck, thanks for the 2. Don't fuck with Tug. Exactly. Again, anybody, I like I said, I'm celebrating that. I think it's fun, but this case isn't about any of us. It was just about getting to the truth of the matter. And the reason that somebody, what's sad to me is that the mainstream media wouldn't cover this. So it took people like myself or Yellow Flash or, Popcorn Planet or Ricada Law, all of the people. And again, in the early days, like, the YouTube sphere. I'm just talking about the YouTube sphere, like Incredibly Average, folks like that. But, or Come Geek Some or Stevie Raw or Darth News. I don't want to leave people out because there's a lot of people who've done this stuff. I don't. Susan Turnbow, thanks for the 20 there. No statement, plenty of statement in your backing. Thank you for that. Marty Parsons, thanks for the 20. No press is bad press. Keep it coming. Well, that's probably the biggest press I've ever seen. I tell you, my Twitter blew up. Like, it's crazy. It is crazy. I want to give shout outs to, like I said, if anybody, like, if you donate to the channel and you're, if you're donating and you don't, like, if you put in a super chat and you want to say something, that's fine as well. But if you want to donate there's a PayPal link. And the one thing that's good about the PayPal, if you're already donating, I'm not asking for anything extra. If you're already doing back in the channel, if you send that way, I can almost have immediate access to it. In my community, like I said, we have about 1,000 kids that live in poverty. We have need all the time. And if charity here hits me up, I try to give them money. I know certain, again, if people are in need, I try to pay for what I can. Like, if somebody hits me up, they can't pay their electric bill or something, I try to pay it. If a kid needs some pants or school books or just whatever, I try to make sure there's money, because that's one of the fortunate things that has come from my ability I couldn't do that before, but now I can. And I like to be able to do that. like the Depp thing, where he was talking about growing up in poverty. Well, that's what this is here. We're in the same area. I'm going to mention by initials people that donate, by the way. I will not, because again, I don't know if you want to be shouted out that way, but I'll put your statement, because they have statements too. You can leave a message in that. So LPS, thank you for that 20. Greetings from Germany. Thank you for your comments and your background information. They're very powerful and entertaining. Your mic is loud while the feed is quiet. Hard to understand. Maybe swap. No, what it is my, here, let me just show you this real fast while we're setting. Okay, so the trial itself and its feed, we have to boost the feed. So you have to use like a volume booster. And I'm using I'm boosting the 600 times its volume to make it where you can hear it, because it's so low. Now on my soundboard, as far as inputs, my soundboard, I turned it up while we're talking now, but when we're talking in the trial, I turn it all the way down to here. So just to say, like, I turned it up when we're talking right now, but when we're setting between, I turn it all the way down. So that's just why it's loud. You hear my sound boosted, so I try to cut it back and forth, but unfortunately, that is the lay of this land. That's why it sounds crazy sometimes. Let's see. And one more. The contributor ALR, thank you for the $15 donation for that way too. Like I said, those are, again, everybody to back you folks. Like I said, I set a firm rule with my YouTube at the beginning, and it was no sponsors. And the reason I set that at then, again, if I found a sponsor I used and stuff, maybe, but I've never been hit up. First of all, I've never been hit up with something that I trust. And I get about 3 sponsor ads a week these days, but there are sponsor offers rather. And the reason I don't take them, again, the mainstream media, they sold themselves to sponsors, and we've got to be better than them. It's funny, the mainstream, they also, like, I noticed the Huffington Post, for example, was begging for $5 million to keep themselves afloat. And I kept thinking, I've locked in as one person. I've locked in on one story, and I could cover that story one day for a turn. They could have added somebody on that, talked about the truth of that, and they would have gotten backing, but they didn't. They thought it would be stupid, They thought it'd be stupid. AW, thanks for the 5 there. I appreciate that. Some people asked about establishing a charity. Like, I don't want to establish like a charitable organization. What I want to be able to do is I want to take money that I have and I want to be able to put it where I know it go. I don't want any oversight. I don't want anything telling me where my money goes. I want to make sure that 100% of the money that I want, I don't want a salary out of it. I want, the problem with like, if you claim like charitable statute and stuff, now I do claim some tax breaks for certain things, but again, this is a different thing. But if you set up an organization, it's totally different. Like I said, and with what we do, sometimes, like in our area, for example, I got together with a local politician at the time, and we have this area. I don't like calling it the projects. We just call it the lower income. A lot of people call it the projects, but it has playground equipment on it, right? Well, this playground equipment is over 3 decades old. It looked like a death trap. It was a death trap. Well, we all got together. We went to organizations and, like different businesses and stuff. And just through effort, we managed to replace all of that stuff. And it was amazingly expensive. I never knew how much playground equipment cost. I never realized you were talking like, like for just the main part, you're talking over 10 grand. I didn't realize that. I had no idea. But we managed to get it done. And it's cool. Like when you get communities together, if you can it's amazing to be able to do that. And it's worthwhile. Like I said, it makes you, it makes you really appreciate the power of what we do. So anyway, there's no more rambling about that. Again, I also don't want credit for giving people money or something. Yeah. What the hell is that? So let me see. I'm looking around to see exactly what's out there. Oh man, though, I can't, like I said, I can't believe the way the trial has gone. The insanity to some of it, really all of it, just how crazy this stuff has been. It's been fascinating to watch. It's been fascinating to watch play out. Let me look at the chat real quick. I got to pull you guys up. Hey, Nix, thanks for the thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs. Appreciate that. What does Ellen Barkin have to do with anything? Ellen Barkin is again, she's a celebrity that, well, at one time, like she went out of her way, let's just say, at one time to be involved in every single case that came up. Now, why would she be involved in those, you might ask? That's because she felt jilted by Johnny Depp. Like Johnny Depp, it's back up. Johnny Depp kind of he had casual relationships with her, and after that casual relationship, he kind of kicked her to the curb, I guess you could say. And that was that. I can hear their volume, but there's nothing on the screen yet. You can hear them.
Okay, are we ready for the jury? Oh, yes. Okay, you want to approach with?
Yeah, now see, I'm going to kick my volume back down. So I'm kicking my volume all the way back down to 3, from where it normally is. It may seem really quiet there, but it'll even out a little bit for the thing when it starts up. It'll be better. She doesn't look thrilled. Like most of the time, she looks horrified to be covering some of this case. Does she not? Does she not look miserable with it? I mean, that's how I feel anyway. I feel like she just looks like, my God, am I going to have to deal with this stupidness again? I don't kind of blame her. The judge just doesn't look like she's having very much fun with that. Yeah, she does look tired. I mean, it's probably an exhausting case because it's so high profile. Did you see people trying to set up Camille, by the way? So Camille walked out and there were some llamas out there and she stopped to pet them. Okay. And people were already taking pictures of the llamas. Well, the news, when they saw that, the news was like, oh, she stopped to pose for pictures, which is against the rules. And there were people that were there and they were like, no, that's not what she was doing. She just stopped and she saw it. But I don't know if you guys saw that. They give to you. You choose how to distribute. If you want to make a pint, fine. A jar of cocaine, fine. Do as we please. Thank you for the coverage. Thank you for that, actually. Yeah, they tried to set her up. They did, very much so. They tried to set her up when she was walking out of the court. And again, it wasn't the person with the llama I'm talking about. It was the media in their interpretation of what happened as the setup. It wasn't the person setting that up that did anything wrong. They were just showing off their little llamas, because it's funny, Lots of people getting booted off of Instagram. I'm not surprised. You know, I've been booted off of all kinds of stuff. Can we Venmo you? Not PayPal. You know, I've never set up a Venmo before. My wife has a Venmo. Let me ask her about that. I'm a boomer, okay? So I'm not very, but yeah, I could do something with that. I've never thought about. Again, you guys like add stuff that I can do, and you know, like I said, I'm a boomer. I don't think about that. I just, you know, the alpaca thing is though, it's crazy. Again, let me ask, any mods. I appreciate the heck out of you. First of all, you've been doing an excellent job, and I can't say that enough. Don't ban anyone if they're goofing off or, you know, whatever. I mean, you know, let people have fun. You know, that's not the reason for the wrenches. Oh, yeah. And I'm not saying anybody's doing anything wrong. I just want to note that, okay? Because I want everybody to be able to speak. It's a goofy case.
All right, thank you. Your next witness?
Yeah.
Your Honor, we call Dr. Alan Blaustein.
All right.
Blaustein.
Blaustein?
Oh, and I'm asking questions first. I believe I may be the only one asking questions.
All right. All right, thank you.
Can you please provide your full name? Alan Scott Blaustein. You're a doctor, correct? Correct. And you're a psychiatrist? Yes. How long have you been a psychiatrist for? Since 1987. And you went to medical school? Yes. What medical school did you go to? Northwestern University. Now, Johnny Depp was a patient of yours, correct?
God.
You understood that
any doctor,
Mr. Depp, had substance dependence issues, is that correct? Yes. Do you recall what substance issues, what substances Mr. Depp had issues with? Marijuana, alcohol, opiates, I believe. Did you ever have an understanding that Mr. Depp had anxiety syndrome? I knew Mr. Depp had anxiety. And how did you come to be aware that Mr. Depp had anxiety? He told me that. Do you recall having any conversation that Mr. Depp was bipolar? There was some question about bipolar disorder diagnosis, but I do not remember any specifics about the discussion. Do you recall having a conversation with Mr. Depp about a bipolar diagnosis? No. What behaviors did Mr. Depp acknowledge that should be changed? Certainly his drug use and his turning to drugs to help relieve a lot of the psychic pain that he was experiencing. In working with Mr. Depp, would you agree that Mr. Depp had fundamental issues with anger? I would say that he expressed having issues with anger. Mr. Depp expressed having issues with anger? Yes. Did Mr. Depp express having issues of anger towards Amber? He expressed having anger towards her, yes. Do you recall what reasons Mr. Depp told you as to why he was expressing anger towards Amber? I can't, no, I'll have to say no. In working with Mr. Depp, was he ever suspicious of Amber having affairs?
Wasn't she?
I can recall now he expressed feelings of jealousy. But I don't remember if it was about affairs.
you recall any more detail about what Mr. Depp was feeling jealousy toward Amber about?
No.
In working with Mr. Depp, did you see that Mr. Depp had any issues with patience?
Yes, he was impatient.
What is your understanding about issues that Mr. Depp had with Amber?
It was a very chaotic relationship with a lot of fluctuations and ups and downs and lots of difficulty in emotional expressions and lots of anger in both places and, high intensity affect and emotional expression. A lot of love, a lot of disappointment, a lot of fears.
Dr. Blaustein, I'm showing you what's been marked as Blaustein Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's my invoice billing document.
This is from your files?
Correct.
You keep this document in the ordinary course of business?
Correct.
And this billing invoice is for Johnny Depp, correct?
Correct.
And so where it says 10/2/14 from your billing records, would this be is this your understanding the first time you met with Mr. Depp?
By phone, yes.
And in total, if we look at the number of sessions you either met or spoke to Mr. Depp that weren't canceled or he didn't show up, my count, it comes to 18 times you met with Mr. Depp. Does that sound about right?
Looks like 18 times.
Did you have any concerns about any of the amounts of medications that Mr. Depp was taking?
I had concerns about the Adderall that I would have expressed to him.
And what were the concerns about the Adderall?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but I would have been asking about how he was diagnosed to have ADHD or under what circumstances he would take that, especially if he wasn't currently working.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Depp about what he did when Marilyn Manson would visit?
No.
When you were working with Mr. Depp, did you have any understanding whether Mr. Depp was still abusing drugs and alcohol or not?
Yes.
But you do recall that there were times in your working with Mr. Depp where he had breakthrough uses of drugs or alcohol?
Yeah, that his relative sobriety was not complete, yes.
And that's what you mean by breakthrough usage, that his sobriety, Mr. Depp's sobriety was not complete?
Well, relative sobriety. Again, I said relative sobriety because he did continue to use marijuana throughout, almost entirely throughout the time that I knew him, with a short time exception, I think. So I called it relative sobriety. Then there'd be some breakthrough uses of other substances.
Okay. And when you say breakthrough usage, just so everyone understands, what do you mean by that?
He was trying to be sober. He was working on sobriety. And by breakthrough uses, I mean sobriety would mean the abstinence of using the substance. And so the breakthrough would be on a particular time he would have used the substance that he was trying to be sober of, abstinent of.
Okay. So in addition to marijuana, in the time that you saw Mr. Depp from October of 2014 through January of 2015, there were times where Mr. Depp broke his sobriety with drugs or alcohol in addition to marijuana, correct?
I believe so, yes.
How did you come to that understanding?
He would have told me.
Do you know why Mr. Depp stopped seeing you?
I know he was preparing to leave to Australia to go to work, and I assumed that was the reason.
But he hasn't returned to you since he went to Australia in 2015, correct?
Correct.
And did anyone inform you as to why he stopped seeing you?
No.
Last seen, Exhibit 9 are notes reflecting your care of Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And you kept these notes in the ordinary course of business, correct?
Correct.
And you kept these notes in a file for Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
And this is page 1 of those notes from October 2nd, 2014, correct?
Correct. Again, there will be plenty of places where I don't remember, I can't read what they say. They are for my current attention purposes only in these particular notes.
Okay.
And that's what makes them process notes.
In working with Mr. Depp, did he discuss any abuse he received as a child or an adolescent?
Yes.
And do you recall any difficulties that Mr. Depp was talking to you about in his relationship with his fiance?
No, not from this.
What does it say?
Such a pain in the ass.
Do you recall why he was saying Amber was a pain in the ass?
No.
Okay. And what's the next thing say?
Well, in boxes about his kid's mom.
Okay.
And again, I think I have the word destructive.
What was destructive referring to? You know?
I don't know. No, I don't. Something relationship 14 to 15 years, mother of my kids. Out about officially. He didn't want to be his dad. Thinking I'm not abandoning like his dad. And then below kids, it says clear, better. She needed me to be all this. Needed me to be all this week or all this work. I don't know.
If we turn to the next page, it says page 2.
Yep, got it.
And then what's the next line say?
This violence, rage that we've had over a couple of years.
Okay, and so what is Mr. Depp referring to there?
I don't recall.
So do you recall that in working with Mr. Depp that he spoke about violence and rage in other relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber?
Or rage and chaos. I don't remember violence, but I can remember rage and chaos. Now, again, the context of this is I had met him at this point. So this is an initial telephone consultation. So to see whether or not he was going to start therapy with me.
But in your working with Mr. Depp, was he talking about rage and chaos with relationships in addition to his relationship with Amber, correct?
Yes, yes.
What other relationships was he talking about rage and chaos?
Again, I don't have the specific recollection, but I think it included the mother of his children and arguments about not child custody, child care, or visitation, or access to the children. On the left, it says raise 2 kids, 15 and 12. And then below that, she tried to protect me. She tried to protect me too.
You know what that's referring to?
my association now is his sister, but I don't think that's true. I don't have a specific recollection, no. Wouldn't take fear, wake up to fight devil. Wait up to fight devil.
You know what that's referring to? Wait up to fight devil?
I think he referred to a devil as some version of internal depression and chaos that he felt, something like an everyday phenomenon. He felt he was struggling. And he, I think, would label it as a devil.
So Mr. Depp labeled as something that was internal to him as the devil?
As a representation of something horrible inside of himself, what I would say.
So the devil was something horrible inside of himself, correct? That's what Mr.
Again, I don't think he ever said that, so I'm going to be careful here. The devil was the representation of the battle that he had many days when he woke up with the depression and anxiety and fears that he had.
Did Mr. Depp ever refer to himself as a monster?
Remember the word monster in my office, but I don't know if it's referring to himself or not. Maybe that'll be more revealed as we go forward.
Now, turning to Blaustein 12, which is page 4 of this exhibit, and there's a 3 at the top, correct?
Yeah.
And then to the right, that says Amber fiance, correct?
Correct.
And then there's
work through anger just below that.
And where it's saying work through anger, is that referring to his anger towards Amber?
I think what he was saying then is that part of his goal of therapy was to work through anger that he and his fiance had towards each other. Then going back to the left, better with girl about it. Self-destructive, hard to not put in front of me.
You know what self-destructive, hard not to put in front of me means? It's referring to?
I think self-destructive was his drug use. That's what I think referring to at this time.
I'm now looking at Blaustein 13, which has a page 4. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And at the top it says Johnny/Debbie, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then the date, it says 10/what?
That's 10/7.
And so it says JD 10/21/14, correct?
Correct. A lot of things, work, intense work, fatigue. Need a minute. Here I can say with certainty, his words, shit with my girl.
And what's that referring to?
Difficulty he was having with Amber.
Do you recall what he was talking about, what difficulty he was having with, Mr. Depp was having with Amber?
Yeah.
The next line looks like it says she refuses to accept.
Correct.
Do you know what Amber refuses to accept? What Mr. Depp was referring to?
Nope.
And to the right, it says Amber what?
Amber wedding.
Were you talking at this point about potentially Mr. Depp and Amber marrying?
Yes, he was talking about that. Yes.
Okay. And then what does it say under she refuses to accept?
Wedding February.
And then what's next?
May not want to go to marriage, 51 years old.
Were there any discussions that you had with Mr. Depp where he had concerns about the age difference between him and Amber?
I don't think so.
What does it say under 51 years old?
A lot of life experiences. You're being my mother and psychotic sister.
What did you understand Mr. Depp was referring to where you wrote "You're being my mother and psychotic sister"?
I think that's something that he said to, he told me, he said to her. That
Mr. Depp said to Amber, "You're being my mother and psychotic sister"?
That's what I would think, yes.
Okay. Then the next line.
High tolerance for marijuana.
Who has a high tolerance for marijuana?
He did.
All right, turning to the next page, which is Blaustein 15, and where I have a number 5 on the top there. What is it? Self-something?
Self-destructive very early.
And with Mr. Depp talking about himself being self-destructive very early?
Yes.
Okay. How is Mr. Depp describing that he was self-destructive?
I think, I don't recall, but let's continue and maybe something's there.
So he was trying to be sober from booze and pills, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then was it you who said reward?
Yeah, ask him about where can he get rewards elsewhere? Where did he get reward? I maybe asked him, where did he get rewards elsewhere? And there he said, in the past, MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine.
So what did you understand where you wrote MDMA, ecstasy, cocaine?
I'm not quite sure, but those are things that he had used in the past. Yeah, there is another possibility that I had asked him specifically about that, but I don't think so. It's more likely that those were things he had used in the past.
Do you know what pills Mr. Depp was referring to be sober from?
I know oxycodone was the main thrust of that time.
And then it says, back to the left, it says left off.
Yeah, and that's probably a note to myself to try to get back to a reward loop mechanism, and it's parallel to a relationship. What kinds of rewards could come back to him that could be healthy? What kinds of rewards that could come from the relationship that could be healthy? And then talk about biology changes. So I made a note to myself there to talk about how the brain changes in the face of many of these drugs over time.
Did you talk with Mr. Depp at all that his brain can change as he continues to take these drugs?
Yes, I did.
And then it says 10/27/14.
More on relationship issues, being accused, in his word, of being manic. Grounded by seeing children. Son is one of the positive aspects of the relationship. I assume he's talking about his past relationship there.
Mr. Depp was saying that Amber reminded him of his mom and his psychotic sister.
But the relationship reminded him of his relationship with his psychotic sister and his mother. Yes.
And Mr. Depp talked about that he was being accused of being manic.
Yes.
Did he say who accused him of being manic?
I assume from this it was Amber.
Turn to the next page, Blaustein 16. Yeah, and this is 10/29/14 at the top.
Mood euthymic.
What does that mean?
Attention. Normal mood. Attention decreased.
You mean by
memory
attention decreased?
Difficulty with attention, paying attention. Memory Transitional difficulties.
And what do you mean by having transitional difficulties with his memory?
It would have been part of a maybe mental status test that I would have done in the first session, where he would have trouble holding on to memory of things from 5 minutes ago. If I asked him to remember 3 words, he may have had difficulty. He would have had difficulty remembering those 3 words 5 minutes later after distracting him with other conversation.
All right. And then what does it say after that?
THC, a marijuana, as part of issue, tetrahydrocannabinol. That's what THC stands for.
So you saw THC as an issue with Mr. Depp's memory and attention, is that right?
Well, with the transitional memory, at least, yes. Perhaps the attention. MSE, mental status examination. More present, more attention. Off on dates. When I would ask him about what today might be, what today's date was, perhaps, is what that's referring to.
So Mr. Depp was off on
what date that was.
Date. Turning to the next page, Blaustein 17. It says JD at the top and then 11, 10, 14. See that?
Yep, I have that.
Okay. And Mr. Depp came in to see you on 11, 10, 14?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the first line say?
Some clouding, probably secondary to THC.
What do you mean by clouding?
Would have been something in confusion or something about his mental state, or less sharp.
It means his
less
mind
alert,
is not clear.
perhaps.
Jesus.
What's the next line say?
It says no evidence of
What a violation.
mania, hypomania.
I would burn my records before I gave them up in this farce.
What do you mean
I
by
would
that?
burn them.
I didn't see in his presentation any evidence of mania or hypomania.
Okay. Next line.
Discussion about relationships, core issues of trust. Amber says context, contact. Don't know.
Okay.
Fruitless meeting with her therapist.
Did you ever observe Mr. Depp with mania or hypomania in any of your other sessions?
Not that I recall.
At 10:24:14, Mr. Depp came in for another individual session, correct?
11:24:14.
I turned my volume down
15 minutes
so
late.
it doesn't
15 minutes late.
it doesn't go over this. I have to be very low.
Looking at jealous parts of him.
I think I finally got it
What do
low
you mean by
here.
that? Looking at jealous parts of him.
Things that make him jealous and what his role might be in jealousy.
And what made Mr. Depp jealous?
Well, about what was happening there, but with Amber, I don't know. I can't recall. You see, in my next notice, it was a triggering point. On my next notice, triggering point, early breakup at 22, where an actress cheated with a leading man.
So was Mr. Depp jealous of Amber being with other men?
I don't remember that.
You meet with a professional and tell them about your problems and you learn how to overcome it. It's not supposed to be weaponized against you. This is trash.
12/7/14.
This is absolute trash.
Mr. Depp came in for an individual session.
Correct.
And then it looks like you have paranoia in quotes.
Would have been his word. And what he meant by that, the elements were fear, envy, and vigilance.
So Mr. Depp told you something about paranoia.
Well, as he defined it.
And his elements of paranoia were fear, envy, and vigilance, as he told you. Then there's what's the next day? 12/18/14.
Yeah, let's see. 12/18/14, yes.
And Mr. Depp came in for a session.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yes.
scumbag couldn't lose his
Patient
notes.
working.
That's why when I take notes, I take
So
notes that are very
psychotherapy on phone.
concise.
It's possible there was a phone session.
Not,
that
but they do not.
As a phone session.
You know, we worked on coping skills. We did this. We did that. But nothing that
struggling
could be.
with how to separate. Let her tell you her feelings. Relationship needs to take care of you. Her to go to a safe zone, withdraw. Different than childhood experiences.
And then it's at 1/6/15, correct?
Correct.
And what do these notes say?
Patient late, 20 minutes.
They say stuff you don't need to know.
Positive hypnotherapy session. Goals to make a beeline to bed.
Hypnotherapy?
Using relationship to take care of the individuals.
Fucking quack anyway. Johnny Depp had a lot of leeches attached to him that didn't help him.
To Amber's work. Take care of emotions. Sobriety continuing.
And then Blaustein 20. Move down to the last page. And this is for 1/8/15, just to be clear.
1/8/15, correct. Slate, vulnerability, woman in studio who admired Amber. Threat.
What did that mean? What did you understand that to mean?
That probably related to your prior question, that there was a woman who admired her that he felt jealous of.
Oh, man.
Let's see, the next thing is something of vulnerability. Instances of vulnerability and internal fear parallel to vulnerability in childhood. Inability. Free or fight, only way.
What does that mean? Free or fight, only way?
Free or fight, or free and fight is the only way. And my understanding of that is either to be free of the relationship or fight for it. And positive relatedness with Amber through dash vulnerability.
Did and 1/8/15 was the last time you saw or spoke to Mr. Depp as a patient, correct?
I believe that's true.
Did Mr. Depp describe to you at all how his jealousy would present itself, whether he was jealous of a man or a woman in relation to Amber?
It would make him angry. It would make him feel insecure.
That was trash right there. Like I said, I can't believe that they let them do that. And you know, when you write notes.
Your Honor, our next witness is Eric George. He was the attorney
Oh,
for Amber.
Eric George. This is the guy who destroyed Amber Heard by revealing everything. We know about the ACLU and stuff because he kept way too detailed records.
Your name for the record?
Sure. Eric George.
Oh, she hates Eric George.
Last name is George, George.
And could you also state your business address, please?
Sure. 2121 Avenue of the Stars, Suite 2800, Los Angeles, California, 90067.
And what is the name of the law firm that you work with?
It's Brown, Browne, George, Ross, O'Brien, Anagway, and Ellis.
And you are an attorney, Mr. George?
I am.
And I take it from the name of the firm that you are one of the named partners?
I am indeed.
Okay. What are your areas of practice?
litigation, largely in the business and entertainment areas.
Have you handled defamation and libel matters?
I have.
Where are you barred? In other words, what states are you a member of the bar?
Sure. In California, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And are you also a member or barred in the United States Supreme Court?
I am.
Can you please tell us where you attended undergraduate and law school?
Sure. At Georgetown for both undergrad and law school.
What, if any, service did you have with the Council of the United States Senate Judiciary Committee?
Sure. I'm just pausing to get my dates correct here. In approximately March of 1999, I began service as counsel to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee, where I served through about mid-2000.
And what, if any, service did you have to the Secretary, the Legal Affairs Secretary to the Governor, Pete Wilson?
Sure. From about March 1997 to January of 1999, I was counsel to then Governor Pete Wilson, and my specific title was Deputy Legal Affairs Secretary.
Have you been recognized for your career achievements since you have been an attorney?
I'll say immodestly, yes, various ways that lawyers are from time to time in magazines and publications and whatnot.
And what, if any, recognition have you received as one of the top 100 attorneys in California?
The legal paper annually puts out a list of the top 100 attorneys in California, and I've been fortunate to be selected as one of those for many years.
And what, if any, recognition have you had as being a super lawyer in California?
Same answer, except that's, I believe it's called Los Angeles Lawyer Magazine. I could have that wrong, but again, annually they put out a list of their super lawyers.
All right. And are you also a member of the American College of Trial Lawyers?
I am.
What is one of the qualifications for becoming a member, being invited to be a fellow of the American College of Trial Lawyers?
Sure. So the college reaches out to individual lawyers who have distinguished themselves and generally occupy the top 1% of law practice. And it's an organization dedicated to the development of professionalism within the practice of law.
I'm going to now turn to Amber Heard, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. George, how long have you known Amber Heard?
I have known Amber Heard, gosh, it's got to be a good 5 years.
I'm going to be referring to an op-ed, and I'm going to use the term op-ed. It's obviously an opinion editorial that Amber Heard ended up ultimately publishing with the ACLU. And so in the Washington Post, December 18, 2018. So as I go through and ask these questions, I'm going to be using just the term op-ed. Will you be comfortable with me using op-ed and understand it to mean that particular publication on December 18, 2018?
Sure.
So what, if any, legal representation did you provide to Ms. Heard relating to the op-ed?
She presented to me a draft of the op-ed and asked for my counsel in terms of reviewing it, editing it, and finalizing it for publication.
When is the first time Amber Heard reached out to you in connection with the op-ed and reviewing the op-ed?
It was certainly within the time frame of December 6, 2018.
In connection with the op-ed, what, if anything, was your objective in representing Amber Heard with respect to the review and revision of the op-ed?
I reviewed it and spent some significant time on it to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against her in connection with a defamation or related type of tort claim. And ideally, with that in mind, to minimize the possibility of her ever being sued in connection with publishing it.
So, Mr. George, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 9.
Yes,
Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Please describe what it is.
As its title, it's a judgment of dissolution of the marriage between Amber Heard and Mr. Depp.
Were you familiar with this document and its contents when you represented Amber Heard relating to the review of the op-ed?
Yes.
And what was your objective in representing and advising Amber Heard on the op-ed in connection with this stipulated judgment of dissolution of marriage?
So my objective was to make sure that there would be no meritorious claim that could be brought against Ms. Heard in connection with the publication of an op-ed, whether that is a tort related to, say, defamation or something akin to it, but also including any contract-based breach claim arising in connection with the judgment.
And what, if any indications did you have from Amber Heard during that time frame that Amber did not intend to follow your advice or did not care if she was in a compromising position or might be at legal risk?
So let me answer that this way. Really 2 points. Number one, there was never anything that she said to me to the effect that she was willing to run some risk of being sued or that she wouldn't listen to my counsel or anything of that sort. Number two, that she affirmatively did follow in all instances my counsel with respect to these particular edits.
What, if any, legal advice provided by you to Amber Heard respecting the Washington Post op-ed was disregarded by Amber Heard?
None, to my knowledge.
What, if any, legal advice provided by you to Amber Heard respecting the Washington Post op-ed was followed by Amber Heard?
All of it.
What, if any, legal advice did you provide to Amber Heard in connection with the drafting and publication of the op-ed that was not made in good faith by you?
I acted in good faith throughout and with the best of my abilities.
All right, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, we have Jessica Kovacevic. She's Amber's agent, and that's approximately 27 minutes.
Go ahead and spell the last name for me.
It's a tough one. Kovacevic.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kovacevic. And Ms. Kovacevic, do you know that you are here today in your personal capacity and also as a representative of your agency, WME?
I do.
Ms. Kovacevic, what do you do for work?
I'm a talent agent.
Would you please describe in just very general terms what a talent agent does generally?
Generally, you procure work for your clients. You make introductions, you read their scripts, you negotiate their deals.
And I take it Ms. Heard is one of your clients?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard have a successful career at the time you began working with her?
Yes.
And over the period that you've worked with Ms. Heard as her agent, what have your job responsibilities entailed?
Like I mentioned before, introducing her to producers and directors, writers, studio executives, procuring work for her, introducing her to people that can employ her, and then negotiating her deals, and then dealing with whatever happens on while she is working, anything that arises that needs dealing with.
Did you ever, at any point in time, see Mr. Depp hit Ms. Heard?
No.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she was cast in the original Aquaman?
She was cast in Justice League first, and then the deal was to be in Justice League, the first Aquaman and the second Aquaman.
Did you assist Ms. Heard in procuring the role of Mira in Aquaman?
Yes.
Was Aquaman a successful movie?
Extremely.
Was Ms. Heard's performance in the film well received critically?
Yes.
Were there any negative views about Ms. Heard's performance in Aquaman?
In the press, you mean? Or what do you mean specifically?
Well, in the press or otherwise.
No, there weren't any negative.
Yeah, she
As
acts
her
like
talent
cardboard.
agent, did you attempt to renegotiate Ms. Heard's salary for Aquaman
Idiots.
2?
Yes.
When did you do that?
We did that around this time last year.
Why did you attempt to renegotiate it at all?
It's standard to renegotiate these types of deals. It's normal practice. When when Aquaman came out, it was the most successful movie of all time ever. So even more so for that reason. But for any successful franchise movie, when you make a 3 or 4 picture deal like we did in success, it's typical to go back and renegotiate the deal.
And now getting to your point, why did you choose to do it last year at this time?
Because that's when her option was exercised.
And when you did get around to trying to negotiate, you and WME successful in doing that?
Correct.
When did he call Warner Brothers to renegotiate the next film?
It would have been the end of February last year.
What year is that? 2021?
Yes.
At some point, were there press reports that Ms. Heard was getting released from Aquaman 2?
There were online rumors for a while that she was being replaced.
When did you first hear about those?
First, I don't know exactly when, but it was way before. It was way before this. It was maybe even a year before this. 6 months before, maybe.
So nobody ever told you that Warner Brothers misrepresented the reason that they were replacing Ms. Heard, correct?
Why? No, why would they?
Did there come a time when Ms. Heard was restored to her role in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
At that time, what were the terms of her restoration to Aquaman 2?
The financial terms?
Yes.
She was going to be making $2 million on the second film.
Was that consistent with the original contract?
Yes.
Is this consistent with what Warner Brothers originally gave as the rationale for not using her in Aquaman 2?
The lack of chemistry between her and Jason?
Yes.
Yes.
So did there come a time when WME came to understand that Ms. Heard's role as Mira in Aquaman 2 was diminished in some way?
When she was sent the script, directly, which is the common practice for these films.
You're aware that Ms. Heard has a contract with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes.
Were you working with Ms. Heard when she signed that contract?
Yes.
What's a bot?
A bot is a fake account that's created to execute a certain objective.
What is your educational background since high school?
College.
What college did you attend?
NYU.
What year did you graduate?
2005.
What was your major?
Communications.
When WME first began working with Ms. Heard as her talent agent, you said she had had some success. How well known was Ms. Heard?
She was pretty famous. She was within the industry. You could call anyone and they knew who she was. So she had a certain level of fame. She had starred in movies and shows already by that point.
Okay, going back and taking a wider lens, over the time that the several years you've worked with Ms. Heard, how would you characterize the arc of her career?
I would say she was a known actress when I started working with her. Like I said, she was someone that you could call executives and producers and people about everyone, knew her name. She hadn't yet reached big star status, but she was definitely, she could get the lead of an independent movie. She could get the lead of a TV series. When I worked with her, we slowly started to strategically, have her work on some more prestigious projects and work with, better directors. And then when she got Justice League, that was a, turning point for her. And then Aquaman, subsequently, was obviously the biggest thing she had ever been a part of.
And is the arc of her career now on the upswing with her being part of Aquaman 2?
No.
Tell me what you mean. Why not?
Because typically, when you have an actor who is in a movie as successful as Aquaman was, their career totally changes. And they're in a different echelon. They, get way more offers. They're just put in a different place, position-wise with studios. They're more bankable, so they can greenlight projects. All of those kind of things are consistent with when you're in a blockbuster of that size. And with her, that did not happen. It happened, very significantly for her co-star. Obviously, he's the lead of the film and he's the title character, but even a small percentage of that did not happen for her. So that's my assessment.
What evidence sitting here today do you have that this caused her career any harm?
Because evidence in that, in my experience and the experience of my colleagues in the experience of this business, your career takes a turn after something like that. She was very well received in the movie at the time. Everyone was very happy with her at the time. There was no issues. And then to have a complete downturn after that, and then have that coincide with constant tweets and negativity put out about her. I don't have a physical piece of paper of evidence, but it's the only logical conclusion I can draw.
Can you name a single role she has lost as a result of any activity by Adam Waldman or anyone at his behest?
There was a movie at Amazon that she had been offered with Gael Garcia Bernal. I don't know what the final title of it is called now. I can look it up. It had a working title at the time. that they took away from her. And, the lead actor who was a producer on it very much wanted it to be her and was very frustrated with the process. And no one can say out loud, we're taking this away from her because, of this bad press, because it's nothing she did, and it's all hearsay, and it's all, whatever. But there's no other reason.
Now, Ms. Kovacevic, you've testified a bit about Adam Waldman, correct?
Correct.
And can you point us to any career opportunities that Ms. Heard has lost because of any statements made by Mr. Waldman?
I mean, the Amazon movie, for one, is one that is tangible, because that is an example of something that she had before all of it that was then taken away. I know that a campaign she shot for Todd's via Katie Slater was scrapped and not used. There was not another specific example because, like I said to you, no one is going to say to me, oh, we can't hire her because of these tweets or whatever. They just don't want to hire someone that has bad press around them from, these accusations calling.
So thank you for making
accused of a liar and making something up.
They just made Johnny Depp's case right there. This is making his point.
No one wants that association with their project.
This is making his point.
Directing your attention 10 pages into the article, there's another quote from Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman states in this article, quote, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. End quote. Did I read that correctly?
Sounds legit.
It just shows the top part of that on this page, but the top part was correct.
Did any was WME aware of Adam's statement, Mr. Waldman's statements in this particular article?
Yes.
Now, you testified a little bit earlier about there being tweets from Adam. I assume you were referring to Adam Waldman. Is that correct?
Yes.
Those me no tweets.
And what, if any, impact did it have on Amber Heard's career and career path to have Mr. Depp's lawyer putting out statements in the press and in tweets that Amber Heard was lying, making things up, creating a hoax of abuse?
I think that his comments spurred on, it just added fuel to the fire. So there was already so much media coverage.
And that's what you observed?
That's what I observed.
I'm going to take you to Aquaman, and I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make it a little bit easier to understand. What, if any, performance issues were raised with Amber Heard by anyone that was responsible for the filming of Aquaman?
No performance issues raised whatsoever.
And what was your understanding of how Amber tested with the audiences in Aquaman?
My understanding was that she tested extremely well.
And this is an Aquaman.
I bet she doesn't know.
Reflected all the markers of a very successful movie at this point.
Yes.
You testified earlier that it's quite typical when you have a series of 3 to 4 films in a franchise or a series to be able to renegotiate as you go into the sequels. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Because you make the initial deals, before the movie has done, well. And then when the movie overperforms like that, it's a custom.
In light of the success of Aquaman, would you expect that Amber Heard would be receiving endorsements as of this time?
Yes.
And what is the typical process that happens after someone has starred in a very successful movie, such as Aquaman, and Amber with Mira?
The endorsement department would, a combination of offers and then seeking out offers seeking out opportunities.
Now, given Amber's career trajectory leading up to and immediately after the success of Aquaman 1, did you expect her career to go on an upward, downward trajectory, or stay the same?
I expected an upward trajectory.
And why is that?
Because in success of a film like that, it's usually always the case.
Mm-hmm.
And immediately after the successes of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber's annual earnings to increase, decrease, or stay the same compared to the previous 5 years?
Oh God,
I
a
would
talent
expect them
agent.
to increase.
And
Uh-huh.
why is that?
Because
I get paid more.
Her profile had been raised internationally. She was in a movie that was successful worldwide. And when you are in a movie that performs that well worldwide, your bankability is stronger. You can finance an independent film more easily. You can greenlight a film more easily. You can just do more and for more money.
Do you recall what the budget was for Aquaman?
The first one, I don't know. It would have been probably somewhere between 150 and 200 million.
No, it was 160 and 200.
Immediately after the
Come on,
success
get it right.
of Aquaman, would you have expected Ms. Heard to continue
Bad when I know better
to
than your agent.
earn at least the fee she made on Aquaman on future big budget studio firms, or less or more?
You that becomes an actor's quote, their fee, and yes, typically, like you will then earn your, not on a tiny independent film, you couldn't make that much money on that, but another studio film, another film at a streamer or whatever, something like that, you would make that much or potentially get a raise.
Other than Aquaman 2, has Amber obtained any roles with a budget the size of Aquaman's?
No.
Has she been hired for any films with budgets over 100 million?
No.
Does she deserve it?
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you expect the success of Aquaman and her starring role in that film to increase her ability to get more movie studios to be interested in her, decrease, or stay the same?
For what? What did she do in
Increase.
Aquaman? She swam
And
around
did
in
it-
tight clothes.
No.
And now everybody thinks instead of
Would
her
you
butt, they think about her
expect
taking a dump.
her, to get more TV roles,
Objection.
and why?
Why? Because I mentioned earlier in the conversation, TV and films are so blended now, and there's much less of a delineation between picking projects between film and TV.
And did Amber receive more TV roles as a result of Aquaman, the success of Aquaman?
No.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, would you have expected Amber to star in more than one project per year, less, or the same?
It depends. If it was a big, Aquaman takes up 6 months of the year. Big movies take up a longer time. Indies, you can do a couple of them a year. It just depends. So I wouldn't put a number on it, but definitely more than 0.
And has Amber starred in more than one project per year since then?
No.
She killed her own career. Bravo.
Immediately after the success of Aquaman, did you expect Amber to earn between $5 and $10 million a year for the next 5 years?
I would have expected to renegotiate on Aquaman 2, most certainly.
Warner said no.
And so right there, that would have been significantly more. And she would have, yes, I would have expected her to earn more in a combination of TV, film, and more endorsements.
Was it your understanding that WME passed on to L'Oreal suggestions to assist them in being able to block some of the harassing Instagrams they were getting at that time?
Yes.
All right. Let's bring up 30 again, please.
So
Now,
L'Oreal,
did
wait,
in fact
L'Oreal hired a
L'Oreal
company.
suspend having Amber Heard on the International Women's Day campaign?
Yes.
What the conditions were for the renewal.
It was just essentially that they were renewing her. It was the same fee. That was the bulk of it. It wasn't, like a raise, but they were extending her.
Okay. And typically coming out of the success of Aquaman, would you have anticipated that Amber could have negotiated larger fees for commercial projects?
Yes, we would.
Okay. And why would that be?
Because her profile had been raised. She was, she had done something super successful. So typically that's what you would do. That would just be the standard practice.
When did you first learn about the change.org petition that was out there to try to get Amber Heard dropped from Aquaman 2?
I don't know when I first saw it.
Were you aware of it as of May 27, 2020?
Yes.
You earlier talked about bots in response to one of Mr.
Bots.
Chu's questions. What, if anything, was your understanding of these bots at this time, during this time frame?
Bots.
My understanding is just based off my own, mainly based off my own research, just clicking on the accounts myself, and then discussing.
This is hearsay garbage.
And what did
She has
you
no way
learn
of
when you
knowing
did
they're real or not. Why is this
just
even
as
entry?
I would go through, daily, just looking at comments or, just the negative comments, clicking on them. Many of them were just kind of accounts made for this kind of commentary, or just accounts that just had, no followers, no posts, nothing.
Not enough followers.
Following
You're not
just
real.
Amber and Johnny, things like that.
Just following this, that means you're fake.
And I'm sorry. And so what did you learn from clicking onto those that led you to believe they were bots?
They weren't consistent with what I know to be actual Instagram accounts.
As opposed to what?
Look to set a career trajectory for an actor who just broke out in a major franchise film. Would you look to other comparable actors' careers to ascertain what type of acting jobs they could get?
I mean, I've been doing this job for, quite some time, so I don't necessarily look to one or the other, but in general, when someone is in, what was at the time the most successful film ever released, the natural progression is growth.
The most successful film ever
more
released?
Films, more work, more money, all of that stuff.
And when you say the most successful film ever, you're referring to Aquaman 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film? Are comparable actors' salaries used in your mind to ascertain the asking price for an actor in a similar film?
Yes.
Avatar made
Would you
almost
consider
$3
Anna
billion.
de Armas' career to be comparable to Amber's in measuring where Amber would have been after Aquaman 1? Should have been.
Ana de Armas, yes, I would say that would be a comparable. That would be a good comp.
This crazy lady's lying through her teeth, man. Look, Avatar made almost $3 billion.
That's it. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our day and the end of our week. So
all right, they're gonna get
I wanna
their
make sure you have a
instructions, and we're
good
gonna talk
3
for a
days.
few minutes.
Come back for our last week of testimony, and enjoy your weekend. I just want to remind you again of what we need to remember as we go through the weekend. Okay, so you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about the case.
Unless
This
it's that
applies to
umbrella guy.
television, newspapers, magazines, the internet,
You
and
can
any
listen to that
online
umbrella guy.
sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social media,
Unless I say it.
networking site, or streaming service. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes your fellow jurors, friends, family, co-workers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make inquiries about this case, whether online or by
You
any
know,
other
some of
means.
them look
For
it
example,
up.
you
You
cannot
know
look
they
information
do.
up on the internet that is related to this case or related to the persons involved in this case, nor may you consult dictionaries or other reference materials. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway. All right. So enjoy your weekend. We'll see you early.
The only way you
9
make that
o'clock,
work
ready
is
to go
sequestering the
on Monday
jury,
morning,
and they
okay?
didn't.
Thank you.
You know, they could have sequestered the jury. Honestly, they maybe should have. You know, but let's see their instructions and stuff before we get out of here. Oh well, and then we got super chats and all that. I'm saying they get out of this part. We're not out of here yet. We got a lot to talk about today. We got some stuff to talk about today.
Also, in this matter, Ms. Hurd and Mr. Depp, please do not do any posts on social media over the weekend and no public statements, please. All right. And we will see you on Monday morning. As for the attorneys, 8 a.m. tomorrow. I thank you for all the
Amber Heard's
jurisdictional
making them
objections.
through
We're going
her
those now.
girlfriend.
I appreciate that. I am missing some exhibits from depositions that we need to get. So if you get with Jamie, so we can get those and get them all taken care of for the week. Another thing that I'm doing, just to give you information, where I'm getting IT together to do a laptop for the jurors for deliberations. The laptop is going to be scrubbed and it's just going to have the audio and the video files on them. Okay. So they're going to get me a mock-up by Tuesday. It's not going to have any Wi-Fi or internet or no passwords. So it's just going to have that on it. So once I get it and I approve it, I'm going to have both parties take a look at it and make sure everything is on there. That's supposed to be on there. And that's going to go to the jury when the physical evidence goes to the jury. Okay. I just think that was a better way to do it for the audio and the video files. Okay. As far as times go, I can give you your updated times.
Yeah, give us times.
As of this minute.
What the times? God, I need a pen.
Plaintiff has used 42 hours and 45 minutes. Defendant has used 53 hours and 1 minute. So the time remaining for the plaintiffs is 18 hours and 30 minutes. And the time for the defendants is 8 hours and 14 minutes. Okay. So anybody have any other issues before we're done tonight?
The defendants are down to 8 hours.
Morning, 8 a.m. Yes.
Thank you.
They're only down to 8 hours. Wow. That's kind of, wow. They've cut it down quite a bit substantially. Like there's a big discrepancy in that when you're talking about the amount of time left. I mean, considering as now we're going to have rebuttal witnesses. I'm sure we're going to see a few people. Like I said, I want to see everybody exit. I want to see if there's anything weird and shocking that, like Amber Heard pulls bullshit sometimes. Look, Johnny Depp's saying bye to everybody. He's smart about that, man. That's smart. See, that's marketing right there. In the worst situations here, you've got to remember you're a commodity. Like Amber Heard can't remember that. She does, because she's terrible. Like when they talk about what's going on in this stuff, her losing roles and whatnot. It's not Johnny Depp's fault that she lost roles because she came out and accused him of heinous shit and it blew up in her face. Like they want to blame him for it, of course, because it's easy. But you know what? Like when you look at the public backlash, what they don't want to tell you is that Johnny Depp, the public considered him guilty at first. Like he was guilty at first. He was tarred and feathered in the public, but that didn't about face. I got to watch something real quick. So let's pull up a video. It's going to be from Mercado Law. It's going to be that. Hey, did you notice, by the way, so the subtitles when Adam Waldman was talking about myself, apparently I got an upgrade because apparently he was talking to a media user who goes by the name of ThatUmbrellaGuy. That umbrella god is on the house, y'all. That umbrella god, man. I got an upgrade, sir, ma'am, other. Forget that umbrella god. Oh, I love it. That umbrella god's in the house, y'all. I thought that was funny, though. I saw some people posting that. I thought that's hilarious. What a day, though. Again, getting mentioned in the court thing. Again, it's not about like myself or anyone else. It's interesting because it's a thing that's been there forever. Like I've known it. And I always think, see, so many people, okay, people pull bullshit like this. Like that Umbrella Guy, he has a comic book and he's taking advantage of Johnny Depp. If Johnny Depp and his team knew about it, they would be so mad. And I'm like, yeah, if you knew, you know, you don't know Jack. Maybe you should shut your mouth. You know, if you knew. Anyway, let me. I can't believe this stuff. Like some days here, like let me reset all the microphone stuff because it's so ridiculous. Like it's still blowing my mic out. Look, that's at 3% with that boost. Now this is at normal with a regular mic. You see the difference? You see what I mean? Like why I have so much control problem with it? Because that was at 3%. I was talking to you at 3% microphone volume, but I have to boost my my input to 600% or you can't hear the trial. So I like slide it all the way across the room. That umbrella god. I just anyway, like I said, there's no good way to. The sound in this is such a mess. That umbrella god shirt. That's what I need. I needed that umbrella god shirt. Let me pull up something else though. I'm pulling up the chat so I can see you all, and we can go through super chats and stuff. But also, I want to roll through a video real fast too. But it's taking me. I got distracted by that. You know, I found all of this. It's entertaining because, again, there have been there's just so many instances of people. Again, you know, people choose to speak. This is what I've meant about this before. People have chosen to be angry or speak on behalf of Johnny Depp, and they don't know what they're talking about. Like they have no idea, and it's sad but funny, you know, because again, when people get mad at, you know, when they think they know what somebody wants, what Johnny Depp wants is justice. That's what he wants. He wants justice. He doesn't, you know, and to be honest, he's a big backer of independence and stuff anyway. So yeah, he would not have a problem with what we do. In fact, he would be the kind of person that would back. I can guarantee you that. And if you have if you think differently, hit him up. He's on social media. He told him I've invited people to do that before because I already know. I know what people think. You know, I don't choose to speak for them, but you know, I know if people had a problem, they would tell me straight up. So anyway, here, listen to this. I thought this was interesting. Here's Ricky. I haven't seen their reaction, so let's check it out.
Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately?
Oh man, are you kidding me? Give me 1 second. It's buffering.
With other social media users about this case?
I knew this. I just had a look. Oh,
I slid into their DMs.
He's like, he
other
knows what's coming.
social media. I want to make sure I'm precise. Other social media users.
Yes.
That group would include almost everybody on Earth.
Yeah.
Have you provided information about this case to other social media personalities who then post that information?
I've provided information episodically to what I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as journalists who are not
look online
or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy?
Oh, Tug!
Several phone calls.
Shout out
with the person who goes by the name That Umbrella Guy. Don't actually know his real name.
He doesn't know my real name.
Have you communicated with him other than through phone calls?
I don't remember doing so. No.
No. See, that's the thing. Like it's
what
stayed
are other-
it stayed a specific way.
Let me ask you, have you communicated
And there's
in a
other
similar
people that were
fashion
named.
with someone on social media who goes by the name That Brian fella?
Now that Brian fella,
Yes.
that's incredibly average.
What about
On
someone
YouTube.
who goes by the name The Real Laura B?
The real Laura B is the
Yes.
real Laura B on Twitter.
And have you communicated to
That's why we all three came
those
up in those
individuals
documents.
listed evidence that you believe suggests that Miss Heard's allegations are hoaxes?
I would say I communicate with the internet journalists because we put them in a category calling them that. I've done that. Exactly the same way I would communicate with mainstream media.
Yep.
Ooh, they don't like that. They do not like that.
That's what it is, you know. So when
I'll inform them.
when he spoke with us, you know, when he speaks with people, like again, it's like a professional. I don't know, like, you know, the thing. I choose carefully about what I will listen to. As far I'll listen to anything, but I've got to have evidence. I've got to have evidence to back something up. And Adam Waldman, again, he can tell you like this is where something happened. That's where because you know I like I said, I wanted to understand from the beginning. You have to remember when contact is made with people, it was to make, you know, to understand when things are going on, you know, to find out things. And again, specifics, I don't recall. All of that is awash in my memory. I can't remember any of that. Sue me if you want to know more. But no, I thought it was interesting to see that, you know, that umbrella god in the house, y'all. That umbrella god in the house, y'all. Now, Adam Waldman is somebody though, like you can hear in what he's saying, he actually believes what he's speaking, and that matters. That does matter. You can hear it. Hanger Chick, thanks for 20. Congrats from it's flight crew. We're watching while sitting here on the rooftop on standby. Well, hey, thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Props back to you, by the way. Hope your day is going well. Roxanne Wins, thanks for the 5. Tug, can you tell people not to review bomb witnesses and their practices? It feeds into their narratives. You shouldn't contact anyone, period, that's associated with this. Like contacting, period, there's no positive association with it. Just, and review bombing, I mean, you've never been to their practice. If you want to hang something on them, what you do is you mention them over and over again on social media, like Dr. Hughes. If you want to hang something like if they're garbage and you want to mention that, you're doing a review by mentioning it over and over again. But yeah, going after practice, I don't believe in stuff like that. I think that they destroy themselves, and you don't need to do that. But I would hope everybody would understand that anyway. I would hope. Again, Dylan Johnson, thanks for the 5. My tribute to the deity known as that umbrella god. Amen. You have been blessed, my son. I will even sing you a blessing here. May your life be free of her poo. That's for you. You have been blessed by that umbrella god. It's so silly. Oh, Lord. What a day. What a day. What a day. Like you wake up, you don't have no idea. Like this hashtag sheepoo. Somebody said that's funny. You just realize what tug is. Yeah. Some people, you know, I guess it just sits there in front and like people don't catch it. Yeah. That umbrella guy, you know, T for that. U for umbrella, G for guy. So tug. That's why people, yeah. People were like, that sounds like a sex joke. So, you know, for a long time, what I used to call, like if I talked about your channel or something, I would call it a tug plug. People would get all like, get irritated. I'd be like, oh, so you want a tug plug? So you were like, ew, that's so good. Okay, well, whatever. I just love it. You can't take anything. You can't take anything seriously on the internet. You can't. Like you never personalize the internet. People will take stuff off the internet, but you never personalize anything on it. You know, you just have fun, goof off, make jokes. You know. Heather Painter, thanks for the 3 and that super sticker. Thank you. Katie, thanks for those who know you are under the umbrella. Indeed, indeed. You are now under the umbrella. Maybe Honeykiss, thanks for the 5. They used up all their time focusing on his drug use. That's true. He's always been honest about it. Yep. All his helped. She pushed for Kipper and denies it. Yep, that's true. Amy Lawson, thanks for the 2. That Umbrella God t-shirt next. I wonder what I could put on that, though, if I made a That Umbrella God t-shirt. You know? Maybe I could do like a little Adam Waldman. He could be like, you know, he could be, oh my God, you know, it'd be funny. You know, it'd be funny. You know, the fresco painting where you have like God reaching down and touching, you know, the finger of man. That'd be funny. Like Adam Waldman. Instead, it's like handing a phone, you know, that Umbrella Guy floating in the sky and handing it down, that fresco. That would be really funny, you know. Here, let me see. One second. Like, again, you'd have to change it up, you know, because obviously, but you could have fun. Like you could do a spoof of this. Look, I think this would be really funny. You get a spoof of this fresco, you know, where you have God reaching down and touching. Instead, you like have like Adam there, like holding it. You have a phone handed out. You have that Umbrella God floating. Oh, it's so dumb. It might be funny. Anything like my shirts and stuff, they have to entertain me. That's the buy-in, okay? Like that's what has to happen. So that is part of my requirement for the internet. I have to be entertained like that. Aaron Holt, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tug's. Tug from Elm Street. Oh yeah, for PayPal donation. I'm not going to forget about those. I'll read over for sure. I won't forget. Actually, let me hit a few of those now, just to be honest. Also, like I said, we have a comic book too. And again, our comic book is I've noticed people that have been backing and stuff. And I appreciate people who check that out. It's called Hunt the Littlest Umbrella. You know, it's tagged at the top. Again, companies betrayed us in doing this. And the only way that we get back is we take our hobbies away from them, but we don't give up. We don't give up when we walk away. We keep our stuff. And comic books, I've been around comic books since I was 3. They matter to me. So that's why, and I wanted to be able to make stuff, you know, that we enjoyed and that you would enjoy too. And like I say, they've done remarkably well. And I think that's hilarious. So I had one from LPS, I'm going to say, sent 100. Thank you for that. Said you were very kind explaining the volume problem to me. You mentioned the 600% volume increase, and I found an add-on in Firefox, and the problem is fixed. Here's a small contribution toward the poor people in your area. Thank you. Well, first of all, thanks. And second of all, I better be nice to you, you know? Like you're my audience that deserves, you deserve respect. Okay. You deserve it. And anyone that forgets that, well, forget them, you know? So I appreciate you. And, you know, if the volume's off, I like that you people tell me that, you know, all of you, when you tell me stuff, like it makes it better. I'll probably buy, like, since we're making more money this month, I will probably buy a soundboard and a new, like a really good broadcasting mic, you know, to take us all the way up, game it up. But that's like a $1,300 rig. So, you know, I've never had that kind of money just to blow on something, you know, to upgrade. I don't consider it blowing it, but you know what I mean? Like that's a lot to put into sound gear, and I may do that this time. Stella, thanks for the 10 and the laughing super sticker. Appreciate that. I thought that was funny too. Thank you. Devin, thanks for the 5. Considering how Dor is performing, now WB and Disney are distancing themselves from Amber. We know who wins the public opinion. Exactly. And it's getting worse. I've heard some new stuff. Maybe I should do a video. There's so much new stuff coming up. Like even after the trial, I don't see for 2 weeks, no matter what happens, the fallout will be insane. Because Amber Heard, even if he loses, Amber Heard loses. That's the thing. She still loses because she's done. He didn't lose in the public. She loses no matter what, and she knows it. The Los Angeles, thanks for the 5. How did JD's lawyers do today? Also, how does people calling her names online hashtags JD's fault? Well, that's a thing. That's actually, a very good point. What she was trying to do is aim it at Waldman because the counterclaim. It wasn't aimed at JD. That was aimed at Adam Waldman because she wants to sue. She's saying that Adam Waldman, when he speaks, he's actually a representative of JD. He lost all autonomy. He can't have his own opinions. Therefore, when he speaks, he's speaking as JD. And like I said, they want to ruin Adam Waldman and they want to ruin JD. They're after both of them, and they'll get neither. I said, if she wants to sue Adam Waldman or something, like I'll go to war for Adam Waldman too, because Adam, and of course they're like, oh, that's because you communicate with him. No, that's because he was right. You want to destroy him because he told the truth. Let's be honest. But of course, being honest, that's too difficult, right? Jane B, thanks for the 3. The super sticker, blowing in some kisses. I like that. It's cute. Thank you. Crystal, thanks for the 5. Thank you for all you've been doing. Refreshing to know someone still cares about the truth. Amazing job. Thank you. It's just, once you see something that's wrong, again, I told a lot of people in the YouTube spheres, you need to do this, man. I could call out a few channels. I'm not going to do that just because it's not beneficial. But I tell you, like, I hit up a few channels and I was like, hey, you need to cover this because here's something. And, I could tell you some stuff that's going on, again. And they're like, no, they don't know. The same people that, of course, now are covering it and trying to pull big clicks. I mean, some people deserve to be put on blast, but it's not part of the bigger goal. Oh, but it's hard, man. I feel weak sometimes because sometimes I think they deserve it. Because what it is it means they don't believe in what they say. They're hypocrites. And I fucking hate a hypocrite. I can't stand that shit. And I'm not saying because you didn't want to cover it. I'm saying because you thought it didn't matter until you got the big clicks. Then it matters. That bothers me. Daily Dose of Slytherin. I like that name. Thanks for the 10. JD can't have future pirates without contract, but Turd can have a future Aquaman without one. Yeah, exactly. JD abuses, but Turd doesn't. Exactly. JD can't lose work because of claims, but Turd can. Her lawyers are something special. They kept making his opinion. Like, why would you call these people today? Every one of her witnesses, like her agent, they said, well, nobody wants to hire a person that has abuse claims. Well, thank you for making JD's case. Bravo. RVN, thanks for the 5. Pray the jury is hearing and seeing what we're hearing and saying. Yeah, you would hope so. Ronnie P, thanks for the super chat. Tug for president, Waldman for vice president. Now, Waldman, he could have it. I'd like to be like the director of communications or something. That would be fun. I would like to go in and, actually I'd like to be able to tell, like, if I were the president, or in that, I would love to be able to tell the mainstream media off in a position of authority because I hate the mainstream media. Like, you'll hear that come out of me all the time. I hate the mainstream media. I despise them because they've become an institution for sale. They're not an institution about tracking the truth, no matter what it costs, Manufacturing, I like that setup. Thanks for the 8. My Elm Street comment was a JFK assassination reference. Yeah, the umbrella guy. Yeah. Jonathan Comp, thanks for the 5. You could also have you floating down with Miss Poppins. There's actually there's an Umbrella Girl reference kind of like that. There's a guy that worked with 6 a.m. and he did a little, like, he's made a few for my daughter, like little pieces of artwork that she would like. I've had him make some, or he's just made stuff. Like he made like a Princess Peach because she loves Mario. So she loves Princess Peach, and you can see a little umbrella symbol in the back. Like, he made stuff. Hey, Christina S, thanks for the 5. How long are your teas staying up? I've ordered 4. but I want all the JD ones. I'll leave them up for a few weeks just to make sure they're there, and I'll put up a few more just to have fun. You know, I mean, like I said, we should have fun. We should goof off. So I'll leave them up a few weeks. Here's one for Minecraft you made. We have there she is, like, guilty, judge, the little umbrella girl, and you have like that umbrella guy there. I like this one actually. I thought that was always fun. And you know, if it's early stuff, he's the artist for. So we have 2 artists on our book. We have an artist for the main book, that's S.K. Bennett. He is a phenomenal, talented artist. And then we have the artist for the mini comic. There's a mini comic that comes with the stuff. If you can look in there, and he's the artist on the mini comic. I love the stuff there. Getting a bunch of subs since the name drop. Yeah, I know. I actually gained a lot. Twitter too. My God, it blew up. Like, I'm over 51,000. It's crazy. Craig's Knight, thanks for 2. Anyone got tug tattoos? I think when it's necessary. Oh yeah, I've got an umbrella symbol on my hand. Does that count? My wife has a that umbrella guy tattoo, and she has a little umbrella girl tattoo. Actually, you know, she has both. So I thought that was cool. Pat, though, thanks for the 5. Much more remaining time for JD's team next week. Did they wait for AH team to reveal most of their cards and less time? They'll do rebuttal. They'll have rebuttal witnesses is what they'll have. They'll have some people come in like Jennifer Howe. Jessica Dwyer, thanks for the 5. No statement, plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Martin, thanks for the super chat. Will JD's team be able to cross the last witnesses? Yeah, they have way more time. Like, they're good to go. Just saw. Thanks for the 10. I don't mean to be a pest. I was behind all day, but I don't know if you caught what AH's attorney got away with during the expert analysis testimony. What do you mean? What do you mean? You talking about the hearsay crap, or like, which part do you mean? Did you say it before? I'm sorry, I was rolling back, but I'll catch all the stuff that's come before that if you've already mentioned it. Bearded Chef, thanks for the 5. Quick Google search reveals Aquaman came in 24th, largest grossing of all time. But her agent, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the biggest one, Avatar, man, almost 3 billion. Well, 2.8, I believe it was. Almost 3 billion, like I said. Marisol, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Yeah, Peter Gilmore is awesome. Here's Peter Gilmore's well, I need to set that link out there. Paul Hatton, thanks for Aquaman was 23rd grosses, not the highest. Hey, not even close. That's what I mean. When I heard that, I was like, what the hell? Ronnie P, thanks for super chat. Aquaman was a money machine, but a review flop. That's why AH didn't get a boost in her career. Her bad acting. Well, and she's hired. Okay, I want to be very blunt and honest about this. Okay, she was hired to be sexy. All right. There's nothing negative in that statement. That's what she is. She wasn't hired because she's a good actor. She was hired because people think she looked pretty. You know, like when I think, okay, I can remember early role with her, like The Stepfather. She was the girlfriend. She was just girlfriend. And I couldn't even remember the girlfriend's name, but you know, she looked pretty in a bathing suit. So that's why they used her, right? Because she's Hollywood pretty is what I mean. Okay. Well, the problem is that now when you look at that, first of all, like you're saying, you're not going to hire her. You don't hire a secondary pretty actor just to carry something, especially she's had roles, bigger roles, and they flop. Like, anytime that she's had to carry a movie, it flops. As she said to begin with, she said that she's either a tiny role in a big film or the major actress in films that you would never heard of. And she said that herself. That's how she explained herself, you know? So thanks for the 2. I mentioned it earlier in the chat. Sorry. I'll get it. I'll get it then. Yeah, no problem. I'll make sure to get it, you know? I'm rolling my way back. Claire Hardapple, thanks for the 5. Adam Waldman is Agent Coulson of the name Depp. There you go. Andrew, thanks for the 20. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you for your backing. All right, let's see. Gia, thanks for the 5. Amber wanted 2 times more and used 2 times. So JD would have extra 10 hours of witnesses she wouldn't have, plus the Camille thrashing of AH. Yeah, rage quit. I love that rage quit. It was beautiful. Philip, thanks for the super chat. Amber, who indeed? Ashley, thanks for the 5 there. Just got caught up on the trial. So today we learned JD's drugs and problems got progressively worse after meeting Amber Heard. Yes, exactly. Wow, that really made that their point, didn't it? Woo. Martin, thanks for the super chat. Just one last support from my wallet today. Love from Norway. Thank you. Hey, by the way, I will have on. What do you think about this? So tomorrow in the morning, it won't be as early as we start normally. It'll be at a couple hours later, but I'm going to have on Greg Ellis, from Pirates, Greg Ellis. I'll have him on tomorrow and we'll talk about stuff. What do you think about that? Ronnie P, thanks for the super chat. AH has played pretty girlfriend in all of her movies. Yeah. She's a side bit character, that's what it is. And there's nothing wrong with that until you get older, Yeah, I'm thinking about the Umbrella God. I like Janet Lilly, thanks. I can Amber's team question JD's witnesses on rebuttal. They don't have time. They don't have time at all. So I'll show you Greg Ellis. If people don't recognize who I'm talking about for Pirates, just by the way, I'm terrible with names. I'll just be honest. He's been a friend of JD for a long time, right? He's a great interview too. My God, Greg Ellis is smart. He's smart. Like when you talk to him, he's Theodore Groves, though, in the Pirates films. Like again, I'm terrible with names of actors too. I just, but I'll pull him up here if you don't know who I'm talking about. So Greg Ellis here. Yeah. Black Omega, thanks for the 5. Question Tug. Why are so many people still on her side despite all the evidence we've seen? It's infuriating that they've got blinders on still. Because they hate men. Because they listen and believe and they hate men. Because men can't be abused. And you know what? Many of them benefit from that setup. See, that's the thing. Like a lot of people that are loudest about it, they benefit from it. If all men are abusers and all women are victims, they can get away with any type of abuse they want. They can heap on abuse. And then they define anything. Disagreeing, that's abuse, everything. Just sorry, thanks for 5. Wish I could check it live, but I got jury duty tomorrow. Funnily enough. Oh, no. Well, I hope you enjoyed that then. Yeah, I've got his respondent book for sure. Aaron, thanks for the 5. Jury duty. No, Tug, can you explain the hours left? And also, can you, the hours of 11 to 2? I have a large project for class. Can't watch hour. I couldn't. Yeah, well, I have to do. Greg Ellis lives in a different time zone, so we have to do it early in the morning, or we do it at not. We don't do it at all, so we'll just have to do it at our time. That's the only time zone we could really meet up. It's early. I like to do mine later in the day, but he's in a different time zone, so we haven't done one in a while. And I wanted to do one with him anyway. And actually, okay, when my daughter had her surgery, I had a thing set up with him and I spaced it. I actually blew him off and it was fucking rude of me. But I forgot. It just blew, and he was cool with that. Like he was actually decent with it. But man, I hate stuff like that. I was supposed to call back a source one day, in fact, like a good source. And I spaced it because of all the craziness going on. And just stuff like that. I hate that. It sticks with me. Jessica, thanks for the 2. Can we replace her and drive angry with a sassy dog? Be much more likable, much more likable. A beautiful gypsy, thanks for the 2. Not much. Still wanted to support the channel. Oh, no, it is. It very much is. Thank you for that. Seriously, never look at it that way. Support you coming here, you make this channel work. Like you don't. Anything that you do here helps this channel. Thank you. But you doing that, that's another level. So do never look at that as not much. It's you're above and beyond. Thank you. I appreciate you. Matrix, thanks for the 5. Some people would sell an organ to get paid $1 million for a movie. Amber Turd has been in, so spoiled. I know. Like, and they hate. Like, they hate. It's amazing to me. My Zoe girl, thanks for 5. Can you explain why, how she's been able to subpoena medical records to psych doctors and have them speak about that? Well, since this is part of the subject that's coming up, it's one of those things in law, which it circumvents your ability to predict those notes. Like I said, though, I would burn my notes before I would give up my patients, and I'm not joking. Like, if you think I'm joking, I'm not. I would set my notes on fire before I would fucking burn my patients like that. I also don't write notes like that. I would be like, CT visited visited whatever shorthand I'm using. Depends. There's usually a different depending on where you're at, Worked on scoping skills, discussed relationship. I would not go into details about all the relationship. Discussed relationship, if there's jealousy, we would be talking about, I wouldn't say discuss jealousy like that guy. Discussed self-esteem issues because you frame it in a positive way about the clientele. You always look at it as a positive. The guy, the way he's framing it anyway, he's framing shit as a negative. And you don't do that. The client is at a place of vulnerability and at a place of needing to build up, to repair. Notes that you write, like if I write it as a therapist, you should be able as a client to look over and look at that and not see it as me being an ass or writing a diary about you. It should sound like it's, like it's documenting our care, but I'm not going to, write down he said, she said. There's no point in that. You don't need that. It's a broad overview of that. And then if you get a review like this too, it's not going to have it's just ridiculous. It just makes me mad. It's garbage. Anna, thanks for the 5. How do you feel when they mention you in the trial? Do you think Johnny could really win? First of all, I thought it was awesome, just to be honest, just because it's a shout out for it was good. If I'm being honest, I liked it. It's a secret that I've held for a long time. And it's the first time I've ever been able to talk about one of my sources. And what it is validation. Like I said, I've got a lot of sources out there. It's legit. I've worked for years building my sources here. It's one of the things I focus and I pride myself on. And I've got, and it also says, as far as the case there, again, just like I said, it's validation on that. And it's validation. It's not just, I think it was as important to talk about the way we're perceived because we're independent journalists. I think that is as important as the name itself. Ronnie P. Does he have a chance of winning? Yes. Ronnie, thanks for the super chat. Naming of Tug was the only highlight of the trial today. I thought calling the witnesses that don't work for her, I thought that was a pretty good highlight too. Magnus, thanks for the 5. Mr. Depp, also known as Mr. Deb and Mr. Death. Yeah, exactly. Does anyone have a timestamp for when Tug was mentioned? Does anyone know the timestamp in the thing? Ken G was asking, and I don't know. Are those T-shirts available to send? I think that Teespring sends there. I use Teesprings, which is connected to YouTube, so I believe so. I believe it sends it worldwide. Honestly, I mean, I've never ordered for that, but yeah, if you haven't checked out the shirts too, some of them are pretty funny. I think we have some good ones. Like we have I stepped on a bee. I mean, like I said, I think we have some pretty fun ones. I enjoy the. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up something real fast for you. I hope, like, again, when this trial is over, what I would like to be able to do is just cover whatever, as we go forward. I'd like to be able to cover, I said, anything. I never know. I never know exactly what we will cover next, but I'm hoping, like I said, I like where we are and what we're covering, and I've enjoyed this case, and I don't know where I'll go from here. I really have no idea, but I hope, you guys will tag along because, you make this stuff work. So, again, when I say tag along, like you're pretty much, you're the people who make this work. So without you, it doesn't work. I put a lot of time into this, like I said, but I think there are more cases, like many more cases, more stuff that matters. I wanted to investigate the Manson case, I really want to look into that heavily. And there have been good people that have done that. Look, check these out. These are some of our shirts. Like I stepped on a bee, Johnny Faye is like it's cool. We have the Camille shirt, the Camille Hulk attorney at law, because we have She-Hulk is an attorney, so you got that's commemorating when she took her down as a superhero. Forget Mira, there's a real superhero in town. We have stuff like Captain and the Cat Lady. We have the version without tug on there and with, pointing at it. It says with muffins and mega pints. She's like, rah, like a Disney villain. We have mega pints. I mean, we have a bunch of stuff there. You can look at our, like when you go in, you can look at our store and you can see whatever. But let me put I'm going to tag the Camille shirt in the chat. Like I said, if you like them, remember to profit, not proceeds. I don't control proceeds. I control profits, but they go with do a shut up Manson shirt. That's funny. Actually, I would love to. I really do want to explore the Manson case because there's stuff in the Manson case. Again, people have decided Manson's guilty, and there's stuff in the Manson case already that is not real. It's not real. Manson's not Depp, first of all. Every case is unique. That's what people have to understand, but every case needs to have the same mentality. Guilty until proven innocent is bad. Brookie Wookie Wookie. Thanks for the vibe. I like that name. He actually brought sympathy to JD, and I don't think he was a good witness for AT. No. It was terrible for him. Bookie Wookie Wookie. Again, thanks for the 2. It was a strategic decision. JD for that doctor is what you were saying. You were talking about the doctor, by the way. I saw that first, but I should have read it first. I don't know why I didn't. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 5. 11K likes on the stream. Well done, Tugs. Appreciate you folks. Yes. 11K likes on it. Wow. These streams have been huge. Like I said, I don't know. I never thought that the stuff would be this big. I never thought I would have a successful channel. Jessica, thanks for the 5. No statement, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. I'm telling you, like some sources in Hollywood, like we're talking about sources, like it is I was talking to my wife one day. My wife knows stuff. Again, she would be the only person that would obviously know about like who I talk to or something because she's, of course, she's going to be the person that I talk to about this thing, but she was telling me one day, like I was talking about a source and she was like, have you thought about who that is? And yeah, just stopping and giving pause. It's interesting. Like things have changed in Hollywood is what I mean. Like no more do you have the mainstream just clamping onto things. Now, like you can find information and you can access it. YouTubers can be whatever in this thing. And it's kind of amazing. KT, thanks for the 9 or 10 there. You have a Tug fan for long haul here. Thank you. Thanks so much again for all that you do. Justice for JD. Congrats on the mention. Thank you. Appreciate that for sure. Bricket Wicket Wookie. Thanks for the 2. Just to hear you say that name again. I like that name. Bricket Wicket Wookie. I just like the way it flows. It's very good. I like names that flow or I don't know. There's some creative names that I enjoy. I like that. Like I said, a name that flows really well. I like it. Very good. Let's see. I got to get back down to my, oh yeah, let me hit some of these, others, the donations for the other way too. Here's another 100 from CO, I'm going to say. I remember going to sleep hungry with no power. Because of my experiences, I help when and where I can. I hope the blessings continue for you and your family and the families that you get to help. Thank you for that. Like again, I've been there. My grandfather, like I said, my granddaddy, he tells me this story about, he had a sister and she died. And, you know, again, this tells you, like Johnny Depp talked about the background of the Appalachians, right? His sister froze to death. They used to, for real, stuff newspaper in the walls so they wouldn't freeze. And his sister still froze to death. Because that's we're not that far removed from dire, abject poverty in these areas. That's the Appalachians for you. So he's talking about like outhouses and, you know, houses with dirt floors and stuff. Man, I had my great grandmother. We used to go and visit her. She had no floor or anything. It was just a dirt floor. Like again, like that's why I say, you know, for myself, I'm always humbled because we come from nothing, you know. So to see people help and back, and that's why I want to give back to our community too, because there's a lot of, you know, the next kid that comes from nothing. I don't want to know that you know, there could be somebody like, you know, trying to get ahead, and I mean, maybe we help them. And I never want my kids to experience what that either. You know, I mean, that's just growing up with, my mom worked hard. Like, so she moved ahead. My mom was a hard worker. And, you know, I worked when I became an adult. You know, I worked before then too, but I went back to college late. You know, nobody in my family had ever been to college or anything. I went to college. I got into mental health after that. And, well, but I appreciate someone like Depp because they're people that come from nothing and seem to remember it. They seem to remember what nothing felt like. Yes, he had lavish spending. He spends like somebody that had nothing. I have to fight that, man, because I want to buy everything that I never had, you know. But at the same time, you know, you got to be smarter than that. And he didn't, like, my benefit is, you know, if I had the money, if I had access to money like he did, I would have probably died because I would have had I'd have had 3 or 4 kilos. I would have lived the movie Blow, you know, and I probably wouldn't have lived through it. There's no way. Ronnie, thanks for the super chat. Colonel Kurt's doing a good work covering Manson. Yeah, I've talked to her about, we're going to do like something. We'll get together and do something. We've been talking about. Tip Top, thanks for the 5. Is it true Hal isn't testifying now? Hope she is, because I want justice for Johnny. I think she was going to do rebuttal is how I understood it, you know, not as testifying, but as a rebuttal witness, but we'll see. No, thanks for the 5. Love your coverage and the attention to detail you've included in every aspect you've covered. Your following is well deserved and will continue. Thank you for that. Yeah, you know, everything I've done in here, comics or anything, I worry, you know, you never know how things will come out, but you know what? I've never had anything fail because the people who support what we do, they never let you fail. And I love that. I appreciate it. MM, thank you for a $50 donation. Hashtag justice for Johnny. You're awesome. Thanks for your hard work in covering the trial. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm reading those that, like, if they come in through PayPal too, I read the thing. So that's where those are coming from, by the way. Let's see. GG, thanks for the 3 there. No statement attached to that, but thank you. Give me a second. LW, there's a 15 payment. Thank you. TE, thanks for the $10 payment. These are coming through PayPal. That's what. HL, thanks for the $1 payment that came through. All of you, again, no statement attached to those, but the statement in backing is statement. So thank you. SR, thank you for the 20 there. You broke this case to me years ago, and I've been glued to your live streams. Privileged to have been there live. As you shouted out, I know, my God. Like, I had heard, okay, so I had heard through the grapevine, actually from the AH side of things, that my name had come up in the Adam Waldman deposition. So I knew it had come up in deposition, but I couldn't say that because if I said that, that would burn a source. I didn't know if it would come up live or anything, but I knew that it'd come up because I think Eve Barlow has access to everything, and Eve Barlow linked it to her little minions, or Amber Heard did herself. One or the other. One of them did, you know. Make positive things come back to you for your hard work uncovering and shouting the truth. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. MJ, thanks for the 20. Thanks for all you do. You may call you Maud Mary. So thank you, Maud Mary. That's my screen name. Ellen Barkin was married to Gabriel, right? All those through the 90s. When she said she was JD's lover, she did not age well, did she? No, she looked crazy. Like she looks crazy. Does she not? Gal Pal Val, thanks for the 10. Everything you talked about outside of JD is what I listen to you the most. Thanks for being honest, Joe, or an honest. Thank you. William Taylor, thanks for the 50. No statement attached to that, but plenty of statement in you backing the channel. Thank you for your backing. Christine Klein, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. I like saying it that way. I don't know why. I just like that script for some reason. I just I like that. So I always say that for the I don't know. Just something about that. I like the way it flows. I put together a video too. If I have time to drop it, I will drop a video today at 6 o'clock. CD, thanks for the 10 there. Appreciate that. No statement attached to that, but plenty of statement in your backing. Thank you. Let's see a second. Wow, there have been some backers for the book as well too. Like I said, we have our book. I look at backing in a million different ways. All of it is backing for the channel, and it keeps us sponsor free and beholden to no one except you all and ourselves and the truth. I love it. Tina, thanks for the 5. Will there be consequence for perjury? Probably not. And I think JD will show NDA proof to the jury. That was her. Will she show DNA proof? I don't know. I don't know if that'll happen or not. Honestly, it could, but no way it couldn't. I don't think they kept it around to show DNA proof. I don't think it's still around. That'd be gross if it was in a way. I think the lady who found it, you know, she was cleaning up. She took pictures, sent it to Kevin Murphy. Kevin Murphy ended up rounding it out, but they probably burned it all after that. Because I mean, who knew that this was going to happen? You know what I mean? This old gamer girl, thanks for the 10. Are you concerned about any backlash from her followers? Great work, by the way. They've already done the craziest stuff in the world. They file false police reports, flag. I mean, they do all this insane stuff. So they've already been doing it. Like for YouTube, I've been fortunate enough to, after a while, like for the long haul, I was pretty big, noticeable. That's why if you look at the statement about, you know, followers and stuff, like if you look at the disclosure, you know, when they're talking about when they're going after people for Adam Waldman, you notice they put my channel in the front. And I think that's because in YouTube, like if it would have been in 2 years before that, you would have had that Brian fellow would have been like number 1 in there. But I think that's the way they were looking at it. So they've tried everything already. So I'm not really. I get weird threats. I've documented everything. Like I don't document to complain and stuff. I just document stuff. You know, I always have. Tip Top, thanks for the 2. Saw a comment on AH's PR. On AHPR about how, but I don't know if true. Saw a comment on AHPR about how. I'll have to look at it and see what that says then. I know that, like I said, she was talking about her house being broken into and stuff, which is insane. You know, Augusta, thank you for the $5. You're number one. Thank you. Actually, you folks showing up, you're the number one. I have to say, for real. Like, no joke. No joke. Gail, thanks for the 2. Check your email and share with the chat, please. I don't think I can. Let's see what. I can't find your email, son. There's like 500 emails, man. I can't find your email. CD, thank you for the 10 there. Way to go, Tug. CD from Scotland. Love to Scotland. Mwah, mwah, love you, Scotland. Thank you, Scotland. Woo. No, for real, thank you. And there's another 10 from CD, it looks like, too. Thank you for that as well. Scotland, that umbrella guy loves you. No, really, thank you, though. Leah, thanks for the 5. I don't publish anything on social media. Usually so. By some logic, I'm a bot you're going with. Yeah. If you don't talk much, you don't. Yes. That's what they do. Just like, I wasn't a real person for the longest time because I don't use my face. And they'll be like, you don't use your face, coward. Why don't you show it? And then if you do, they'll be like, we're going to try to get your kids taken away and stuff. Which is nutty. Blast Radius, thanks for the 5. I refuse this term called review bombing. Strategy comes from yellow journalists whining over and over again about people commenting on Captain Marvel. It's been a topic ever since. Now, when somebody mentions like review bombing, like they're talking about, like somebody mentioned that before, and they were talking about practice is what they were saying. Like Dr. Hughes, for example. If you don't go to Dr. Hughes and you give review of their practice, like that, there's no point in that. Like that is not in the scope of what you should be doing, in my opinion. Again, I can't tell you what to do. Like, I don't control you. Like, that is also another thing, too. Anybody who thinks, like, I can say do or don't do, but I can't make you do anything. I can't make you do anything, and I don't want to, honestly. I mean, I can ask you, but I'm not gonna be like, you're not part of anybody, because I mean, really. And you know what? Here's another thing about practices like that. Like, people disagree with what I do. People they disagree with thumbnail styles, or they disagree with one that or the other. I've had people try to police me out of this thing. Like, if I told you there are certain accounts on Twitter, for example, high profile Depp people, if I told you like who had me blocked, like, because I'm a gun owner for once. I live in the US South. We own guns. Or because, I've made fun of the wrong political candidate or this or that, just so stupid, trivial bullshit. And it was just, it's astounding. And I don't want to police anybody out, is my point in that. Like, you have the right to be you, Like, I just, I can't tell you what to do. I just think that's now doxing or anything like that. Yeah, you're a scumbag if you're doxing people and stuff, Like, if you're going after people in real life, but other stuff, like, I don't. There are lines, I do think. If you start going after people's kids and other shit, you don't need to be around. You need to go away. I will tell you that. But yeah, I mean, there are. I think we should all understand the lines there too. Honestly, I think most of us know the lines. If you don't, you're mentally ill. I work with mentally ill people too. That's another thing that makes me, I don't know, I have a problem boxing people out of something where I think terrible people like Amber Heard bring out the worst in people. When her followers are going after people and they're doxing and doing horrible shit, sometimes that brings the horrible out in people. And I don't believe the horrible should come out, but again, anyway, that's just down a thing. But yeah, as far as review bombing, that's what they meant, Like, they don't mean like review bombing, like going after a movie like Aquaman. They're talking about like, when somebody mentioned that before, they were talking about going after like a medical practice, a witness, or going after like their You know, there are other practices. I don't believe in that. I think that's bad form. You know, it's unnecessary. I do. I mean, I walk a fine line. Like at the same time, the medical professionals that do this, though, they piss me off, and I want to yell at them. I very much do. I want to yell at them and tell them they're scumbags because they're talking about somebody's medical records, and they shouldn't be. You know, like medical records should be sacrosanct. You know, if you put your faith in me as a medical provider, then I should be doing everything. Like when Johnny Depp is talking about jealousy and stuff, he wasn't talking about like acting on jealousy. He was telling this dude like he's feeling insecure. Like he's talking about self-esteem and self-value. That's the way that idiot doctor should have named it. He shouldn't have been talking about jealousy in relationships. There's a certain way that you codify how you speak about a client. It's all about the language of being a provider. There is a language that providers are supposed to speak. And that guy probably got paid a freaking ton of money. But then again, that guy's also talking about hypnotherapy and shit. And hypnotherapy ain't going to stop your drug use. You know, it's going to stop your drug use getting clean. Like that guy sounded like a damn quack to me, but he probably got paid real good money. Like that's the thing. Like I feel bad for people like Johnny Depp, like I said, because they got all these scumbags around him. I know he has good friends too. I know he does. I absolutely know he does because I've spoken to some of them and I know they're good people. I can't say who or what or where or why, but I know that some of them are good people. And, you know, Amber Heard, she talks about how he isolated her. The reality was that she isolated him from all of the good friends. She tried to keep him away from the good people. Lynette, thanks for the 5 there. You deserve more subscriptions. Well, thank you for that. We're growing, though. I'm happy. I am happy with that for sure. But thank you. And Smith, thanks for the 10. I thought Ellen Barkin resembled Fred Durst. Jinx, that's hilarious. Barbara Lynch, thanks for the 10. You're a truth teller. All the best from Ireland. I love to Ireland. Ireland, we love you. I'm in a good mood today. I was in a good mood this morning, but like I said, I don't know. I just put me in a good mood today. Senator Sally, thanks for the 5 there. Thank you for all you do and have done. My daughter and I are glued to your channel and appreciate you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Shout out to your daughter as well. Appreciate you as well. Tip top, thanks for the 5. It was a super chat on Legal Bites channel saying the PR team said something about how, but I haven't seen anything yet myself on it. Maybe they're trying to counter the fact that she had her house broken into. Maybe that's the problem, you know? Gelth Walker, thanks for the 2. Check now, Boomer Boy. I sent a rumor to get you. I didn't see your letter. I didn't see it in my stuff. Bounce it over to me again. Like knock it to the very top. Okay. Send it right now. Or I'll give you like a couple minutes and I'll look. That way I'll knock it back up to the top. Because I didn't see it. You know, maybe it's buried, you know? You're no longer a YouTuber influencer. You will forever be referred to as favorite internet journalist. Well, it is interesting, isn't it? You know, so what happened? The title's true. Yeah, there is an open FBI investigation into witness intimidation. And who would they be looking into? Ask this question. Who would be looking in if they're looking into witness intimidation and they're Johnny Depp's people? Who are they looking into? They're looking into Team Heard. They're looking into anyone attached to her. They're looking into her little simp army. You know. The FBI is indeed. There's an open investigation because she had her house broken into. She's had 7 things she mentioned publicly happen. That's terrible. Purple Moon, thanks for the 5 there. Appreciate that. Congrats on your courtroom shout out. Thank you. Appreciate it. Annette, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too. And welcome to Tugs. Appreciate it. What's up, Froggo, my friend? Froggo been around forever. Appreciate you, Froggo. Thanks for the 5. Keep up the good work, Tug. Thank you, man. Thank you. I thought about like I like covering Hollywood stuff. Like I burned out on covering. I I get tired of, like covering companies and bad products. Like there are people that review, Marvel and Warner. I don't want to give them my money. I think boycotting is the only way forward. Like if I do, I want to sell the C's. And if I tell you about something, I'm not telling you about back, but I get tired of reviewing things that I hate. So instead I would, like I don't want the negativity. I wanted something positive, Lady Bloody, thanks for the 10. LOL in it. Thank you for that. Brand Eyes Scott, thanks for 10. Love the South. Great people. Yeah, I like the South out here. I like the lifestyle, like just slower. Unlike it. Some dude at Taku, thanks for 2. My Twitter got suspended, probably because of Amber's team. It's possible. Hanger Cheek, thanks. I got that one. Thank you too. Thank you for Hanger Chick. I do appreciate you there. Let's see. Torres Vec, thanks for 2. Waldman tweets don't factor unless AH is smear does. Well, there's 3 Waldman tweets that they're trying to, they say are the counterclaim. And that's it. Like that's all that's left in her counterclaim. So there's a reason they brought all that up. Maybe we'll cover that this weekend and make it make a lot of sense. Okay. Next, thanks for the 5 there. Look up my previous super chat. I'm working my way backwards. I am. I'm looking my way backwards. It's just going to take a while, because there's a bunch of them. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Rikus chat went nuts when the name brought you. Sure. Christina's Bags, thanks for 5. Did you hear that James Wan's wife fires back at AH on Instagram? I haven't seen it. I heard something about James Wan. I haven't seen that Wan's wife. I wonder what it said, The Hammer song. It was great. You got a shout out. Yeah. I mean, that, again, that adds validity to what we talk about, because the mainstream gets away with this idea of they have sources, and they make it up most of the time. That's what I've found. Like for myself, like I don't say something exists unless I know it exists, like I don't make fake claims, but they do. Like there's enough stuff that goes on in life. I don't have to dramatize anything because the world is crazy. You know what I mean? Like we don't have to be dramatic. Yeah, just honestly. Kel, thanks for the 2. Romer, it's coming for you. It's been sent again. Let me look now. Oh, let's see. Is it going to spam or something? Yeah, there it is. I didn't see the other one. Ooh, that's good, man. Hell yeah, man. So props to Gail. Apparently things are going good for Gail. Props to you, man. I know Gail had some Gail's been around a long time. Let me give Gail a little bit of love in the chat too. Gail had some rough go for a little while, and I worried about Gail because I like Gail. Gail's good people. And just like a lot of you, if I get to know you, if you're around a lot, I get to where I like, the people out there. So, because again, you're not, the way I live stream is I consider you part of the, you're my group of people to talk to. Other places they have a panel. Well, you're my panel. So I get to know my co-hosts there, which are you guys. And if something happens with you guys and I find out about it, I worry about you guys. And Gail, I know you had a rough patch, and I'm glad to hear good news for you, brother. Thanks for the 5. Good job. Well, thank you for that. Tip top, thanks for the 2. Does AH even still have a counterclaim? Yes, she has 3 claims in it. That's where I'm coming out. Okay, like the thing where I'm mentioned, right, where they mentioned my stuff with Adam Waldman, in that screenshot that I show, this is part of this is part of the argument to salvage the counterclaim. You know, they brought us in. What they're trying to say is that Adam Waldman, they had to change the they had their whole bot army thing shot down, so they've had to change it up. Now we're not a bot army anymore, but it's something else. It's weird. Kate Connor, thanks for the 2. This therapist looks like a Clove Hitch killer. I'll have to look at I'll have to compare. Lisa, thanks for the 2. Why on earth would they call Eric George? He's not good for them. He didn't help them any. Texas Diamond, thanks for the 5. How is this allowed in court? That was dumb. Like you're talking about the medical records. Yeah. Liz Bird, thanks for the 5. Hey, UK. Anyone supporting a victim like me is a good man. Already did 5, but missed message. Tweeted out to you and the missus. Hashtag I'm not a bot. Hashtag men too. Thank you. Yeah, I'm rolling back for messages. So if I haven't missed you, I'm going backwards toward everybody because like I said, I try to go through everything. Sometimes YouTube won't let me go all the way back. It's been weird this week. It's probably because like again, I gotta just be honest about it. I've never had this many people like show up for stuff and do it. So I could be boomering something. Just to be honest, I don't know. You know, I appreciate you all when you bear with me and do stuff too. Like I said, I don't know. I'm unprepared for that. Like I'm just out here doing my thing, and it's been astounding. Like I didn't think I would have, you know, like any kind of notice today. I mean, that was something I was totally unprepared for. So it's good. I love it. But Tammy Cox, thanks for the 2. Pistol toting old lady from Georgia. Love the South. Well, you know what? I'm a pistol toting. I like shotguns personally myself. I'm more of a shotgun person. But yeah, pistol toter myself. You know, again with my kids and stuff, with all the threats we get. Like I mentioned that one time on Twitter, and somebody was like, "I can't believe you." I was like, "Have you seen the things?" Somebody told me that they would poke my kids' eyes out, and I'm going to say ARP their face. Like they told me where I lived. They put my old address. They had the wrong area, but they still had the place in there, and that's creepy shit. So yeah, I carry a gun. Hell yeah, I do. Like some of the stuff we gotten in letters. It's just crazy. And I've posted some of it. Like it's nuts, you know? Hell yeah, I carry a gun. You know, I mean, if you don't, that's your prerogative, you know, but shoo. My wife does too. You know, Finbar White, thanks for the 5. Hey, Doug, hope you're well. I've not watched much today. Had issues. I'm in the UK. Was surprised how much more time Depp's had. Yeah, I was surprised by all of that. Keep smiling, my friend. I was surprised by the number there, you know. I was really surprised by that. Trina, thanks for the 2. H to sack legal team and blame them on appeal. Yeah, she'll definitely blame them for some terrible stuff for sure. Hey, Lewis, nice to meet you. New to the channel. Appreciate you there. Estrella, thanks for the 5. Is there any way you could do the cat lady with JD and the umbrella guy into a sweater? I want to represent during cold times. I'll see if they have a sweater option. I'll see what they have, and I'll just link it to everything. Okay, I'll see what happens there. So I'll have to go through. I'll do some of the different ones though. See, I got another PayPal too. BF, I'm going to say thank you for the $5. Like I said, if people, you know, if again, if you're donating to the channel and you want to do it this way, said if you send through PayPal, the positive to PayPal is, like I said, I can access it fast. And the reason I say that is not from like, ooh, I need some money now. I'm fine. It's what I'm saying is like, if I have somebody in the community that hits me up and needs money for something for charitable stuff, I can access it today. I don't have to wait on YouTube to pay me at the end of the month, you know, because you get paid at the end of the month is how YouTube ends up doing stuff. But I mean, anyway, it's fine. I just, like I said, if that comes up, it's always helpful. Yeah. If you're already back, I'm not asking you to back anything separately or anything like that. You know, I don't need extra. I just saying it that way. You know, we had like I said, we had a guy. Well, let's just say somebody was in heavy need this recently for over. It was a little over $400, but we were able to access that. And, you know, I obviously, like, I don't have as many problems with a scam or anything. I think I've had 2 people that have tried that with gas, you know, but that's all like gas scamming. I've never had that before with anything else. Red Pill, Red Heat, thanks for the time. My partner was abused by someone like Amber. You've really helped us both moving forward through your coverage against AH. Well, I'm glad that this stuff, you know, I've burned out and hit the wall sometimes. I've hit the wall and thought, man, I'm quitting. Like, I'm not doing this anymore. And stories that people have shared me, the intimate horrors that people have dealt with and overcome. And they say that channel helps them. You know, how could I not? And it keeps me going. So I appreciate it. Raquel, thanks for the 10. Blessing to your family, your family. It's morning here in the land down under. I come from the land down under. Hey, Cyber Valkyrie, you need to check out. Yes, okay. Cyborg Valkyrie. They run a channel called Red Valkyrie. Post your freaking link in the chat if you would. Cyborg. They run a channel called Red Valkyrie. It's a fun channel. I like it. They've always been super supportive of what I do. In fact, Shay there, she'll do like cosplay of with our comic book. Like when we have stuff come up, I like I said, I love those people. So you need to Red Valkyrie. If you never checked them out, check them out. Love them. If people want to check out an awesome writing panel, check us out. Just check out their channel, period. You should subscribe to it. Cheryl, thanks for the 2. Bingo sent. All right. I'll check it out. And the screen grab, somebody asked, is at 5:43:13. All right. Let me write that down in case somebody asks me again. Thank you, too. I will get that. I should have spent more time with Bingo today, but I was just excited when I heard. Didn't Muskie start PayPal? He was one of the founding members. They sold it off. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mods put me in timeout for quoting the Hammer song during court today. Yeah, the mods are working out how to do things. I apologize if a mod times you out or something. The mods are getting it together. Again, the new mods are trying to figure out like what is or isn't allowed. One of the problem with so many people, like I wouldn't have any mods, just to be honest. I would let things roll. I would have certain people, actually, I take that back. There's certain people that I like, Esme, who's been here forever, for example, and there are other, I don't want to go into everybody. I just, there's some people that are good with that. All I need though are people to approve comments. See, YouTube holds about 10,000 comments per stream at least. And I want your comments to come through so people will approve them. But with that, and again, you get spammers and people that drop in bombs and all kinds of other stuff. And people are they're trying to learn through it. So apologies if somebody times you out or something. I know there was another person having problems. I don't want to throw their name out there. But I apologize there. But Esme, like I said, is a solid. She's probably the best on there. As she says, let me see if I can quote her. If you spam, you're timed. If you dox, you're banned. Keep it clean with the kids on. Let's see. Something about trolls. I can't remember how that goes. It's close. And if you don't like someone, block them or ignore them. Something like that. Like there's something about trolls there. I don't remember right up top. But that's it's just like a little spiel. I like it. It works. It works. It's a good rules. But to you, thanks for the 5 there. Appreciate that. Thank you for all your work, Tug. Love and peace to you and your family. Thank you. Also, mods don't get paid. So they're doing this because they like the channel and stuff. And like I said, it's a work in motion. And I appreciate you all. Silver Streak, thanks for the 20 there. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you. Death Trout. That's a cool name. Thanks for the 5. Keep up the good work, Tuck. I'm looking forward to reading all 3 of your books. Thank you. Appreciate that. Scott, thanks for the 5. Old super chats are completely out of context now. I'll live for this. Thank you. Reaper Gaming, thanks for the 2. Clipped you burping. Perfect time for a Twitter guy. I could give you a real burp. Be like, "Buh." Yeah. Finbar White, thanks for the 5. I meant family issues. Can you see Depp's team recalling her to the stand? I'd like to see them recall police officers. I think they're denying stuff would be good. I'd like to see the police officers rebut a few things that she said. You know, like no, they disagree with what the marks on they were injuries. I'd like to say no, we didn't see any injuries. There's a big difference. Aaron, thanks for the 20. Details aside, this is what happened to Chris Cornell. But he's not alive to speak for himself as his widow continues to harass and sue people to line her pockets 5 years later while changing stories with lies. See, that's I think she was gonna kill. She was. I think that's what we're gonna see. How the hell are the porno bots getting through? I may have to turn the subscriber thing up because some of them are coming through anyway. One made it through, like they're not supposed to. You know, the subscriber mode should keep them out, but one got through anyway. Kristen Hill, thanks for the 5. I sent you a DM on Twitter. Whitney yesterday. She snuck something out of her pocket very sneakily. Well, sure, bar was happening. I think it was paper. I'll look and see. I got a flood. Usually I don't have my DMs open on Twitter, but I opened them up today because I know a lot of people were trying to comment for me. So I opened them up so people could hit me up. Good God, I have 52,000 followers on Twitter now. Good God. That's crazy. So I picked up like 10,000 followers today on Twitter. That's hilarious. I mean, that is nuts. It's absolutely nuts. I cannot believe that. Good God. I'm gonna look at where my channel is too. Am I at 233,000? Is that correct? Is that where I'm at? Seriously? Holy crap. Give me 1 second. Holy crap, that's true. Jesus. That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh man. Like I said, I don't even know how to process that. I can just say thank you. I don't know how to process it otherwise. That's nuts. Again, I used to, when I started, I very distinctly remember it. There was this guy, there were 2 YouTubers. Actually, one of them still around, Diversity in Comics, although he seems to have lost his marbles. But Diversity in Comics, he had like 20,000 subscribers at the time. And there was this other guy, Captain Cummings, who went nuts too. And he had like 10,000. I used to think 10,000 subscribers. Holy crap. It's a lifetime of insanity. And I mean, look at it now. We're just 233 and climbing. That's nuts. It's nuts. Katie, worst records ever. Thanks for the 7. Yep. I hated that guy's stuff. Kuza, thanks for the 2. Reminds me of abusive mom and sister. Boom. And again, thanks for the additional 2. Jury won't remember AH's cross with all this nonsense. They're not. Nobody's going to remember half this stuff. It's so boring. Raquel, thanks for the 5. I'm back from slumber. You probably didn't miss anything. So thanks for the 2. Well, this isn't good. Scott, thanks for the 5. How in the holy is this medical professional allowed to testify outside of patient-doctor confidentiality like this? Am I missing something? Yeah, I mean, they went through, as part of this, they can subpoena your stuff. There are certain lines in it, and Amber Heard used every nasty trick in the book to weaponize everything, and that included his records. I think it's gross. It is absolutely gross. Because, like I said, if you came to me and you try to You saw me as a professional. Like I said, I would codify your answers, first of all, in a way that you're not going to have this stuff blow up in your face. All right. Like it wouldn't, that wouldn't happen with the way I would do it. But regardless, I burn my freaking notes before I give it up. What kind of thanks for the two? Tug, official legendary internet journalist. Indeed. I thought it was funny that Eve Barlow was losing her mind. She was like, like talking smack. And I kept thinking, so you're telling me that it's a problem if I have sources like Adam Waldman, but you're sleeping with the person you're tweeting about? Miss Journalist? Touche. Touche, Andre. Esme, what's up? Thanks for the 5. I always try to be fair. Everyone has a right to speak. I spent $10 earlier. There you go. Thank you. This is volunteer basis, no pay. One day I'll retire my wrench. Actually, Esme has been helping for a long time, though. And again, wrenches, you don't have to do anything. Like if you just click a button or anything, I don't care. You don't have to. But Esme, like I said, I appreciate, like she's done very good. Again, wrenches, I don't want to suppress people's ability to speak. Like if you disagree with me, if you hate me, I don't care. It's the internet. Like if you threat that, like, you understand the difference. If you hate what I do and you think it's stupid, that's awesome. You do that. If you believe in Amber Heard, I don't care. You do that. But if you drop in N-bombs and stuff, channel damaging stuff, if the kids are around, you need to watch it, stuff like that. You don't be telling people they're, bundles of sticks, you know what I mean, with that, and so on. I mean, people know what they should do. Just some people, they're ridiculous. Is that Rochelle? I've been calling you Raquel. Is that Rochelle? Rochelle, thanks for the vibe. I love how you misspeak my name. That brings a smile, followed by laughter every time. I told you it's my Southern, it's like my brain. It's something about names, like enunciation and names. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's the Southern in me. It just comes out, man, names. Is that English? Give me a little chaw, Katie, thanks for the 20 or 14 there. We give to you. You choose. Oh, yeah, I saw that one. Thank you again. Thank you, Katie. Yeah, thanks for the 2. Shout out to the real one, Tug. Keep it up, man. Thank you. Bullet Guilty, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, big fan of your work. Thank you for all your hard work. Tug Life, thank you. See. Nix, thanks for the super chat. What, if any, law school did the cat lady go to? She's actually in the, like, if you look her up, she's got like prestige and awards and stuff. I mean, for real. Like, look her up. Again, don't comment her stuff, or just look her up. Like, look up her name and look at her like rewards and stuff. Remember, she's handling a terrible client too, and she's crazy. But you know what? As a custodian of information, like, she's very knowledgeable in this case as far as the players and the claims. Like, Elaine is a damn knowledgeable person, but she should not be the person giving cross or anything like that. She should not be out there because she's terrible with it. But she, like, as far as somebody, like, if you needed somebody on your team to, tell you, like, we need to ask about this or that, she would be good at that. You just need somebody else to do it. John Jacobs, thanks for the buck. No statement because it's not allowed with $1, but plenty of statement because you're back in the channel. Thank you. Trippus Savage, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Oh, no. I would just call you Raquel. And I would still gonna stick with it. Jesus. Raquel, thanks for the 5. That's hilarious. Still wrong, but I'll answer to it. I'll just call you something. You'll never tell you. I appreciate it. Can I pledge anonymous with donate? I pledge my fortune to Tug. Oh, that's nice. Yep, you pledged it. All right. Yeah, those things for the 5. Tug life, baby, bring it on. The other things for the 20. Sorry to keep asking, but did I miss cross with Disney? Now they if they don't have something come up, they may have not had any questions at all, you know. And again, we know that all she wanted, they only did a limited search. I think they should have asked that to them personally, but I don't think really Disney proved anything one way or the other. You know, I don't think they really made an impact. Darn, thanks for the super chat. Tug, you hit 50K on Twitter already? I know it's crazy. Like for 52 now. That's nuts. I've never valued Twitter that much, but at the same time, it's just weird. Like it's good. It's part of what we do. Tip top, thanks for the 5. I found it so funny when Denson's like, Amber Turd, justice for Johnny Depp. AH opened that door. Yep. They actually got, they look like fools with some of those questions. I thought it was funny. And, you know, the backlash is going to be even more severe. There's still things with the 20 there. Tug, will they bring JD back on the stand? Somebody was saying that was part of the plan, but I don't see why you would need to. Like, I mean, what is he gonna come on there for? You know? Like I don't understand you got to look at the positive versus the negative. Like he walked off the stand pretty much unscathed, you know? Like he didn't look like a monster or abuser. He won. So I don't know why you would put him back up there. I do not see the point in it if you did. I would never do it. I would never, ever put him up there. He's winning, you know, as far as perception of him and stuff. You don't give them another shot. Rottenborn, he did terrible before, and I would never give him that. Did it hurt him so early with all the following witness? No, I think it went good, actually. I think it's helped because, you know, when people think about him, I don't think it hurt. She did terrible. And I think he established himself as truthful comparatively. And like I said, I don't think it hurts resetting. But again, they could potentially, like I said, I kept reading this stuff about how he's going to go on. I just couldn't figure out why. The last time we heard positive witness in a while, sticking to jurors' mind. No, not really, because all these, I don't think all these witnesses for Heard anyway, they haven't really been impactful. The jurors, there's a few people that have been commenting on the, you know, they're there at the thing, and they've been saying things like the jurors are bored, you know. One juror yesterday supposedly took out his hearing aid. If jurors are bored enough that they take out their hearing aids, it's I've heard there was a statement I heard a long time ago. A laughing jury is not a hanging jury, right? Well, a bored jury, a jury that's bored with the other person, they're not a hanging jury either. So, you know, if they're laughing at you, they're laughing with you, you know, they're not going to hang you. And if they're bored with the other person, they're not going to hang you. So I think that makes sense, right? Tip top, thanks for the 5. I also loved how Barkin came on to basically say this one time 30 years ago, a bottle was tossed at no one for no argument to do with me. Yeah, pretty much. Like she's just like there's no point to it. Good God. So I'm going to mention this. This is crazy, okay? Like I'm going to mention this. I usually never talk about money or anything, but just listen to this crazy. Like getting that mention today and stuff. I was looking at this stream. This stream. Now, again, this is without YouTube taking its money because they'll take their part. But this stream, as far as chat revenue, picked up $4,000. Like no joke. Like again, now that's not all mine, of course, but that's insane. I've never seen anything like that. That is insane. I'm just mentioning that because I've never seen it. Now, other people make more money than that for sure and stuff, but I've never seen anything like that. Like usually, I think I've made $400 or $500 in one time, but nothing like that. You know, it's just that's nuts. That'll be thousands again. About a fourth of that goes to charity. That's what we use it for. You know, I use it. That's just something I need. You know, I got to do it. I feel called to it, but that's insane. Jesus. Man, I'll be like, hey, you know what's great about stuff like this? Honestly, I can tell my wife. I can be like, look, I haven't just been goofing off this whole time, just talking about nonsense or whatever. I've been working on this, and look, I talked to Adam Waldman and stuff. I mean, it matters. You know, I'm a journalist. You know, like I said, the validation like that in that trial, it says how much of an impact. Again, you know, that tells my wife and stuff, and it, you know, like I said, it. I spent a year building this thing. Like I was on call at the place that I worked at the time, and even despite doing all that, I built this channel while I was on call and everything else. Like, oh my God, you know, like I said, it's a lot. Ricada Law said something one time that I thought was very profound. He was talking about success. Now he said, you know, outside of luck, things they can't control, there's also the element that you can. Everybody gets a chance. Maybe they'll have a couple of chances, but they have that one chance that defines things. Like for YouTube success is what he was talking about. And most people, the majority of the people, they aren't willing to just grab it and do everything they can to hold on to it, you know, to make it happen. And even then you're not guaranteed anything, but if you do that, and I can look and see when I've had that moment, and you know, everybody else around me thought I was insane, right? Because there was no way. You know, most people look at you spending time on the computer and stuff, and they think you're goofing off. You know, they're just playing around, but no, and it worked. And like I said, I appreciate you all doing that. It's very interesting. It's surreal. It's very surreal. Esme, thanks for the tea. I hope when I'm gone, new mods look out for you. Oh man, like if you hang up the mod stick, you better still be around. I want you to at least be around. You know, for show. Like I said, I like you, Esme. You're good people. Tip Top, thanks for the two. I have to keep watching that TMZ slip up on cross. Yes. Yeah, they were plotting and stuff. I would be a mod. Yeah, you know, the reason I'm hesitant to just give out mod, I used to give them out pretty easily. And then I had one person that decided they didn't like something I did. They disagreed with something I said or something. I don't know. I made them mad some way. So they started banning like a bunch of people just to be an asshole. And it created a bunch of stupid, and I'm careful. Because used to, I would have given everybody I'd have given all of you a mod, a thing, so nobody could ban you and you'd be good to go. But these days, and again, that's no reflection on any of you. That's just a reflection on some idiot in the past ruining things. That's just like the AH, you know? It's the same thing that she did, you know, when we're talking about like believing people. It's the exact same thing. Cheryl, thanks for the $5. The numbers may be wrong. Not sure why it seemed to change. The court's time is 3/20/14 on the screen. Are you talking about when that comes up? I'll write it down. It may be because the live stream's still processing. I'm not sure. It's awful. Someone did. Oh, people do crazy stuff. I mean, like I said, okay, like no joke. The first thing that happened when my name got put out there, my real name, when we got doxxed, it's taking your personal information and putting it out in the public. The very first thing that people did, you would think it would be like, yeah, I mean, we wouldn't know what you would do, but the very first thing is people they found out where I was at, and they started calling Child Protective Services because they knew we had a 5-year-old, and they were calling in and saying we abused our kids, and you know, we beat them online, and I mean all kinds of crazy shit. And they were trying to get our daughter taken away because they didn't like that I cover stuff like this. That was their revenge. And like I said, we had it's one thing I always appreciate Nick Ricada for. because Nick Rekieta, I had talked about that, and I spoke to Ty Beard. Again, that just telling you exactly who, he repped that there. He did this for me. So he could confirm this, but I spoke to him as my lawyer. So I took him on as my lawyer, and he contacted, from Texas, he contacted CPS here and made sure that they didn't come in. And, it was like, if they still give you any problems or anything, tell them they can't come in. They can't talk to anybody. Just, we'll deal with them. But I mean, they were seriously, that was the game people wanted to play, because they play for blood, man. They're nasty. So it's so bad. We are crazy, man. And thanks for the 5. Thank you for all your work you've put into coverage of this case. We appreciate you. I appreciate you all, I do. I appreciate you all. Yeah, Esme too. Ty Beard represented Vic Mignogna as well. Open that. Let's see. Madison Late, thanks for the 5. I'm sure JD is incredibly jealous of Miss Claw. Saw that. Some people were asking about being mentioned, and they were like, did you see that as bad? No, I see it as good. Now I don't know how Laura B saw that. I see your mention, by the way. Thanks for the 5 there. I see your rules here. It would be always try to be fair. Everyone has a right to speak. Oh no, that's actually the same one. I rolled backwards. My bad. I did see that. I'm trying to get this thing to roll backwards. You have to excuse me. Congrats on the 50K, 230 subs on YouTube. Keep it up. And remember to take time off. Yeah, rest and relaxation with the fam. Yeah, I will sooner or later. Patricia Nolan, by the way, thanks for the 250. I appreciate that. That's I said that before, but I just ran into it again. Thank you. Tip Top, thanks for the 5. If the evidence for the case was the other way around, there wouldn't be the slightest concern about the jury's thoughts. Oh, and what if anything? Yeah, exactly. If can you imagine, again, if it were the situation were flipped, if Amber Heard had a cigarette burnt on her face and Johnny Depp was like, she put cigarettes out on her own face. Could you imagine the reaction to that? Like, people would burn the sky to take him down. I can't even imagine, but that Southern Tank, thanks 5. I cut a video of Heard's side celebrating the Waldman Depp PR meeting with her attorney slipping new PR guy in notes. Yeah, I remember that stuff is a mess. Daria, good morning, Tug, by the way. Thank you. Tammy Fuller, Tug. Is this a blackmail prenuptial where they're talking about the prenups? Yeah. God, this thing is locking up again. I can't get it to roll back. I think I've had, again, I think there's a certain way you can do the super chat window. Like I said, I've never had a stream like this, so I apologize if I'm having problems getting it to roll all the way back. I mean, probably because I'm not used to this. I appreciate the hell out of it. I don't know how to. I'm having trouble with the stupid window here. It doesn't want to roll back. Dog Mom, thanks for the 20 new sub. I appreciate your honesty and truth, Tug. All the awakenings of your YouTube fans. AH lies with receipts to prove what you're saying. Much respect. Criminal justice lawyer. Criminal justice lawyer. Hey, thank you. Greeny Beanie, thanks for 5. The only thing they've proven so far is that Johnny was wonderful until Amber. Yep. Hunter S. Tompkins. He manages money. Look at his desk management. Money manager guy. Yeah. Jeff Harvey, thanks for the 10. Just got off work. What I miss? Oh man, you missed me getting a shout out by Adam Waldman. Did you catch that? Melon Rook, thanks for the vibe. Love your content. Keep up the great work. Unfortunately, I just got home from work and I have no clue how today went. Let me show you one more time then. If you just got home, then this will be fun because I enjoyed it. Let me show you. So today, Adam Waldman revealed that he had been in contact with a few internet journalists, including yours truly. So let me pull that up for you. It's only 2 minutes, but I want to watch it again because it's fun. It's a victory. I'm going to make a video for that too, I think, because I want to talk about it a little bit more. And I want to make it clear. Like, I've been contacted by the media and stuff. They want to know more details. Adam Waldman made all the details clear. You're not going to get any more information. You're not going to hurt Adam Waldman with me. You know, he didn't do, he did the same thing he would have done with them if they would have listened, but they don't. So screw them. But anyway, this is the part. This is on Ricada Law's channel. Here, I'll put the link in the description too if you want. Props to Ricada and Legal Mindset too.
Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately with other social media users about this case?
I slid into their DM.
Oh shit! Just give me a second. There you go.
Other social media, I want to make
It's being weird. Give me a second. Here we go.
sure I'm
there we
precise. Other social media users,
YouTube's been stupid for me for a minute.
that group would include almost everybody on earth.
Yeah.
Have you provided information about
Like
this
he's
case
laughing.
to other social media personalities who then post that information?
I've provided information episodically to what I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as
Tug?
journalists who are not
Look online.
or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name ThatUmbrellaGuy?
Oh, Tug!
Several phone calls.
Shout out.
With the person who goes by the name ThatUmbrellaGuy. I don't actually know his real name.
Have you communicated with him other than through phone calls?
I don't remember doing so, no.
See, so there you go. That's what you missed today. I thought that was very entertaining. He thought about it. He had to think because when he makes contact with people, I'm sure he makes contact with people different ways. So there you go. Like I said, it adds validity, and you noticed it was That Umbrella God too, not That Umbrella Guy. I got an upgrade today, so I'm That Umbrella God now. Okay, so just remember that. And Dover, the Mountain Tragedy, thanks for the 20. No statement. Plenty of statement for that. Thank you. Yep. That Umbrella God. I got an upgrade, like I said. It's weird. My freaking Twitter just keeps going up and up and up and up and up. I've been telling people forever, though. Like, it's not just like Waldman is a source that I've spoken to. But you know what? I've spoken to dozens and dozens and dozens of people that know Johnny Depp. Like, I've gone out of my way to speak to anyone that I could find that knew Johnny Depp, was a friend, grew up with him, whatever, because I want to know. I need to know if he's guilty because I don't want to back an abuser. It's simple as that. And what I found is I'm not. I'm backing somebody that's innocent. Stardust. Thanks for the 2-month membership. I love the free publicity. Came from her team. I know. Have you ever heard of a user that goes by the name of That Umbrella God? Boom, boom, boom. I need to set that as my background profile. That Umbrella God. That's just funny. But no, like I said, when I spoke to Waldman, the one thing that comes across from him is that he first of all, he's not pushy. He's none of the negative things these people say about him. Again, and I had no he didn't try in any way, shape, or form to try to make me buy what he was selling. Because he wasn't selling anything like these people, they try to make it sound like, you know what I mean? Like there wasn't anything in there. I didn't feel like if I was like, yo, I think this guy is guilty, then he would have maybe tried to explain himself better, possibly, because but I don't think he would have, again, I don't take it as that he would have been negative about it. Like these people have spun him in a way that was just, I've dealt with some scummy people, online, lawyers, and I don't know, man. I like, he seemed like a guy that would be fun to like go have a drink with, he didn't seem like a bad guy. There, I put it on my background for Twitter. What do you think of this? How does this strike you folks? There, what do you think? Media user who goes by the name of That Umbrella God. Oh my God. Oh, I love it. I think it's hilarious, personally. Man, I'm glad I'm getting some extra money because I think my damn chair, I've been sitting in it so much, I think I broke the armrest on it. Oh, shit. I think I broke the little piece out of it that makes it go up and down because I keep adjusting it. I was like, holy crap, why my armrest go flying down? Oh, it's because the arm thing, I think, just broke. Oh, that was interesting. I keep messing with it all day long, I think I broke it. So at least with a good live stream, I can afford a new chair now. Oh, geez. That's been a funny day. All right. So there's, let's see. JG, thanks for the $40 there. Thank you for all you do. It's amazing to hear your shout out today. Thank you. Well done. It's amazing to see your hard work pay off. Thank you for that. Wow. JL, thanks for the $100 there. I appreciate that. You didn't add a statement to that, but you added plenty of statement in doing that. Thank you for it. LS, thanks for the $5 there. No statement added to that, but the same thing too. These are people going through PayPal. Denise Clark, customer, thanks for the 10. Funny how they want to blame him for all the loss of money when it turned around. When they turned around and settled out of court. You know what? Yeah, it's that's a thing too that they didn't mention today. So the people that we're talking about, the God, I'm trying to think. The managers, the media manager folks, they settled with him out of court for undisclosed whatever. And we don't know, when we were talking about, like, people ask what the ruling with his court case was, against them. Well, we don't know. We don't know how that turned out. But it's interesting. They settled it again out of court. Like, so it didn't sound like they won on that, I guess I'm saying. Ray Warner, thanks, dude. Tug, how am I ahead of chat on the witnesses? The chat lags about 15 seconds, sometimes more. When you see something, I don't know. So maybe you just saw it. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. God, I can't get this thing to roll backwards. There's a section that I'm not hitting, Some Popcorn Planet. Thanks for the 10. I was not expecting Adam Waldman. Sounds so much like you. Does Adam Waldman really sound like me? Does he really? He doesn't have the same accent, though. Does he really sound like I do, though? I don't know. I can't hear it. Like, I know he doesn't have the same accent because, I have an over, Southernized voice. So thanks for your chair for trying gluing with amica cream. Thank you. Yeah, I have one of those. I have a gaming chair, but I don't like it. It's uncomfortable setting for like 12 hours. So I actually have the chair that I did therapy and stuff in. I rolled in here and I broke the freaking thing. Pop out window. I popped the thing up and I still can't get the thing to come up. It still won't pull all the way up. Not the 1 or the 2. Thanks for the 20. Is there anyone in AH's orbit who didn't freeload or benefit off JD? I'll wait. No. Mm-mm. There's not one person I can think of. Well, wait. Let me think. They've had people that worked for both of them, I suppose. But no, those are workers. No, anybody that was just friends or something? No, not really. No. Jessica, thanks for the 5. Keep the truth alive, Tug. Thank you for that. Not a Sweetwalker, thanks for 2. Journalist on record, Eve. No. Tug, yes. Exactly. Mandy Lucas, thanks for 5. Did we ever discuss how Whitney and Amber's stories on the stairs differ? Actually, it's not just theirs, but so many others, Matt, thanks for 5. Are you going to take the stand since you got mentioned? No, they didn't subpoena me or anything. I would if they did. They could give me a depo, but what would they ask me exactly? They'd be like, "Do you in fact hate Amber Heard?" And I would be like, "Well, that depends, really. It depends on one major thing. Have you ever heard of the comic book Hunt the Littlest Umbrella? It's available on Indiegogo. Hey, here's a fun thing. You want to see something funny that somebody did, and this totally was not me? Would you like to see something funny? Because I'm sure you're ready to be amused, right? Okay. I'm going to show you something. So let me just pull this up here. Okay. I'm going to pull it up just to a window because I want to just show you, like I said, I want to show you something different. A minute. Okay. So the tab here, you see this tab? You notice right there, you see where my location is, right? You can see that. Yep. AmberHeard.net, right? Yep. Okay, let's click it. Let's see where it goes. AmberHeard.net. Let's see. Oh, it goes to my comic book. Somebody bought AmberHeard.net and made it my comic book relocation. So somebody looks up AmberHeard.net. You want to see something funnier? Well, it's as funny. Second. You gotta set this one up too. Somebody told me that on a stream. They were like, look it up. All right. So you want to see another funny one? Here we go. Check this out. Let me see. Wait. It didn't pull up right. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. I gotta put it in an empty to pull it back up. Give me a second. All right. So here we go. All right. So you notice this location here? It's evebarlow.net. Again, I did not do this stuff because I think it's awesome, but at the same time, okay. See evebarlow.net. Click it. It directs to my YouTube channel. Oh no. Oh no. Oh Lord. Yeah. That's what who was it? Some jackass online. Like Eve Barlow's been sharing it. And she's like, what was the ad? She said something about like the biggest trolls are now are now the people that Johnny Depp picks to back. And I'm like, well, I am a little trolly. Hey, by the way, did you notice this today? Look at those. Look at those. Look, I think she went back to Australia. What do you think? I mean, look at that gash. Look, I mean that obviously she's been through a 3-day ordeal, right? She's been through a 3-day hostage ordeal. You know, I mean, it looks pretty bad. I think I think it was Rottenberg personally. I don't know what you did to her, Rottenberg, but I know you did it. Like I said, I saw her actually setting. So she was actually. So I saw footage of her. She was sitting outside of the courtroom right after this, and I believe the statement from her mouth was something about Rottenborn. And you know what? Like, check this out. He had to do it. I mean, look at her. Look, she was so upset. She was just like, "Oh my God, help me, help me!" And, you know, like somebody said, like. She's an ice queen. You know, she's so cold inside that actually it's raining snow out of her face. You know, it's terrible. And then it's melting and turning into an ocean. I mean, she cried an actual ocean. How dare Rottenborn do that? That's amazing. I mean, God, that's amazing. That's what happens with the media. You'd be like for me, I'm like, Amber Heard can't cry. And her own acting coach is like, Amber Heard can't cry. And then the media is like, well, explain this totally legit picture that we found. And you're like, that ain't real. What are you talking about, you freaks? Michelle Weller, thanks for the 10. Just say thank you for keeping me entertained, but mostly for your time and effort that you've invested, not only on YouTube, but equally more so support you have others in real life. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it for sure. Thank you. Seriously. Mary, thanks for the 5. Do you think they'll bring in Whitney's old boss as a witness, Jennifer Howe? Like I said, I thought they might bring her as a rebuttal witness. But I don't know what's going to happen with her. Like that was that's what I thought would be the game plan personally, you know? God, stop crying your ocean. God. Flooding my monitor. Lord. So disrespectful. My dog stepped on a bee. Let me sing that to you, you know? You got to watch that, you know? My dog stepped on a bee. Yeah. My dog left a mint on JD's pillow. Why won't anybody believe me? Oh, what a nut job. She's crazy. I've got that other one too. Let me see. What's that other voice thing? I like it. Oh, shit, where is it? I like this one too. I dropped a load. I left it on the bed. I like that one too. Oh, it's kind of cool. There's all kinds of weird ones though in there. Adam Wall is funny though. Let's say, don't laugh at him. Thanks for the 5 there. Mandy M, thanks for the 2. Says spending habits change after meeting AH. Remember, we need I accept the instructions for Adam Waldman. Heisenberg Kennels, thanks for the 2. Waldman and Chu are doing a good job of wasting our time. Daria, hey Tug, please use this one for your shirt. Matt Rainwater, thanks for the 2. Adam reminds me of Ed Norton on Fight Club. That's kind of awesome. You can see when it happens, like people are like, give me the instructions, and then they super chats hit. You'll be like, Sheepsidian, thanks for the 2. Elaine is the one person playing Call of Duty who keeps going in the same lane. Campers with a hope of different outcome, insane. Yep. Then you have Guns Down in Hell. Boom, your famous Tug. Then Mars 10. Thanks you for that's Tug. Corrupted 10. Laughing and Rockets. Rising Cross 2. Tug, you legend. GM Strong 5. Laughing Faces. Romer N. Thanks for the 2. Welcome to the Hall of Famous Internet Journalists. Sneezy Girl 5. You the Man. Blitz and Flank 5. Hey Tug, been watching you since 2019. Seen your coverage, every video, no complaints. You make my days better. Thank you. I don't even know how to is that Quetzalcoatl? Is that what that is? Quetzalcoatl? It's a strange image, so it threw me off. So for Tim, Mr. Worldwide, Tug, welcome to the big leagues. Helena, thanks for the 2. Whoa, he mentioned you. Yeah. Lisa, thanks for the 10. You're famous. Matt Raywater, thanks for the 2. T-shirt time. If you communicated with Doug. No more pot for you. Thanks for the 50. Congratulations, you're on the map. You know, I mean, man, you know. Naomi, thanks for the 2. You're famous. Dark Angel, thanks for the 5. You're super famous. Alpha Sums, thanks for the 20. 20 to my favorite internet journalist. Hey, Lori, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Instant Karma, thanks for the 10. Way to go, Tug. LOL, you made the trial. I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Rob's Rules, thanks for the 2. Hey, Rob's Rules, another one. Hey, props to you, buddy, too. I always forget to name Rob's Rules, and I like Rob's Rules. Tug, Brian, and Laura B, famous. I don't know how they feel about being named. You know, like for me, it doesn't really bother me. It's a good thing for me and my channel, but I don't know, like what, like how does that work for like Laura B? I wonder if she actually answered and said anything about this, because I don't know how she feels about being named. You know, I mean, I hope she's good to go. Like I said, it works for me. It doesn't bother me in any way, shape, or form. You know. But I don't know how it feels for people like her. See if she said anything. I'm looking to see. Andy Signori, like again, I put out a video for it, which I thought was fun. You know, I was laughing about it myself. I commented on it somewhere. Yeah. It's funny, like just some of the stupid that ends up in that stuff, but no, I don't see where she commented or anything. Huh. Just a minute. Hello? Oh, hey. What's Elizabeth doing? Hey, you want to come here? What did you think about today? Did you hear my shout out? Mandy Lucas, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too, and welcome to the Juggernauts. What? What? Do I need to mute?
I'm gonna get me a chicken quesadilla.
Oh, okay. Yeah, can you give me some of those mini tacos? Give me some of those.
Okay.
I want some mini tacos. Give me some tacos. Hey, will you will you tell Elizabeth to come here? Could you ask her to come? I want the oldest one to come here. I wanted to say hi for a minute. Can I ask how or why you got involved with the case? Well, the first person to get me involved in it was actually Yellow Flash. I cover just random stuff that comes up, but false accusations I always found, accusations period. And Johnny Depp was being accused, and there was just something that smelled weird about it. So I covered that as part of it. And, you know, like I said, Yellow Flash was funny because if I get stuck on something, I just keep covering. He was like, yo, quit covering whatever. I can't remember what I was covering, but he was like, quit covering that dumb shit and come over here and cover this. This is going to be better. This is better. It's more interesting. And he knows that like if I like it too, I'll just keep covering. I'll figure it out. Like I'll just keep covering and covering, and I'll figure it out. So he pointed me at it, and after he did, then I just got interested, and I started looking more and more into it, and I ended up running across Incredibly Average. Hey, what you doing? You want to say hi for a second?
Hello.
People were asking, who's that cool girl that's in those comic books? And I was like, man, I bet she'd like to say hi for a second.
Well, anyone who's new and you think I'm just a fictional character, I am not.
That's right. Who are you?
I am Most Umbrella Girl.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 8 years old.
Yeah.
Sorry I haven't been uploading.
Oh, you want me to pull up the chat window? I'm sorry. We got a lot. Look, here's the chat window. I got it on my phone actually, so I can see it easier. Look, there are 4,000 people listening. 5.
Well, sorry I haven't uploaded since 2019.
Yeah. What happened to that channel stuff?
Well, I got busier with my family and stuff. Like, I want to spend more time with my family.
That's true. Yeah.
And, I love frogs.
You do, yeah. I like all the love there. Like people shooting you like hearts and everything. That's cool, huh?
Yeah, but I read my comments and I'm really happy. Yeah, but one of the comments were so funny. Yeah.
What did they say?
They said, can you pull up my channel for a sec?
Well, not right this minute, but just tell me what they said. Tell me.
They said, if this doesn't warm your heart up, you don't have one.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's true.
And a bunch of people were confused with the comment when I saw some replies.
Oh, well, they were saying if that doesn't warm your heart up, nothing will. They were like, oh, that's so cute. But look, I mean, all these people love you. See?
Okay, guys, but my favorite animal are axolotls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I even have one in real life. So if you think that they're just some exotic pet in Minecraft, you're wrong.
That's true.
You're the wrongest person ever.
Hey, Llama Gigante, by the way, he asked.
Or you just haven't seen an image.
That's true. Llama Gigante asked, which would win, a giant llama or a Gelthosaurus?
Giant llama.
Oh, giant llama there.
Because I would already slap the Gelthosaurus.
That's pretty nice. Can you say thank you to Fatey?
Thank you, Fatu.
Fatey says they sent you $27.99. They said, this is for you, baby girl.
I'm not a baby.
No, that's not saying you're a baby. That's like, yeah, that's like saying you big girl. That's like saying the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah, but they sent you $28. That's awesome.
$28.
Yeah, it's a bunch, man. That's like a video game or something. You're broke.
I was broke, then I got my wallet, and now I have a bunch of money.
Oh, you want to tell them that horrible story? Tell them what happened to your favorite Kirby plate the other day.
It broke. Sissy kicked the thingy it was on, but it's technically half my fault because I left it there and not put it in the kitchen.
Right. Yeah,
but I got 2 new ones anyway.
Yeah, Dad felt really bad for her. She got her a brand new Kirby plate it was a Kirby bowl with a little
And you want to know
thing.
another story? Sissy spilled all my axolotl products when I was putting them up. I put up the salt. Yeah. I went for a second to do something.
Yeah. And she just spilled everything, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I was super mad. I told Mom, I tried to tell you. I told you the next day. You bought some new axolotl products.
Yeah.
I forgive my sissy. Yeah, she is the best sister ever.
You're the best sister, too. You're a very good girl. You know that?
Well, anyways, I try to be a good sister. Yeah, and for all the fans who treat their siblings like dirt, it's acceptable if they treat you like dirt, but it's not acceptable if they treat you good.
Yeah, they're not. No, they love their siblings. Look,
you better love your sibling.
Can you say thank you to Bambi?
Thank you.
Yeah, they sent you $10. They said, take my money. Too cute. Man,
you don't have to give me any cash.
Yeah,
I have enough cash already.
You just told me you were broke. Now it's 30. Well, no, you're racking it up. Look,
the
Savage Wanderer. Can you say thank you? They gave you another 20. They said that's for Little Umbrella Girl. Man, that's like $50.
Gosh.
That's like $60 actually. Goodness, man. What are you
Jeez,
What are you
I
gonna
could
do?
buy like a whole video game store.
I don't think you buy a store. You can buy you a new game though.
Yeah, I could buy a new video game with all that cash.
I know. All right. Well, here, go check on
Dad,
Sissy
you
for a
owe
minute.
me
Give me
all
a
that.
hug.
I already checked on it.
Oh, I owe you all that. Here, give me a hug.
You owe me all that.
Give me a hug. Love you, kiddo. Go check on Sissy, okay?
But
What
she
you
went with mom.
Oh, is she went with mom?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Do you guys? Can I tell a story time?
Yeah, give me a second. Red, thanks for the 5. Congratulations, Tug. Eve is peeved. I'm going to say with the kid, you're a legendary journalist and not her, indeed. And hey, let's see. Look at that super sticker. Hiya. Yeah, it's cute, huh? You say thanks for the 5 there?
Thank you for the 5 and the super sticker.
Yeah, that's cute. Oh, Gabriel Badwolf. Since 179. Look. Now you're a demigoddess. Yeah, I got called that umbrella god today. So I guess you're a little goddess, huh? Can you say thank you, Harry?
Thank you, Harry.
Since you're 20 there too, too adorable. My gosh, you almost got $100 now.
And I send you comic book if you buy comic book.
Yeah, that's true. You like your comic book stuff? Yeah, you make it.
Yeah.
Now look, happy ponies. You like their little pony thing?
Yeah.
That's cute. I figured you would.
I
Can you say
used
thank you?
to. Oh, thank you.
This
But
this
I'm
is for
sorry
you.
to burst your bubble,
This is for you.
happy ponies, or whatever. Yeah, but
ponies.
I don't watch My Little Pony a lot. I watch horror movies a lot.
No, they did. That's their avatar. That's just how they look. Which is cute.
Yeah, but
You
sorry.
like ponies too, though.
I do like ponies, but
You
like-
watch more horror movies now. You're telling me.
yeah, I'm just telling you.
Okay.
I don't watch My Little Pony anymore.
Not really, because you got too much horror movie time.
I got too much horror movie time.
Swear. Tip top. Yeah, they can say thank you for the 2 there.
Thank you, Tip Top.
I said 2 words to make you laugh. Hurts reader. That's funny. All right, hey, go play though. For real. Love you, kiddo.
Fist bump.
We'll do a super. We'll do a story time soon. Okay.
Okay, how many minutes?
Not today, right now. I mean, we'll do one in the next few days or something. Okay. Man, I know.
Tell them to buy the merch.
I'll buy the merch. You want to tell them to buy the comic book? Is that what you're saying?
Buy the new comic book.
All right, let me bring it up. Let me show them. Since you're here and you want to talk about it for a second, you can show them your cover real quick. You can tell them about it.
I made my own cover.
Well, they can't see it yet, baby. Give me a second. All right, so now this is what they can see here. Okay, so yeah, this is our brand new comic book, right? What's it called?
It's Hunt the Lost Umbrella Girl.
All right.
Yeah.
Now this is what, our 3rd comic, you say?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
And you want to show them your cover? Look, so she has a cover here. Look at this. This is S.K. Bennett. And then look at that part right there.
Read it.
Well, you read it. What's it say?
It says missing spider if found, contact log.
Yep.
You have big words.
And what's going on here? Tell me.
It's chasing an evil cricket.
An evil cricket? Is that like a good spider then?
Yes, a good spider. It
Oh, my
don't
goodness.
bite nobody unless it's rude.
Don't bite anybody unless it's right there. Yeah, the link's in the description
Go
below.
on top, and you found my missing spider. Contact me.
Oh man, yeah. I like that.
Do, 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 do.
Should I play our trailer? Should I play the trailer too?
Trailer time.
All right, here. We won't be able to hear it without headphones. Here, can you? All right, you ready? Ready? It's only like 30 seconds. You ready?
Okay.
All right, can you hear it?
Yes.
Hey there. So that umbrella All right. guy and little umbrella
That's
girl
me.
are back, following up
Thank you.
Smash Oh,
It
what's trying
for
to give me?
a third
No. Comic
Pinnacle.
adventure.
Oh,
Hunt the
yes.
Littlest Umbrella. We're talking
Hunt
40
house.
pages of all ages, classic horror goodness with humor and a little bit of Lovecraftian goodness sprinkled on top.
Yeah, but guys, if you don't like
Boom.
axolotls and you've seen axolotls,
All right,
you
let me
are
have-
heartless. Unless you watch my vids.
You are crazy today, child. You are funny. You are funny today.
What?
There we kill. Thanks for the 5. What does the little umbrella girl think of the painting I'm doing? What's her opinion? I'll have to show it to her. I haven't gotten her opinion on it yet. She'll love it though because she
Well,
loves
guys,
art.
I try to be as nice as I can.
Yeah, well, and you love art and stuff.
Yeah,
Right?
I like art, just not every single piece of art.
Hey, Joe Froggo, look what he said. He said the best cover ever.
Really, thanks. And
Yeah.
by the way, I love your username.
Yeah. Joe
Because I
Froggo.
like frogs.
Yep. I know you love some Joe
Yes.
Froggo.
And please subscribe to my channel. It's called Little Umbrella Girl, and it's not spaced out. It's like in Word. Yeah, and if you have a phone or iPad,
Yeah.
anyways, yeah, it will ask you. But if you have a computer, it will show up right away.
All right. Hey, go play, baby. I love you.
If it doesn't show up when you look it up all spaced, then
Yep.
just backspace the spaces.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
It does. Love you, kiddo.
Don't do that.
She's a good kid. She's a very good kid. She's smart. She's 8. So she's a smart kid for 8, you know. She's a bright little one. She's a good kid. She likes to be nice. She likes to be, you know, she's really good as a sister too. We have a 2-year-old. Like she said, so she got a little Kirby bowl. It was a little ramen bowl, and she loves Kirby. She absolutely adores Kirby, and it has little chopstick holes, you know, and she loves it. She's going through a thing where she keeps saying she's a weeb, you know. I got her. We have a matching necklace. I have a Berserk sword, you know, to the anime Berserk, and I got one just like that for her, and she wears it everywhere because she says, you know, she's a weeb. But anyway, she got the bowl. And she was keeping it around her all the time. You know how kids are if they really like something. So she had it on the a little table thing on the couch, and her little sister came in there. And you know how little bitty kids are. They'll mess with stuff. Well, she was just, you know, kicking around stuff, and she kicked the little table that was on, and it fell and it broke her bowl. And oh my God, she was so upset. Oh, it was so horrible. I felt so bad for her, you know. But she always excuses her sister. She was like, it's so, like she was telling you before, it was part my fault. I should have put it up. So anyway, I told her I would get her a replacement. So I ordered 2 of them. So I got her a bowl and a replacement. I long for the days when I could be happy about a bowl, like something like that, man. Kids, I don't know. Monica Green, thanks for the 5 there. Keep it up. Thank you. I don't know. That's the kids though. They're we talked about like JD and his stuff. That's why I find it so repugnant that people go after his kids, because as a father, you know, it's so ugly, the weaponization of your children. Yeah. Her channel is Little Umbrella Girl, but you know, it hasn't been updated for a couple of years because YouTube actually made it where like material can't go out. And again, it wasn't about like she wasn't monetizing or anything. She makes these little like she wanted to make a little cutesy video because Dad does it, you know. Like if I make something, like, you know, she wants to be like Dad, so she would make little videos. I mean, they're really, like I said, they're cute. But it's the Littlest Umbrella Girl. Let me bring it up. But even with that, like I said, they it's just so strange to they changed the rules on YouTube though, like where they don't, you know, she couldn't get any traffic or anything like that, that's just bizarre and kind of horrible there. But anyway, I cannot get the freaking window to roll down. I may not be able to hit everybody if there are ones. I think I got everybody except there's this little section in the middle that I can't look at to see if I got it or not because it won't roll back to it. But I think I got the super chats there. I can't for sure see. So if for some reason I missed you in there, that is not important. That is not like the thing that I would not do that on purpose, you know. There are a couple too that that came in through PayPal. There is AR for 10. No statement on that, but thank you, AR. I see you there. And also SO, thank you too for the $10 super chat. I have, like, if you write me too, I've responded to about 35 people today, and I'm going to say that I have, again, there's nothing wrong in this. I appreciate everyone that writes me and stuff. I don't have enough time to write you all back in the day, but I've got, I want to say that I have 300 or 400 emails at least. And that's good. I mean, I'm glad. Like I said, there's nothing negative in that. I can't write all of you back, and I hate that. Like, I would write every one of you back. I would never be able to do it, like with the kids and making videos and other stuff. I had a video for today too. I was going to drop at 6, but I don't think dropping it at like 7 o'clock at night will help it. So I'll probably save it till tomorrow. I have a good one for sound. There's actually 3 videos that I kind of want to make. I want to make one again on the Adam Waldman thing. Kids are off limits. They should be off limits. Holy crap, Tug, you talked to Adam? Yeah. Yep. Again, as I said before, I wouldn't be the person who put that out into to space, because it's nobody's, Adam Waldman brought it up because he was asked under direct, I mean, he wouldn't be dishonest about that, but he was being honest with it. So like I said, I think that's important there. God, there's so much crazy. It was weird seeing 3,000 people like mention it on Twitter for a while. Oh, it's so strange. Like I said, there is so much. There's so much with it. But no, I mean, as I've said before, I would let anybody that wanted to contact me. You can contact me with anything. If a person from her team wanted to contact me, they could have contacted me, but they didn't. The thing is, like I've said before, everyone can contact me, but no one can own my voice. And when I don't remember the particulars of how I ended up contacting with Waldman. I don't remember how that came together. I can't remember how that happened. But we ended up speaking, and again, not going into any of that because I can't remember the particulars of that either. But part of that is, again, he has the truth behind what happened, and I want to know the truth behind what happened. So you put it together, and well, you see what happens, again. And this is the guy, like I said, this isn't from his statement. This is how I've seen everything come together. I think that he put this case together from nothing. He's the guy that built this case, and I respect the hell out of that. How did you like being called out in court? I don't look at it as call out. I mean, it's just, it's just noted as something. It's good for me. I mean, it's really good for me. It's not bad at all. Like, honestly, that's a very good thing for me. My channel and stuff. Like, I mean, hell, that's, like I said, that's huge. That's a huge thing for someone like myself, to be able to do that. Because again, I can't. You missed today, Bishop Moore. Oh, well, Adam Waldman was asked if he had contacted any social media folks, and he said, I have contacted independent journalists. And then Amber Heard's team asked if he had made contact with a user that goes by the name ThatUmbrellaGuy. And he said he had. So, yeah. Let's see. Lord Raptor Jesus, thanks for the 5. Congratulations on your shout out today. I literally spilled my coffee. Give it the great word, brother. Cheer. Yeah, when I heard it at first, I about, like, you could hear it. Like, I was like, whoa, my God, I can't believe they did that. It was kind of awesome. Let me see. Somebody clipped it with my response to it, actually. Let me see if I can find it real fast. My inbox has been flooded, so I have to see if I can find it. I mean, it's like I said, my Twitter is just insane. So when I respond to people, it's just like I said, it's crazy, and I'm having problems finding anything there. But somebody clipped there it is. I found it. Give me a minute. Wired Anomaly found it. So let me pull it up. You can hear my response to it, actually. Yeah, Lord. So here's the user. Here's the user Wired Anomaly. Give me 1 second. Here they are.
Have you communicated with other social media users about this case other than public messaging platforms? Let me ask that differently. Have you communicated privately with other social media users about this case?
Look at Johnny. He's like, he knows where this is going. You could
Other
tell.
social media, I want to make sure I'm precise. Other social media users?
It's like, what?
Yes.
Is he going to try to crucify everybody that Adam Waldman's ever talked to?
That group would include almost everybody on earth.
Have you provided information about this case to other social media personalities who then post that information?
That's what I thought they were
I've
talking about.
provided information
I
episodically.
had to fill in
to
where this would go.
What I would call internet journalists, and I'll define that as journalists who are not affiliated with, you mentioned, I think, NBC a moment ago, or a mainstream media outlet.
Have you communicated with a social media user who goes by the name ThatUmbrellaGuy?
Oh my God, they named me.
I've had several phone calls with the person who goes by the name ThatUmbrellaGuy.
Hello, world. Oh my God, this is weird listening to me like respond to something. But anyway, that was
I don't
somebody.
remember doing so, no.
So that was somebody clipping that. I was like, oh my God, I could believe, because I had heard, I didn't know it was there or not, but I'd heard that it was there, but I didn't know that. Laura Davis, thanks for it. I mean, that it, I'd heard from the Amber Heard side. I heard them chattering about how I had been mentioned in the deposition of Adam Waldman, but I wasn't sure of that. Monica Green, thanks for the 20. No thanks, but plenty of thanks. Yeah, no statement, but plenty of statement is what I meant to say. My brain is fried. I'm sorry. I just messed up my statement there. No thanks, but plenty. Oh, Lord. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. Strella, thanks for the 10. How does it feel to know that Johnny Depp knows you've been trying to bring out the truth for years now? I already knew that a lot of people were aware of what had been going on. I actually am very aware of. I've known about that for a long time. That there are a lot of people that have been doing this. Like again, I knew this. It's just now the world knows it. But like I said, there are other names that like again. I don't want to say this as a look at me. What I'm trying to say is it would shock you to know who will talk to you behind the scenes, like who will, if you will protect their identities. Like some of the names that are just insane out there. That they've people who've known Depp, like I mean the name, like I said, like A-list Hollywood names will talk to you and tell you about this stuff. That's again how I know like what's going on, you know? Popcorn Planet hit over 500,000 just before on their live. Yeah, Popcorn Planet actually, one of the things they've been lucky, they've been riding the algorithm, which I love for them. You know, I can't like I don't get a lot of love from the algorithm. I get some love, you know, but I don't get a lot of love from the algorithm. And luckily, again, you know, this is meant with all the love in the world. I am glad that Andy is getting the algorithm is noticing him. But you here, like, this is what I mean by that. If you're curious what I mean by that, if you search YouTube and you look up Johnny Depp, all right? When you look it up, you ever wonder why Law and Crime gets 13 million views on their stuff and why nobody else does? It's because if you look up that, they're all like, look, when you like, let's find a YouTuber. Like this is included. I'm sub to an army of people. Look, like we're buried. Like you can't find us. You see what I mean? Like you have YouTube gives these places preferential treatment and they bury YouTubers. So I'm happy for Andy that he gets in because somehow he's made it into the algorithm where it notices him. But look, like I still haven't hit a YouTuber yet. See what I mean? Up there's that Asmund Gold, like his thing just hit. You know? So that's one. But I mean, look at that. Like I said, you know, his for some reason get up in the top of that. But it's the only one. It is the only one. And I mean, that's why, again, Law and Crime gets millions of hits because when people search Johnny Depp, they find it. You know, Amber Heard, like sometimes you'll find my stuff from Amber Heard, but you won't find it on Johnny Depp a lot of times. Johnny Depp is owned by that, you know? Like even with Amber Heard, like I said, the search terms are owned. What they did, so what YouTube has done is they've put in a line of code and it's called a trusted source code. They give it to regular media. Everybody fleeing the media like yourself, you don't want to listen to the damn regular media. You go and you want to listen to something else. Well, this platform gives them preferential treatment anyway. And that sucks because you have to be able to find anyone to follow them. So like I said, Andy has been something went on with him and he's been able to coast up and people have found him. And I'm glad for him because he puts on a good show. And even more than that, I'm proud of Andy because people try to destroy him. They try to destroy his entire life. And he has made his comeback. You know? Lord Raptor, Jesus, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. And welcome to that Tugs. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Lilith, thanks for the 3 and the fist bump. Appreciate it. But no, I mean, like I said, I've known, you know, of course, like where you're asking, you know, how does it feel to I know with authority that like what I do is it's been seen by a lot of people. What we do, not just what I don't even want to say again. I don't want that to sound like humble bragging or anything because that's not what I mean. I know that it's the fan reactions out there, the people that wanted to put out the truth out there and on. It's been noticed by a lot of people. You know, it's hard to find your channel on YouTube. Even though I've got all notifications on, they're suppressing. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, they don't want me to be found, you know, because you know why? Because I'm not like Law and Crime and I'm not like Court TV. I'll tell you the truth on the matter. Like they want to play and they want to skip around. They want to reap the benefit. They want to reap. Law and Crime is a gigantic network channel. And they reap the benefit of, you know, in that. Again, What separates them as journalists from us? A line of code. You know, it's crazy. Mary Ellen, thanks for that. You've been on all day. Total respect. Appreciate it. Many people are saying that notifications are not coming up for Tug's channel. Yeah. You just, you know, you have to look. I mean, that's the thing. You just find it, you know, and we're still doing. Law and Crime. I keep getting like so many people will show me a clip of Law and Crime or Court TV, and I'm like, why are you watching that? You know, like that's like watch any. You know, you don't have to watch here. Watch LawTube or anything else. Like, you know, the LawTubers, they're at least in it for the right reason. Court TV is mostly commercials. Court TV did one of the nastiest things I've ever seen, though. Court TV, before this trial came up, they took, again, you know, the cabinet slamming video. They took 6 seconds of that. They zoomed in on the part where he picks up the phone. They zoomed it in. Like they took the middle of the frame and they pushed it all the way out. And they made it look like it looks like he's grabbing her arm and assaulting her. And they did that on purpose. Then they figured out the clicks in it were not for Amber Heard, so they did an about face. But they made it look like he assaulted her. Very much so. It was disgusting. AVN, look at that. I got that right. Thanks for the 2. Tug. I knew him before he was famous. Any update on the FBI? No, it's we won't get an update unless somebody gets arrested or something. But again, open investigation, you know. That's the way I can say that. Open investigation into witness intimidation. So tip top, thanks to do. Who would you call for rebuttal? Jennifer Howe for sure. I would have her on. If I could go back though, I'm telling you, like I totally disagree. I think Adam Waldman, like I said, Adam Waldman knows this case like no one. He made this case. He knows this. I can say this for sure because I've talked to Adam Waldman. It's out there now. Adam Waldman knows this case in ways that would just blow your mind. Like he's like, boom, boom, boom. He can tell you everything about this case. Like you ask him a question, he can tell you every single thing. He knows, and it's all backed up by fact. You can look it all up. You can find it all. It's backed up by fact. Like I said, he knows it. I wish, was on this case. Him and Camille, my God, they would just destroy. Now, again, he's not said, like, I haven't asked him anything like, you know, what do you think of the lawyers? What do you think of case? None of that. I haven't talked to him about any of that kind of stuff. So just to throw that out there, you know, like none of that. You know, there's none of that communication going on. But when communication was, you know, before, like I said, I wanted to know about what he thought about this case, like why he thinks Johnny Depp is innocent. And he firmly believes it based on fact because there's all this stuff out there. And I think that if he was the person doing this, I think he would have destroyed. I personally, just based on what he knows, I think he would have destroyed Whitney Heard. I don't think there would have been rebuttal. I don't think he would have set them up there. I think he would have destroyed her on that stand because he knows this case inside out, and he should have been the guy doing this. Again, that's no shot at anybody on the team. I just think it's a sad reality. I mean, the judge knocked him off the thing, so it's not. That's not a shot at his team. I just, like I said, I think he should have been the guy that's you know, destroying. He's a beast. Tip top, thanks for the 2. Maybe an expert to say the pics are edited. If I could get an expert in there, like I would want. I don't even understand. Like, this is one thing that has bothered me that nobody has an answer for me for. I want to know why. So Heard's team. Okay, hear me out here. Like I said, this sounds like a major screw up on his lawyer's parts. Heard's team doesn't turn over any information that they're supposed to for metadata from they're supposed to do it by November the 30th, right? They don't turn anything over until March. JD's team starts filing complaints about it in around March. Why the hell didn't they file a complaint in December when it didn't come up? Right when it was due. Why didn't they file a complaint then? Push it hard. Like, I don't understand that move. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. They have an arbitrator. In fact, JD has to pay $40,000 to the guy that that is the court-appointed arbitrator. You know, the guy that makes sure that it all comes together and everything happens. He has to pay $40,000 to that person for getting nothing. Like I said, I don't understand why there was no filing with that, you know? Why isn't he on the case? Because of some stupid bullshit. So listen to this. This pisses me off too. So everything, Amber Heard ended up taking all of the documentation, all of the witness statements that were attached to this and she gave them to the Sun, okay, for the UK trial. She gave them all of the stuff, which declassifies it, right? Because it can't be classified if the other person makes it public, you know? So she gave everything that was attached to this into the Sun trial. That includes witness statements, everything. Again, if you, to give you an idea of what she turned over, just to say, she turned over like all of this. She gave to the Sun, which is part of this trial, you know? She gave all of this information to him, okay? So Adam Waldman on Twitter, he posts some of the stuff that belongs here because, again, it's not classified anymore. It's not stamped it's been made public. Well, her team starts bitching and moaning about it, saying, oh, he's giving away this covered information, stuff that's classified, and it goes to the court, and the judge kicked him for it. Saying, no, it was he was sharing information that wasn't out there in the pub. And it's right here. She gave it to them again, it's some bullshit. So I think it was one of the worst. Either one of two things happened. Either his team didn't fight hard enough or the judge just screwed him. One or the other. And I don't know which, because I didn't get to see how that played there. And I don't see why they wouldn't fight hard enough. So I feel like the judge just screwed him, you know? So I don't know. It'd have to be one of the two, you know, either you didn't fight hard enough to make it happen. Because again, you could have made that judge understand. Either that or the judge's just mindset on the, oh my God, you know, and they wanted to send a message. But I don't know. Like I said, they had already dumped these, and we already had a trial with those things attached to it. So the whole trial had already happened. And he ends up posting something that, I have already gotten access. I've been posting stuff about it all the time. He posted up there, and apparently he's violating some fucking court ruling. Excuse my learning, but that makes me mad. They screwed him on that. He should be attached to this case. He's still JD's lawyer. It's not like he's not his lawyer. He just can't, he's not attached to the case. He can't do anything with it. But they knocked the biggest weapon that they had. Of course, they were celebrating. Adam Waldman is the most effective weapon that JD has like that. And like I said, I will make this very plain too. If they move against Adam Waldman and try to sue him and stuff, I will go to fucking war for Adam Waldman because he's the one. They're punishing him because he told the world a secret that Amber Heard didn't want anyone to know. That she lied. And I will go to war for that guy for doing that. Because he did the right thing. He shouldn't be punished for doing the right thing.
But anyway, that's what happened with that. Lipstick doesn't stick to a cut. Can you imagine putting hairspray in a... Okay, so she told us that she has an open wound with pus and stuff coming out of her head, but that her stylist came in and put hairspray and shit in it. You tell me how that would have went. Diva Ducks, thanks for the 5. Do you think today hurt JD's case? No. Emily D wants to do a stream after the case. Would you want to see... Who would you want to see in rebuttal? And lastly, Aquaman. Do you think today hurt the case? No, I don't. I actually don't think there was much in the case. I don't think today. I think her witnesses. So she kept bringing up people that would say things like, who would want to hire a person with abuse claims over them? Again, all of them kept making almost pro Johnny Depp statements. So I don't think that hurt. Emily, okay, that would be fine. Like, I don't have any... Somebody was trying to... I don't know. I guess somebody was trying to cause problems earlier today because they were saying that she was pro Amber Heard. Like, somebody chatted that at me. And I was like, I don't think that. And like I said, I've not had any problem with Emily at all. She's been nice to me. I've not had any issue whatsoever with her. All of Law Twitter have been nice with me. Like, I've not had any problem with any but legal bites. You know, like we talked before the thing. You know, a lot of people assume because I like to live stream by myself that, you know, there's some kind of problem. Like I live streamed for a week with Ricada because I enjoyed it. But after that, you know, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know who was trying to... I think somebody's just trying to be drama-y, you know? Tip Top, thanks for the do. Thinks he's watching a trial. Probably, yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I'm going to say so. Wing Paragon, thanks for the 5. Hey, buddy, congrats on being named in such a high-profile case. Thank you. Mainstream media is going to be pissed that they treated guys like you the same as them. I know. I LOL'd so hard. Me too. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. DC, thanks for the 5. Didn't Turd's team own themselves by bringing in the hashtag expert? Yes, the hashtag expert and her own expert as well. The not expert, but her own talent agent. I need to get a hold of the other stuff. Emily loves you. Emily, I like her. Like I haven't had any problem with her. I don't know why somebody want to. There's always some asshole trying to cause problems, you know. And like I said, I like her. I've been any problem with her. The only time I've ever been on stream with her was when I was on with Ricada, and I had to go. I had a thing going on. It was work related actually, and everybody was talking, and I was quiet for a minute, and you know they had a roundabout, and I didn't say much, and then I had to leave. I said something, and I left kind of abruptly, and I don't know, maybe somebody took that weird. I don't know. Like I said, there's always people that read. Like I won't live stream with somebody for a while, you know, like comics people like Ethan Van Sciver. I didn't live stream with him for a little while, and people were like, "Oh my God, there's a problem there." No, I haven't done that in a while. But I like Emily. Like I think she's gone to. I think if I had a problem and I was like, "Yo, can you help me?" I think she would help me. And the people like that, I think Twitter, LawTube is full of people like that, and those are important people, and I like that. And I mean, that's all I can say on that. You know, like I said, I don't know why people wanted to start drama like that. Well, yeah, I do. I understand. People are always trying to start drama, always. But again, you know, it's so dumb. Because I like Twitter. I think most of them are LawTube, brother. I think most of them are pretty funny people. Like they're much better at pointing out like the intricacies of a case. Like I'm not pointing out the intricacies of a case. I'm telling you like what's there, you know. So Yeah, she was excited for you. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. Like there's I have no idea why some people wanted to start some stupid shit, but I just anyway. Scott Tug, for the love of God, check your email for me. Will you bump it back to the top? Like I got 100 and something emails. Like actually, I've got so many emails. I don't know which is. I can't find anything. I can't find it. So you can bump it up to the top again if you would, because otherwise I'll never find it. Like it's just. You ever have one of those forest for the trees moments? Like you look at a bunch of email and you're like, oh my God, I can't see what's here. Like I'm having a forest for the trees. I can't see anything because there's so much. You know? Cheeky Bird, thanks for the 5. When were you mentioned today in the trial? At the Adam Waldman stuff. I'll play it one more time just because I think it's funny. Drew, thanks for the 10. Emily is definitely not pro Amber. If anything, she's neutral. Yeah, but I think she's pro JD. But trying to be neutral, focusing on educating her viewers on the law. I'd love to see her on her show. Yeah, I don't even care if somebody is pro Amber. Just to be frank about it, as long as they looked at the same information I did and they came to that conclusion, we could argue over it. Like we could definitely argue over it, but as long as they looked at it and they made that is their, you know what? I'm not here to tell you what to think. I'm going to bring up a case that may infuriate some of you when I say this, okay? And that's not the intent. I'm just going to bring up a divisive case. Rittenhouse. Like when I watched the Rittenhouse trial, I thought that the decision that came in was the one that should have been made. And a lot of people were pissed off about that case. And if you watch that case and you disagree with me, I don't care that you disagree with me. That's okay. As long as you looked at that evidence and you did the same thing. Not that you listened to the media. If you listen to the media on Johnny Depp and you told me you're pro Amber Heard, I'm probably going to rail you about 7 ways till Sunday because yeah. But if you came to those conclusions based on the same stuff that we're watching, then I totally respect you for that. You have whatever you want, you know? And Dana, thanks for the 5. She wanted you mentioned in court. Was positive today. Yeah, I thought, like I said, I like her. I'm not saying any of this to say I think she's anything. I think she's positive and good to go. I just don't like some asshole was trying to start drama today, and she got some of the chat thinking that the chat, that she was pro Amber, and so I thought, what is that based on? If she had any problem with anybody, she wouldn't be on the Ricada Law channel and stuff either. I mean, it just doesn't even make sense. Tip Top, thanks for the 2. You think more can be brought up about Ree? About Ree? You think more can be brought up about Ree? What do you mean, Ree? That's just not computing with me for some reason. I'm sorry. I'm gonna check that mail too and see if it bumped up. I'm reading something just a second. Wow, somebody people write me. Somebody wrote me about their little kid having. My daughter had a heart surgery, and people have written me with like stuff that's happened with them, and it's so amazing what people will share. I remember, I appreciate those stories. I remember when my daughter, she first got glasses, and I mentioned it online. She didn't like the hashtag me poo hashtag. Oh, that's okay. I think it's funny. Like, I love it. I record what goes on. I think the hashtag me poo is funny, personally. But if you think that's distasteful, that's okay too. Tip Top, thanks for the 2. Sorry, Heard's other ex. Oh, Tasha Van Reeve. Yeah. I don't think anything else will come up about her. I think they made the point they wanted to make. They left it as, she's a domestic abuser. She's been arrested for it. They left that seed of doubt, that kernel of it. They don't need to bring up more. So I think they may bring it up in closing, but they won't bring it up in. So. It was Emily. We're talking about Emily Baker. Again, a big channel, She's got like a big platform. And like I said, she does good with stuff. Again, it's just a stupid thing. Like I said, somebody was trying to be dramatic today and they super chatted something. Again, if you super chat, I'll read your super chats. If it's got a bunch of gross shit in it that I have to like edit out, I'll still read your super chat. And they said that she was pro Amber Heard and they hated her or something. I don't remember the exact words. You can, but I was like, I don't think that's true. But some people in the chat got riled up about, like, they were like, oh, I can't believe. And I was like, I don't believe that. Like, that's what I was saying then. I don't believe that at all. And I don't remember how I got back to that point now. I think it was somebody mentioned, and I flash back to that because, like I said, I think she's done a good thing about educating people on all kinds of cases, And again, like I said, I don't even care. I don't believe that, but I don't care if you are pro, as long as like it'd be like, let me just throw some random person out there, like Rekieta. He won't care if I throw him. If Rekieta looked at this case and he totally disagreed with me, we could argue about it. But at the end of the day, he would have looked at the information and he would have came to that decision. It'd be the same thing with her. Jason, thanks for 5. Love your channel. All you do, man. Keep it up. P.S. Love your mic. What's the model? Actually, right now I'm just using a Blue Yeti. So I'm using a Blue Yeti, but always, if you use one, don't use a desk model of anything. Use one with a suspension arm, because the suspension arm, like, you lose a lot of sound from the reverb of the desk. But this is just a Blue Yeti, and it's a Blue Yeti with no sound filter or anything. So this is how I actually sound. I'm not adding anything to my voice or anything like that. We will Warlock, thanks for the 5. Sent you 3 emails early this morning. 2 are about the case, and the 3rd is about a t-shirt idea. Yeah, I'll look through them for sure. Thank you for that. Blitz and Glitter, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too, and welcome to Thugs. Appreciate that. With emails, by the way, I don't respond to a lot of emails because all I would do is respond to emails. Like I said, since I've been online, I think I've picked up. I'm gonna guess at least 200. Like, since I've been just goofing off here for a little while. Like, I mean, I've got an insane amount of emails coming in, and that's good. There's no problem with that, but I can't respond to everybody, unfortunately. I wish I could, all of you. Nick, thanks for the 5 there. Don't you think? It's the most important. If a human being does have a sense of humor or not, just my observations of human. Yeah, you have to be able to laugh off life, roll with the punches. You have to be. You have to. Well, I know court tomorrow, someone asked, because it's just a Monday through Thursday trial. So it's nothing. They do all the housekeeping tomorrow. They have like items with evidentiary process and stuff, and they have to get that done. Rita, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Thugs. Wing Paragon, thanks for that too there. Going to keep an eye out for a sub spike after this. I've had a sub spike today, to be honest. I've been pretty happy with it. Marisol, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for that membership too. Welcome to Thugs. Appreciate that as well. I like saying that a lot. So, am I streaming with Gary Ellis soon? Yeah, tomorrow morning. How's it going, Pam, by the way? Yeah, Real Pamster. I want to give her a shout out, by the way. I really like Real Pamster. Do you not have a moderator wrench, Pam? How the hell did that happen? I'm giving you a moderator wrench. You should have had one a long time ago. Will, thanks for the 2. It should have been called defecation case instead. Yeah, instead of defamation case, indeed. It should be called a deposition too. Can you do sexy voice? What do you mean? Like being like, hey, how's it going? Like that? I've been like, hey there, how's it going? Would you like me to butter that bread? Would you like me to fetch your slippers? Would you like me to defame you in the court, baby? Jason, thanks for the 5. Would love to have you on my channel to talk about a case. It's mainly a political channel, but covering this for now. I'm going to try to work back toward people again. Like it's hard for me to, because okay, like look at this for example. Like right now, it's what, 7 o'clock, and I still haven't finished live streaming tonight yet. I've been live streaming since 7:30, so I've almost been 12 hours on, and that's what I mean. Like by the time I do that, put together some video, some videos, my God, it's midnight, and or usually it's later than that. I've been going until almost. I've been going to about 3 o'clock in the morning easily, because I got to build videos and stuff. Because the case will be over soon anyway. But yeah, I've been burning at both ends of the candle. It's like, ooh, your poor wife. She's definitely she's been patient with this craziness. She's also been patient with the idea. Like again, I say the dumbest crap ever sometimes. I don't have much of a filter, so she's patient with that too. Hey, KE, there was a donation came in from PayPal for 5. I appreciate that. Thanks for the amazing work. Hit the hell out of the subscribe button, everyone. Amen. Hit that button. Said I appreciate people who drop the pay. Like I was saying, if people are already going to back and they don't care one way or the other. When you back PayPal way, like I said, I don't have to wait the entire month. And if we have like if somebody contacts me or if I find out, it won't necessarily be a direct contact, but if I'm contacted by one of the church groups here or something, and someone's like, hey, this person, they have this issue or that issue, like the saddest thing I think I've heard in a long time. There was a guy that he was in another county, but this guy his kid died and he couldn't afford a tombstone. That's an awful story. It's like, oh my God, man, can't even imagine. I don't even want to imagine. It just horrifies me to think about. So I mean, that was something, man. We helped with. We got a bunch of other groups, but they were short by X amount. It wasn't the whole thing, but I was just like, oh my God, it's a horrible fucking story. Can't even, don't even want to think about that. But, stuff like that. You want to be able to do good and help people out. Kit, thanks for the 10 there. Proud of you. Always good content. Can we get a little song action? Sure, we can indeed. Let's do it. Give me 1 second here. Never trust a woman that leaves chocolate on your pillows. Why? Because that ain't a mint. There you go. Magic, right? You're like, oh, maybe we could try that with blocks, She ain't leaving chocolate on your pillow. There you go. That's some magic right there, huh? Yeah. My voice changer didn't work. Damn. You got to hear my terrible voice? Why is it not working today? It should be working. Did it just stop working all of a sudden again? It was working earlier. Let's see if it works this time. Let's see if this one works. I'm going to reset it. It's on the right setting. I'm going to reset it 3 times. All right. Tell me if it works this time. Because it's been working earlier. Try it out now. Tell me. Hello, 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 hello. Is it working now? All right.
Get your sexy voice on. I can't believe it reset.
I can't believe it reset though. Like actually, it resets the sound level too, so it kicked it up to like 150%. Here we go.
She's dropping that mint on your pillow.
Let's see. I'm switching over to the other one too. Here we go. Now I'm gonna do a song.
Never trust a woman that leaves you mints on your pillowcase, because those aren't mints. Chocolate don't smell like a disgrace.
There you go. That's what I was trying to give you. No need for auto tune. No, I like to play with the auto tune. Actually, like your voice better. What I know. I can't I can't hold like a low tune. That's my problem, you know. I have fun with it though. I appreciate you. Tip top, thanks, dude. What's your opinion on how Depp closes? You gotta close hard, man. You gotta bring up all the evidence. You gotta demolish what she says, because she's gonna do a feelings, not facts, ending. Carts, thanks for 5. What's it like to have your name called out to the world and watching AH's face? Oh, not this guy. I liked it. Did they show her face too? Like with all of that, did they actually show her? Did we get any split screening? I need to check like one of the I need to check like one of the channels like that has the split screen, where you can see in the court, because there's 3 of them that have the there. Not that I saw. Okay. I need to check. I would have loved to see that. I thought that would have been funny. She wasn't happy. I'm sure. Aim, thanks for the 14. Congrats. Epic shout out heard in real time throughout the world. I know it was crazy, You're singing. Should be resting. Tomorrow's a day off, so it's all good. I'll be up. I'm going to be up early with Greg Ellis, but I'm not going to be up at the same time. And I have an extra video, so I'm already half a video ahead tomorrow. Kerfuffle, thanks for the 5 there. What do you think? What do you think of how much turd looked at the jury? I was annoyed. I can't imagine they weren't. Some of them don't like that. Like I've heard from what the jury, from people that are there, they don't seem to be reacting positively to her at all. So, Shannon, thanks for 2. At 12 hours, this live stream disappears. Yeah, actually, at 12 hours, I need to make that disappear too, because I've got to. Actually, maybe I should call it here anyway. It's been going on forever. But tomorrow morning, like I said, we're going to start at, let me see what time it is for sure before I tell you anything. But tomorrow morning, we're going to live stream with Mr. Greg Ellis, Hey, what's that? Let's see. I was looking at this. Give me 1 second. Oh man, I would show like there's a funny Lofty Pixels clips, but if I show it to you, like they might hit my stream. So I don't know if I can show you that. If you never checked out Lofty Pixels, you should though. He did some funny stuff. So let me look real quick. I'll tell you what time Greg Ellis, and then I'm going to call it a day. God, I can't even find where I messaged him. All right. Greg Ellis, 9 my time. So at 9 a.m., I will have a stream with him. So we'll start up and we'll talk about everything. But I'm gonna play some Sexy Toast, and I'm gonna get us out of here. Okay, let's Sexy Toast this sucker. Oh, check this out too. Look, Sexy hot dog. Yeah. Sexy hot dog. Or sexy shark, rather. I like this too. Vacuuming up the trash fire. World burns. Ah, the world's on fire. I like this too. Wrecked. Poor pigs. Looks horrible, actually. This guy, I always wondered. Like he's like, oh, da, 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 up. Yeah. Here's sexy hot dog, by the way. Sexy hot dog. But anyway, let me here we go. Let's sexy toast it out. All right, folks. But anyway, I do appreciate you, man. 3,000 of you mugs are still on here. I love your faces. I love you, folks. But anyway, I got to get out of here. I appreciate you. I'm not going to drop that video tonight, by the way. I'm going to save it because it's too late. It'd just be a waste of a video, you know? It wouldn't be picked up correctly. It'll drop off in the middle of the night. So I'm going to wait for it. All right. So I'll hold on to it. I saw somebody ask. So thank you. Appreciate you in here.